Okay, let's throw it over to Tojju, Muttski, and Luzbelheim.
All right, guys. Hope you're excited for the next 9.5 hours of the evening. Hey, you are all part of history. This is the longest single speedrun that GDQ has ever featured without it being split in half. So
yeah,
you're all part of that. Yeah. All right. Cara, count us down.
Let's go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, so this is Final Fantasy IX. So yeah, we have 9 hours for donations if you want to just.
All right, I'll get right on it.
So joking aside, this game is in its 6th year anniversary from the last time it was ran, which was at AGDQ 2013, run by Spike, Vegeta, and Puexel, both of whom are here. So suffice to say, in that time, some things have changed, some things are the same. And even from the last time that this run has seen a major marathon setting, it has changed quite a bit. So those are some things we're going to be going over as we go along. But until then, sit back and enjoy with the best Let's Play at AGDQ 2019. For now, though, we're
currently on world record pace.
Yes.
So there's that. This is Garnet, but she's not really Garnet. But they call her Garnet.
Yeah, the beginning of this game is set in the theater ship, which we'll be getting into shortly. But for now, we're just going to enjoy the opening FMV, and then whoever has the top Zidane name in about 1 minute will be our winner.
How about we introduce ourselves?
Yeah, that's good. So, I guess starting from left to right, over here, our silent protagonist from Iceland is Gaddy Cool Sunshine. I am Tojju.
I am CaracarnVi.
I am Luzbelheim.
And I'm Muttski.
What? I'm Luzbelheim.
So we're just getting into the game here. We're just going to need about a final refresh on the Zidane name, and was coming up within the next probably 30 seconds or so.
So here we have Goku's younger brother, Zidane, introduced for the first time.
So right off the bat, we're just going to be doing a quick config menu. We're going to be setting a few things as per runner preference, as well as speeding up some things. And then after that, we are going to be naming our protagonist, whoever he may be. Yeah, I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you.
Clap for Blue.
No.
All right, so we need the Zidane name now.
All right, it looks like Zizu is the winner.
Could you use-
Z-I-Z-O-U.
Wait, is it all caps or lowercase? For the does it matter?
I'm a monster.
Okay. All right, so the first thing coming up is the #1 reset part in the run. We're going to be going into the fight with the masked man. We're going to be trying to steal a weapon for Zidane called the Mage Masher. The Mage Masher has a 1 in 16 chance to get, and we have 4 characters who can steal. So everyone at home, get your guesses in the chat. How many steals will it take for us to get it? 6% chance. The last time we did this, it took a whopping 48. So that is the number to beat. Whoever is closest without going over is going to be our winner.
Let's count.
All right. 1,
1,
2.
2, 3,
Dude, we just robbed this guy blind.
4.
Yeah, so there are 2 other steals that we can get, which is what he just got there, is a potion and a wrist. They're pretty much inconsequential. We just want to get the Mage Masher as quick as
5,
possible.
6, 7, 8.
Ooh.
Not world record pace anymore.
Yeah.
It was fun
9.
while it lasted, guys.
Hey!
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
World record's still alive.
So yeah, the Mage Masher is really important. It is unfortunate to have to do this right away at the beginning, but it's kind of unavoidable. There is one that is able to be picked up later on, but it's just too out of the way. The Mage Master is a pretty significant boost in strength for Zidane, and much like his starting weapon, it actually starts with Flee, so we kind of get a best of both worlds without sacrificing anything. So it's really imperative for us to pick it up at this fight. Fortunately, in normal runs, all you have to do is watch the opening FMV, and you can do it as many times as you like, but here we're pretty lucky to not have to wait too long.
One thing that's really nice that this game introduced as far as the speedrun goes is that the text boxes populate significantly faster than its predecessors, which populated one character at a time. You can see I'm kind of eliminating these pretty quickly because they pop up line at a time rather than one character, which is why in this speedrun, renaming the characters to all have one character names really doesn't do a whole lot for the speedrun, so you can actually keep the default names and not have to have every character named A or whatever. Yeah,
and contrary to a lot of JRPG speedruns that have this sort of issue, you don't really need to run any specific language. The time difference between Japanese and English is pretty minor considering the game is really long. The text boxes populate instantly, so the extra, like the fewer characters don't really do much. So that's why pretty much everyone just speedruns the English version of this game.
And because we read all of it, so.
Yeah.
Except me.
Except you. But you're just lazy. You don't like mashing. Anyway, so we're getting to the opening of the game here. Basically what happened in the beginning there is we find out that Zidane, our protagonist, or Zizu in this case, is part of a theater troupe group, and they have been hired to kidnap Princess Garnet. So that's sort of what's going underway right here at the beginning. But more importantly is, upcoming now is easily the most important skip of the entire game. Saves so much time, and he's guaranteed to get it. Why don't you walk us through it, Muttski?
All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna talk to this guy at the right frame, and then I'm gonna run away. And that's it.
Pretty much it.
And that's it.
So yeah, this skip is affectionately known as the puck skip because the character that we're going to be running into, who shows up later in the game, is going to be named Puck.
It's a Shakespeare allusion. There's quite a few of them in this game.
So here we go, see if he gets it.
Oh no, the run's over!
Yeah, if it was world record pace, it definitely is not now. Joking aside, most runners actually don't even go for that because it's one of those things where, you know, you save a second if you get it, you lose a second if you don't get it, so it's really minor, but for swag, we want to at least try. Right now we're introduced to our next main character, who is currently unnamed, but soon will be named. He's a black mage, originally known as Vivi, and he wants to go see the play that is being held by the theatership group that we met right at the beginning of the game, but he unfortunately finds out that his ticket is a fake, much to his demise. The guy behind the counter feels very bad for him, so he gives him some cards, but we're going to be trying to find another way in. Anyway.
This segment you're really just kind of intended to explore, and there's some mini games you can do. Like there's a jump rope there that you can press X to jump rope as many times as you can. I guess Squaresoft didn't really put a whole lot of complexity into the minigame, but hey, if it gets better, there's a chocobo minigame later where you get to mash square instead. They're really switching it up on you.
So we're being introduced to Puck again, the guy we did not skip earlier. He wants to find a way to sneak into the play because he also doesn't have a way in. So we're watching guard for him, and now we're going to steal the painter's ladder and make our way up to the church, I believe.
He's called Rat Kid right now because he doesn't have a name, which is a pretty sweet name. FF8 has a character called Mean Guy, so they kind of go well together.
So we just take a quick detour to pick up a tent. That's going to come in handy later on, or at least we hope it's going to come in handy later on a boss fight about 2 hours in. But for now, we're just going to hold on to it. We meet up with our first Moogle of the game, as well as another more important Moogle who will be making frequent stops to throughout the run.
They wanted to keep the Moogles in this game because they kind of didn't make a big appearance in FF7 or 8, really. FF7 obviously had the summon, FF8 had them as a really minor part, but and had a mini-mog card. But FF9 really wanted to bring them back because FF9 is kind of an homage to all of its predecessors, so they actually use the Moogle as a save point if you're unfamiliar with the game, which is kind of a cool little thing they decided to do to make the Moogles more prevalent and everywhere. They all have unique names, too. That one's just called Kupo, or he's the first one.
And we're going to need Vivi's name here in a moment.
All right, looks like Keydee. Keydee.
Okay.
Keydee. That's what I would have went with too, so perfect.
Oh. K-E-Y or
Keydee.
Keydee.
D-E? Okay. So yeah, they are now sneaking into the play. Like I said, they don't have a way in, and they're aimlessly running across the rooftops. And VV is getting made fun of because he's scared of falling off a roof, but so it goes.
This play is actually written by Lord Avon, which again is a pretty obvious allusion to Shakespeare, having been born on Stratford upon Avon. And there's a number of references to Shakespeare throughout the game, like I mentioned, with Puck's name. Instead, like the king of this play is called King Leo, which is obviously like a slurred King Lear kind of. Here we're kind of introduced, this is the first antagonist. She's lovely. Beautiful shades of blue. And this is the princess that we are sought after here and seeking after to kidnap.
Yeah, this first opening FMV here is kind of a nice allusion to what's going on in the beginning. So, for example, we can see that the princess is looking very sullen, and the queen is.
I want to see a play somewhere where you're on a rocket ship,
Yeah.
like stage. I hope that this just takes off. Steiner's got really good eyeliner.
He does.
I like this dance move. Wait for it, wait for it. Oh yeah. Easy every time. 100 out of 100 nobles were impressed.
So yeah, we're back with our theater ship group. They are sort of masquerading this play as using it as an excuse or a distraction, if you will, to kidnap the princess. But nonetheless, they are proficient actors, and it's going to be underway. The next fight upcoming, which will be with the king himself. It's a bit of a sort of set up so it's part of the play itself. But it is going to be a battle. It's basically going to be the first introduction to a technique called ATB waiting. This is the first major fight where we need to make use of it because otherwise we run the risk of the enemies using really slow SFX, which is basically just very long animations. So what you're going to see Muttski do here is he's going to be queuing attacks in a specific way and while also holding his cursor in the sub-menus. And as we do it, we'll talk you through it. But basically what it allows us to do is manipulate the fact that our characters are faster than the enemy characters. And in doing so, we're able to get 2 turns off instead of 1.
This is all, the whole play is an auto-scroller, which is why I can't advance the text. And it looks like it's going significantly slower than it has been.
Yeah.
Because I'm actually not controlling it at all.
So our number 1 goal here, you don't actually have to kill the minions, but we're going to be taking them out right away because, like I said, they have the ability to use these special effect moves, which while they don't do any damage, are very long animation-wise. So we're going to be taking them out first just to try to make sure we have as few of those as possible.
They also, unfortunately, don't look that cool.
No, they do not. So at this point, we're going to be waiting. Well, first miss of the run. So you see he queued an attack with Marcus, and he's going to hold the menu in like this. Basically what that kind of does is when you're in a sub-menu like that, ATBs don't increase for anyone, including the enemies and yourself. So what you're doing is sort of being in the sub-menus at a specific time such that your characters can complete their animations, and then once it resets, because they're faster, they're going to get their next turn quicker than the enemy, despite the fact that they just went. So that was actually a pretty good fight.
All right, we'll explain this next part. I would like it to be kind of quiet, though.
Yeah, so just to give a very brief introduction, we're going to be seeing a sword fight upcoming. It's going to be a series of inputs that he has to press in succession. We'll talk more about how it works and how it functions, but for now, we'll just give him some silent time and hopefully do what he can do. And good luck.
Enjoy the tune, too.
And the big reveal.
100, 100.
Hey!
Easy every time.
Very nice, mate.
Okay, so what's going on there? If you've played
What's going on there is
Yeah.
I'm an alpha gamer.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So why that's important, it's not needed for the run to do that, but at least in this version of the game, if you impress all 100 nobles, they shower you with gil and you get 10,000 gil. If you impress even one fewer than that, you get like 880 or something like that. So it's a pretty significant difference by doing that.
It just gives us a lot of wiggle room through the run. Like, gil will no longer be an issue pretty much ever.
Yeah, and how it kind of works, first of all, if you've played this on the HD version or the mobile version, you may have noticed that it's significantly easier than the PS1 version. And, you know, on the flip side, if you've played this on the PS1 version, you may well have struggled with this quite a lot. One factor of it is playing on CRT makes a huge difference because of input delay. But essentially what it's graded on is kind of ambiguous. Consecutive inputs plays a huge part in it. Strangely enough, you don't actually have to get all inputs correct. If you get, like, for example, the first one wrong and then go very fast on the next one, you actually can still get 100 nobles. Although, strangely enough, you will not impress the queen.
The queen.
The queen.
Queen bun.
But you don't have to impress the queen to get
Yeah.
the 10,000
No.
It's her opinion's irrelevant, just
No.
like, you know, everybody.
Yeah. But, yeah, that minigame... Actually, you got a D-pad input first, so that was...
Yeah, it was.
tough.
I had the
away.
worst start
Yeah.
that you could get as far as the RNG goes. One thing that is easy to note if you do want to try to do it for like a complete run, like a complete playthrough of the game or whatever, because you do get the Moonstone if you impress the queen. The right and left inputs cannot be the same twice in a row. So if you do a right input, the way that the mini game works is the background actually shifts, and the background's only so long. So if you do a right input, the next left-right has to be left. So I just kind of hover my left thumb over like whichever D-pad I know is coming next, sort of. So I have an idea and then can kind of execute a little bit quicker that way.
Yeah, it kind of similarly works the same with like triangle and X. So opposite inputs tend to have a tendency to show up one after another.
All right,
For now,
we need Steiner's
Steiner's
name.
Yeah.
We're also introduced to the best character, who's Beatrix.
All right, this was a close one, but it looks like Reinhardt won.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay,
How
so-
is it spelled? Because I know it's
Do it
it's
too many letters.
R-E-I-N. And then I think HRT is the best.
H-A-R-D-T.
Yeah, it's gonna be
HRT
too
is
long.
Yeah, it's
We'll do
two
that.
extra
Yeah,
characters.
there you go. That's close enough.
Shout outs to Reinhardt. This is Tojju's favorite song. If you listen to
It
the
is.
interview.
No, we played already.
Oh, yeah,
we
it
played
was-
already. It was before.
Just kidding.
Wow.
So in this part of the game, Steiner, we're now going to control, is sent to find Princess Garnet because she kind of dipped out during the play. We find two of his knights are, you know, in their unmentionables, and we're kind of out to see if we can find the rest of his troop. But as far as the speedrun's concerned, you actually don't need to find the other Knights of Pluto. You can just bypass all of it and head straight to the tower where we're going to go to progress the story.
Yeah, if you're an astute viewer, you may have noticed the guards there had the armor missing that our two protagonists, Zidane and Blank, had right after their sword fight. They were kind of using the sword fight of the play as a distraction to sneak their way into the castle. So they basically stole the armor and left those poor souls to the wrath of their commander.
Now that I think about it, it's actually not the last time Zidane is going to steal somebody's clothes in this run either. So to go up the stairs, you can't run into the handrail like I was just doing. It doesn't work. That's me going up the stairs right there.
Yeah, you want to talk about the difference between D-pad and analog movement,
Oh, yeah.
especially on this version, or with this controller, rather.
Yeah, this game... So, using official hardware in this game is really weird because for some reason, the left analog... I guess the right, both analog sticks really don't have full 360-degree movement for some reason. So, D-pad is very prevalent in this run because anytime you're moving diagonally, you are actually going slower than you should be going.
Yeah, the plastic around the analog stick actually prevents the stick from moving to its maximum range, so you don't actually get full speed when you're using analog.
I would say, I don't know about you guys, but I use D-pad for like 95% of the game. There's only a couple of really obscure shaped screens that I will use analog on, and the stairs would be one of those. Got buzzed lately here, flying in.
So yeah, I guess to recap some more, when we did originally make our way into the castle with Zidane and Blank, they came across someone dressed in a white mage robe like that, and they realized almost immediately that it's the princess herself, who is doing a much better job at escaping than her captors are doing at chasing her.
Snesterday probably thought it was me in my white mage outfit. What in tarnation? Some good dialogue here from Ruby. She's got like this southern drawl, inexplicably, where no one else has any accent at all until Disc 2, I guess. So now we're gonna finally catch up to the princess, and she's going to tell us that she's actually trying to run away from the castle. So we're going to have our captive just kind of go along for the ride willingly. And if you can already see like the love romance brewing already, please kidnap me. Okay. That's a heck of a first date. He's like, I would love to kidnap you. And this is Cinna, who he was in the gang, and we mentioned him earlier. Throughout the entire story, every time he makes an appearance, someone more or less says that he has an ugly face.
He's also probably
You can't really tell because of the graphics.
He's also probably the most frequently useless character in the speedrun. Because
he's amazing for the amount of memes that I've seen of him photoshopped on John Cena to make John Cena.
Yeah.
Yeah, his damage has a ridiculous range. Like he can do between like 2 and 30 something damage at the beginning.
Yeah, that's actually, I'm not sure if you got a turn, but beforehand, but in the King Leo fight, a lot of times Cinna's damage doesn't even do anything, but also not only that, you can't use him to one-shot guards because his damage just sucks. So despite the fact that you want to kill off the guards before King Leo, you actually would just opt to attack King Leo with him because it's just not reliable at all.
But the worst is in the Mage Masher fight when Sin is trying to hit himself and he's like
yes, he
10 damage to himself.
Yeah, he can't even kill himself, let alone enemies.
So now we're gonna get our first battle of 3 with Steiner before he parties up with us.
Yeah, so Steiner is hot on our tail. We pretended that we were stuck in the hole on our way down here to elude him briefly, but he did catch up to us. So now, going into this fight, it's pretty simple. There is some steal opportunities if the runner chooses to do so. But other than that, we're just going to be doing a few attacks. So you can either do 2 Zidane attacks or 1 Zidane attack with 2 blank attacks. You can actually utilize the ATB wait technique here again. So you'll see he attacks with Zidane, goes into the sub menu, and then basically just looking for when Zidane's ATB resets back down to 0. Once that, you're clear to just do whatever you want, and you know that because Zidane's faster, he will get to attack again. So
oftentimes I'll use defend with characters while I'm ATB waiting if I know I'm about to finish the fight, just so that I can hold X and have Zidane's attack menu queued as quickly as I can.
Yeah, sometimes you get yourself into a situation
where you're like shuffling through characters. Yeah. Then you can miss the opportunity that you had to actually get the second attack off.
Unfortunately, Steiner always goes first in this fight. Yeah. So even though he had really good ATB, it's absolutely impossible to get the attack off first.
I hope you enjoyed the animation of Steiner's cool attack, because that is the coolest thing you will see Steiner do for pretty much the whole run.
Unfortunately for us, we knew Steiner's biggest weakness, which are Oglops. And I believe they were hidden in Blank and Zidane's armor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. You see them hopping around when they're in there earlier.
Which begs a lot of questions that will go unanswered, unfortunately.
So these 2 guys holding Marcus are pretty cool. They're the Eero brothers, and they just kind of flail their arms around if you watch. Like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like they don't know which arm to fist pump with, so they just do both.
Yeah, so while the play is going on, we're trying to escape from Steiner, and To do so, they are taking the lips up to the play themselves, so they're going to need to do a little bit of improv. Fortunately for them, because I Want to Be Your Canary is the region's most popular play, Garnet herself actually knows all the lines to the play, so she's going to join in. Steiner doesn't know what's going on.
Going for another man already.
And Steiner's actually an amazingly good actor here by accident.
Yeah, that's the funny thing is he's asking Steiner to marry the princess, and he's thoroughly confused as he knows that this is Princess Garnet, and does not know that this is a play. With that in mind, it leads them to some very unfortunately tragic situations. Oh no, and there goes the princess.
See, this is what I'm talking about. Steiner, the acting by Steiner here is so good, just accidental.
It's almost like it's real. So while this is going on, the queen is devastated because this is also her favorite play. She is reveling in the fact that she does not know where her daughter is. And also, at the flip side, Vivi and Puck have probably the best seats in the house, which makes you wonder why they're even there, considering part of the play was performed there.
They're standing where our battle was.
Yeah, they're practically on stage when you think about it.
They were really impressed.
Yeah. So yeah, they're running away from the guards, and you'll see Vivi's first use of his magic, confirming, yes, he is indeed a black mage.
And he has pretty bad aim.
Yes. So unfortunately for them, Garnet needs to take off her on the fire robe, and now everyone knows it's her, including the queen. So we're going into our next battle with Steiner, and this one's going to be a little bit different in what we choose to do. You can win this fight, but we're going to elect to instead suicide all our characters except Garnet, which is hopefully,
yeah,
which is a mistake that I'm pretty sure every runner has done at some point.
So yeah, like say he has Zidane hit himself, and then you go to select Vivi like as soon as Zidane's hitting himself, and then you'll accidentally target Garnet.
Yeah, because when you go to target your party members, it instantly just goes to the top. So if you try to select someone while someone else is essentially killing themselves, the cursor will automatically move down, so you can get yourself into trouble if you're not careful. There is some ways to kill Steiner that potentially are faster, but most of the time it's just easier to kill off your characters. And the guards nor Steiner will not actually attack Dagger, so once the rest of the party is down, then the fight is over.
So now they're trying to take off because, as you saw earlier, the theater ship is able to fly. So they're just trying to take off, and the queen is going to try to do everything she can to prevent them from getting away with her daughter.
Yeah, naturally. Obviously, their cover is now blown, given the fight that we just had. So not only is their cover blown, they know that the princess is with them. So they're going to try to escape, but the queen does not want to let that happen, obviously. So she's readying her harpoons and then has another surprise waiting for us as well.
This is actually one of my favorite FMVs in the game. The idea of having a castle that shoots, I don't know, harpoons with chains on them. Like it's like they know that this is the only time that these weapons would be useful, and they were ready for it.
And of course, my favorite part of the cutscene is coming up.
Yes.
Right here.
It's actually extra concerning when you think about it because there really isn't that many airships in this world in the first place. So there's like maybe 4 or 5 opportunities to use this. But the ultimate weapon coming now is the bomb, which has...
Can I get some Cara bombs in chat if any of my subs are in the chat?
Shameless self-promotion. No, but yeah, bombs are obviously a recurring enemy in the Final Fantasy series, so...
I'm excited for all 7 of his subs to use it.
So yeah, our strategy here is this. Oh,
this is actually my favorite part of the run because you don't really do anything, so I just like to play this song.
Oh, yeah.
Wait for it. Thank you.
And in case you were wondering, folks, yes, this is indeed the pinnacle of FF9 speedrunning.
You find ways to entertain yourself while you're actually speedrunning nothing.
Yeah, so our strategy on that fight is basically just the same as the last one. Unlike the last one, however, we do not really have an option to try to kill Steiner. The funny thing about that fight is that Steiner is repeatedly being told that there's something behind him, but thinks he's being tricked, so he won't actually look until the end. So the bomb explodes, and the ship is now obviously on its way down, but fortunately for us, they're able to make their way out of the city, but not that far, as it turns out. It also makes you wonder where the chains went exactly. But they did get rid of them all, so without too much damage.
So mad I'm gonna snap a fan. Oh, get on it. Oh, you can see all this mist here. This is actually causal for why there are so many monsters in this world, which we'll learn about more a little bit later on. But the mist is actually a really, really significant part of the story.
Yeah, and this upcoming, or actually, we'll wait a bit.
I like how they cut this FMV so they can have a dialogue that says, "We're gonna crash." These are all the happy little trees.
It's kind of annoying because it would be a nice little break, early break, except you have to just skip one text box in the middle. I don't know how anyone survives this. They're running over right now.
Yeah, it looks like it should be like a nuclear wasteland after, based on the background.
Yeah, so this part here is an ominous foretelling of the rest of the story. The Queen is essentially sending her jesters after Garnet, but not only to get her back, but because they have some sort of secret project that they need.
It's like, we need to try our experiment.
Yeah, they have some sort of experiment that
doesn't sound good.
Yeah. For now, it will go unexplained, but suffice to say it's not good. But for now, the rest of our crew, the ship has crashed into this forest known as the Evil Forest.
It's okay, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean...
And this is where the RNG really starts to play a huge factor, because we're going to start getting random encounters, which can...
Let's just all sigh.
Yeah.
They're pretty brutal in this game compared to a lot of games for a number of reasons.
Yeah,
they made fleeing from battles really, really difficult, and the load times for each battle is also quite long.
All right, each encounter is at least 30 seconds. Sometimes it can be up to a minute if a bunch of enemies get a turn.
Yeah.
So we'll try to keep track of the total number of encounters. Maybe the crowd can help us keep track of the number.
Here they're introducing us to a new thing they added for FF9 called the Active Time Event, or ATE. And essentially, like, while you're doing things, like, these will pop up throughout the game, and they kind of let you check in on characters in places where you are currently not at, and you can see what's going on around elsewhere. All right, we're gonna take our first little save here.
Yeah, there's something that is gonna come up throughout the run. Most of the ATEs that we'll see are forced, obviously, but casually speaking, they added it was kind of a nice way to get a glimpse into what other characters are doing, especially since the party does frequently change throughout the game.
And even the saves take a long time because you gotta wait for the Moogle to do his little thing.
He does like a double front flip. Give him a break. I don't care where you're going. If someone says someone's gonna do a backflip here, you're gonna wait.
One.
So yeah, this, as you can see, is the first screen of the game where we can get encounters. This particular encounter is not the worst that could happen. We have a fight with a boss at about 1 hour mark in the run, and we need to keep track of Zidane's experience. We want him to be ideally level 4, but level 3 is also good. So this particular encounter is nice because experience is split by however many party members are in your party at the time of the battle. So Zidane actually gets the full benefit of the experience here. So
and it makes this next fight go a little bit faster, actually.
Yeah, because if he's still level 1 on this fight, then you'll actually get the D-Trance animation,
which is also very long.
Yeah.
Though my only thing that I really am not particularly fond of in this game is its limit break system, which is the trance system.
Yeah. Yes, this is where it's introduced right here.
Like, if you just watch how long it takes to activate, it's a little bit much.
Yeah, it's very possible that Square Enix perhaps wanted to nerf the limit breaks in FF8, which if you've ever seen a speedrun of that, heavily abuses them because they're essentially spammable if you're at low HP. So in this game, it's essentially the opposite, where you have almost no control of when you get to use your limit breaks. Story-wise, trance is, as Steiner says, induced by emotion. So basically any sort of surge of emotion, in this case, Zidane trying to save Garnet, has given him special powers, so to speak.
And I'm sure many people have accidentally used Tidal Flame on this fight and game over because...
It's so cool, though. When you're like 8 and you play this for the first time and it's like free energy or Tidal Flame.
Yeah, the Mage Masher that we got is the one that gives Tidal Flame, so you would only accidentally do that if you get that weapon.
Yeah, you'll notice when he did those 2 attacks with Zidane, the bar below his health actually was going down with each attack. So the reason why level 1 has the D-Trance animation, which Makara alluded to, is because he has less bar, essentially, because he's lower level. So when you do your second attack, it expires. So it has to play this animation of you going out of trance, which is basically just as long as the one you get when you get trance. So because of the fact that we're level 2, it won't actually run out. And we don't have to watch it since the fight is over.
All right, so that first cage actually took the princess and fled, and now we have Vivi, who has now been captured by another one. And we're going to try to save him as well.
This fight, just like the last one, for some reason you can attack Vivi, but we don't have trance, so we're not going to make any Tidal Flame mishaps.
But Vivi will actually use attacks on the enemy, even though he's not in our party, which is really nice because he does quite a bit of damage.
And as you can see, the prison cage absorbed HP from Vivi, so this fight has a bit of a time limit to it because it's keeping track of Vivi's health the entire time. But fortunately for us, it's essentially free, especially with the weapon that we stole at the beginning.
So we do 2 attacks each, and then we're gonna do a steal in the 3rd round, and hopefully we will get the common steal.
Yes.
Which is
the...
Hey!
Okay.
That's good. All right.
So that fight was about as good as it goes.
Of course, since we had 10,000 gil, it's not as big a deal.
Yeah, the broadsword is actually not a good item, but that's precisely why we want it. We can use it later to give to a character that temporarily joins and take their better item. So getting the broadsword, which is the most likely option, is the best thing to happen. However, this is FF9, and that is not always the case. So sometimes it is possible to miss, and it is possible to get the rare steal, which is the leather wrist, which is not useful for us, and actually can be detrimental because the leather wrist is what gives Zidane enough stats to be able to crit. And there's certain fights where we really want to monitor our damage, so it has a lot of disadvantages early on.
So yeah, we've killed that boss, and he shot that like fume out after he died, and now all of these people that were with us have been infected with seeds of some kind, and so they need to drink this like potion, I guess, to, I don't know, get rid of them.
Yeah, and the reason we need the broadsword is because you can't actually remove a weapon.
Yeah.
You can remove armor and accessory, but you, if you want to remove a weapon, you have to equip another weapon. So we want to get take the better sword off of Blink before he leaves us.
Yeah, in the world of Gaia, you are allowed to be naked, but you're not allowed to be unarmed. So what's going on here? Vivi and Steiner have been poisoned by the prison cage, so Zidane's going around giving them the antidote. At the same time, Leo, or King Leo, if you will, is the leader of this troop, is telling Zidane that they are giving up on their mission to steal away the princess, but of course Zidane, who is instantly infatuated with her, wants to save her to the demise of his boss. And to that end, he is reminiscing about her already, even though he only met her like 20 minutes ago.
Listen, when you get down on one knee and tell a girl you want to kidnap her, that's for life. That's...
What does it mean when she tells you she wants you to kidnap her?
I think that's called marriage. We're together forever now.
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, you can do a few.
Okay. We have $5 from Roosta78. Good luck to all the runners. It's going to be a long night.
Yes, it is.
We have $25 from Kaio's Little Monster. I've heard this game is easy if you're Luzbel. Super hyped to watch this run with you all again. Good luck. Donation goes to naming Eco Muttski. We have $100 from Jay Zinn, who says, here's $1 per noble impressed. Nicely done. And we have another $100 from Trance Quina.
Hey.
As promised, here's $1 for every noble impressed. Also, when Muttski gets a FMV break, could he explain to everyone why he doesn't like eco? Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
All right, listen.
Okay. We'll get there. We'll get there. So we're going into a fight with someone we fought already. As we mentioned, Zidane's boss is not too happy with the fact that he wants to rescue the princess against orders, so they're doing what any men would do and fighting it out. If we're lucky, he won't be very good at that. This fight is actually... and it tickles, as it turns out. So this fight actually is potentially scary, especially if you're level 1, because it is technically possible to die here. When you're level 1, if you get a miss, and if you don't get any of those animations where you don't take any damage, you can actually game over. It's pretty rare, but it can happen. As with anything in our JRPGs, anything can happen.
Yeah, I've had E2 miss, but then he missed me.
Yeah, that's great. I thought it was over, and then you just see the final miss. So he's like, "All right, you hit me 3 times. You can go." And then Zidane admits that the punch that he takes after the fight is actually the one that knocks the wind out of him.
So there's another few things going on here. Zidane is going to enlist Steiner to help him rescue the princess, which of course he's going to oblige because he's very loyal to her. At the same time, Steiner tells him that he wants to take Vivi along with him, despite the fact that he's essentially a very timid child. But Steiner has a lot of respect for him because, as he says, black mages are very powerful. The other thing we're doing here is we're going back into this room to pick up an ether. Ethers are really important early on, not actually because we want to use them, but because they sell for 1,000 gil apiece. Normally in 100 nobles, you actually can skip that one in there, but obviously for marathon safety, it's much easier for us to just pick it up.
So now we're talking to Vivi, and Steiner wants to talk to him in private because he has this great idea called Magic Sword, which is as awesome as it sounds.
So we're about to venture back out in the evil forest, and time to get more encounters, or maybe not.
Yeah, so what we alluded to, the evil forest, pretty much all the screens past the next one have encounters on them. We do need to get some experience on Zidane. Fortunately, like I said, the one that we did get as a bit of bittersweet to get an encounter, but Zidane got full experience from that one. Unlike this one, anytime we kill any monsters from now on, the experience is going to be split in 3.
Oof.
Right, so this one is only going to give 7 XP to everyone, whereas the first one gave 23 to Zidane alone.
Yeah, our target goals are... The best fight we could have on the upcoming boss would be if we were level 4 most of the time, which we would need 101 experience. Enemies, for the most part, give 23, 22, or 30... I forget what the... 33, I think. How much did they...
3!
I don't think XP is going to be a problem.
No. In any case, we take what we can get here. So another important thing to note is Zidane is able to one-shot all these enemies that we're seeing now, the Goblin and the Fang, but Steiner can only one-shot Goblins. So we have to make sure we keep it. Oh, well, okay.
Or not.
Or we just have our second miss of the run within the first 45 minutes. So actually, on the next screen, we're going to be doing, the first time we're going to be doing what is called a screen split. You're going to see Muttski go into the next screen, and he's going to take this little side exit. That's actually not the way we want to go, but what that accomplishes for us is that it resets the encounter level, or the threat level, back down to 0.
If you're familiar with almost every Final Fantasy speedrun before this one, minus a few of them, especially the earliest ones, this does not have a step count, so we can't really manipulate the random encounters. They really are like almost purely random. The RNG resets every time we enter a new screen, so dipping in and up, like in and out of different screens like I just did, it just makes it so that you kind of save a few steps whenever you're finishing off the second half of a screen, rather than trying to make it through the entire screen and increasing the threat level the entire time.
Yeah, there are ways to prevent encounters. The TAS does that, but the problem is there's no way in real time to know when. Like, you can stop for a couple frames, or you can like brush into the wall, stuff like that. But yeah, there's no way you can know when you need to do it, because you can't keep track of the RNG.
You can technically change the RNG, it's just that you don't know what you're changing it to. You could very well try to do something, and then it just makes it worse. Kind of how the encounters work in this game is that as you take more steps, your threat level increases, which all that means is it makes it more likely that on the next step you're going to get an encounter. We only got those two, not too bad.
All right, so 3 in Evil Forest is not too bad.
That's about average. If you get the first one, 3 totals.
But when you get up to like 7 in Evil Forest, that's pretty much reset.
So we got our first major boss of the run. They get to the end of the Evil Forest and they encounter this boss known as Plant Brain. Plant Brain is split into 2 phases. So what we're going to elect to do, although it may seem counterproductive, is once Zidane gets a turn, Muttski's going to be suiciding him. And this is going to be starting his next phase. Fortunately for us, even though we don't have Zidane, Blank joins in to save the day. And we're going to need 3 attacks to finish him off. We need a fire. The illustrious fire sword, that's Steiner's great idea, is going to come into play here, and a Blank attack.
And if you notice, when we use fire sword, it actually uses Steiner's MP and not Vivi's, even though Vivi's the only one actually using magic.
All right, so that was actually a perfect fight, but Plant Brain didn't even get a turn.
Yeah, that fight can be both scary and annoying because one of his most used abilities applies darkness to the party members, which obviously, if you do that before Zidane suicides himself, it's very possible that he's just going to miss, and then you have to waste an attack with someone else. And if he does it afterward, then you're potentially going to miss with Blank. Vivi and Steiner can't miss because technically they're considered spells, but you still need the extra attack to kill.
And you can also use Thunder All, and that will kill Vivi. And if you've already queued the Fire Sword when Vivi dies, then the spell will get canceled.
So our first real menu of the game, aside from equipping the Mage Masher, Muttski's going to revive Zidane, heal him up. He cured some... Actually, he didn't need to cure. Normally you would cure Darkness here, but we don't need to do that because he didn't get any attacks. We also used the Broadsword that we stole. Blank has an Iron Sword, which is significantly stronger, so having the lesser Broadsword allowed us to
Just use as a placeholder on Blank's equipment, because Blank is going to be gone.
Yeah.
He will never be back in the party ever again.
Yeah, and so he gets that, and then we just give some extra equipment to Steiner and Zidane, and then gives Steiner a few abilities. This fight is also random. You can get anywhere between 2 and 4 plant spiders. This is a really good way to potentially catch up on Zidane experience because each plant spider gives 22 experience. So obviously if Zidane's the only one around, it gives a maximum of 88, which is almost enough to get him to level 4 as is. So how you play this fight really is just play it by ear. It really depends on where you're at with Zidane's experience. It depends on where your ATBs are at. A lot of times you may see runners just immediately fire all because fortunately fire can kill them in one shot. Muttski elected to get rid of Blank and Reinhardt to get some extra experience and had only those 2 alive, so Zidane got a cool 44 from that. I think he hit level 4 there?
Yeah, I think it's 3.
3.
Yeah, level
3. So we're still level 3, which is fine. We can do the fight at level 3. It just potentially will take an extra round or 2.
Yeah, it might take 1 or 2 rounds, depending on starting ATBs and damage rolls. But level 3 Sea Lion fight is entirely safe.
On this version.
Yes. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, there's a few. The Japanese version and the English version of this game are mostly the same, but there are a few eccentricities that arise that we'll talk about when we get there as well. Here, our protagonists are trying to escape through the forest, which is now petrifying itself in self-defense. They kind of realize that these monsters are never ending, and they capture Blank, who is basically sacrifices himself so the rest of them can get away. What he's throwing here is actually the map of the world, so they can get around.
It makes it sound like it's the only one.
Yeah.
The map of the world.
It's really, well, I mean, have you seen another one? Look, it's got a nice like parchment on it and everything.
What I don't understand is how everyone is outrunning Zidane. Yeah. Like how's Vivi and Steiner carrying Dagger outrunning Zidane? I don't understand.
Maybe his tail makes him off balance or something.
I think that Zidane and Blank have a conversation before the FMV starts, like in the beginning. And there's Blank. Rest in peace.
Yep.
Do you have time for a quick donation?
Yeah, this would be a good time, actually.
All right, we have $250 from Courtney Rail. Come on, my fellow Final Fantasy fans. Let's get the wedding and blindfolded incentives met, because more Final Fantasy is always welcome. So yeah, we do have 2 Final Fantasy incentives. We've got the Vivi and Quina marriage and also blindfolded menuing. We still have a little bit of time to get your donations in for that. So come on, let's get those met. Yeah, also 1.2 million, guys. That's great.
So now they're just kind of talking about what they're going to do from this point onward. Obviously, like as we said, the forest was not in their plans at all. Steiner wants to take the princess back to Alexandria. Vivi's just kind of along for the ride, and Zidane is still trying to take Garnet to the city of Lindblum, where he was hired to kidnap her to...
Yeah, conveniently enough for us, not only were we hired to take the princess to Lindblum, but she also wants to be taken to Lindblum for reasons that we don't yet know, and she will not divulge to us. So pretty much everything just falls into our lap in this game at the beginning.
So he's like, hey, I saved you, and now my friend's a rock. I'm going to talk to this rock tree now. She's like, sorry. She does feel bad, and she is the reason that he gets saved later, more or less. So it's all good.
You probably have time for a few donations.
Wait, hang on. This is
okay.
This is so they wanted to use the Moogles for one other thing, which was to teach you mechanics. So this Moogle tells you everything, and he's like, I know lots of neat stuff, and he lectures you, and then he's like, you sure know a lot, and he's like, I know.
We have $100 from Hoishin. Greetings from Japan.
Hey.
So happy to see you guys running Final Fantasy IX with awesome commentary. I've got food and drink ready for the next 9 hours. By the way, I have a very important question for you. What is the best Final Fantasy IX character, and why is it Eiko?
We'll let you field that one, Muttski. Why is it Eiko?
Well, let me tell you a story.
Story?
A story, young Hoishin. You're too young yet. So this is the next segment called the Ice Cavern. On the world map, while the overlay for the location names are up, you actually can't get random encounters, so there was a 0% chance that I would encounter anything there. Aiko's the worst character, by the way.
But why?
Just wait.
Yeah.
There's 2 types of people in the world. People that dislike Aiko and liars.
So on the first screen here, well not here, but the next screen, there's gonna be some random jets of mist coming out, and we're gonna want to avoid those because you get forced into an encounter if you run into those, and the enemies you get in the mist encounters are not very nice.
Yeah, the fact that there's mist sort of flowing everywhere in this cavern is very foreboding for pretty much everything that happens in the first half of this game. The fact that running into the mist gives you an encounter with an enemy is also probably pretty telling. Something important here, this chest gives a tent. Doing actual runs, you have an option to skip that.
That was really close.
I wasn't even scared.
Yeah, while you're having that, well, so not only are they random, they actually change every run. So even during that cutscene that we had before we gained control, you can actually see the mist in the background. So whether or not you want to actually choose to just run right up without picking up the chest is potentially shown there.
Okay, so we hopefully can get level 4 inside in here, although this is
one of the scariest encounters in this whole place, actually, and because these enemies have an attack called Sleeping Juice, which it's pretty self-explanatory what that does. Fortunately, Muttski had some good ACV, and we don't need to worry about that.
These guys don't get very good experience, but he's close enough that he should get it. You know?
Yep.
Yeah, just barely, yeah. Nice. So we hit our level 4 target. Like I said, it is very possible to do it at level 3, but if we're going to get the encounters anyway, we might as well just hit level 4 because we are potentially saving a round or two for that.
5. If you get lucky, sometimes that mist jet will be down and you can just cut right through instead of having to go around the loop. Unfortunately, it doesn't happen very often. So since these are at level 4, we kind of want to run away, or unless, well, we get more XP here with Vivi and Steiner.
Yeah, there are some early benefits actually to getting some extra levels on Vivi and Steiner. Obviously, if you can just have no encounters, that's ideal, but if we're getting them anyway, having extra damage on these two characters is really nice. It is interesting to note that you may be wondering, how do we get through the game without fighting encounters? Levels don't really do that much in this game. Early on, it's
I forgot
nice.
to save, so we're getting an extra little cutscene.
And
So
with the Moogle as well.
I meant to save outside this.
And we're saving this guy, so it's fine.
So he's like, uses fire and melts him out. Ho ho ho. This is the second character that he is now set ablaze.
So yeah, at level 4, you actually get an extra, you get higher damage rolls. So it makes it much more likely that we can 5-hit the next boss.
I know.
What new information do they have for us this time, Muttski? So yeah, since Zidane leveled up, it doesn't replenish your HP, so he's just giving us a quick heal. So we go into the next fight with full HP, and a quick save just in case any shenanigans happen on the next fight.
It should be complete. Oh, the wrong one. It should be completely fine, especially with level 4. But
We have $50 from Jacobo the Chocobo. Great run so far, Mutt. Here's hoping you dominate Ice Cavern this time. Also, you're right about Ico.
see, some people get it. So here at this part of the cavern, you'll see everyone's kind of freezing. There's like this, the mist is being blown, and everyone's going to start to fall asleep. You see Vivi's kind of drowsy and just tumbles down this small cliff, small ledge.
I also love how Steiner is clearly going to fall on top of Vivi, but just conveniently moves to the right as he's falling down.
And Zidane kicks him.
Yeah, so for one reason or another, Zidane is significantly less affected by whatever's going on than his three other party members. So with that in mind, we're going to be going to the next boss fight with only Zidane. So this is going to be a 2v1 at the start.
So depending on how much XP you have, you can fight this boss at like level 2, level 3, or level 4. Level 4 is obviously the safest because he has more HP and he does more damage. At level 4, he can do 100, 96, 92, or 88 damage, compared to level 2 or 3 only does 84, 88, 92, or 96.
So this is the Black Waltz 1 fight with his sidekick Sea Lion. This fight is pretty much just dependent on knowing exactly how much damage you could possibly take each round, and then healing if you will die, obviously, or you have a potential to die, is probably the more accurate way to say it. The first thing we need to do is take out the mage. believe you attack Sea Lion first, he just gets healed
Yeah,
back.
he casts Blizzard on Sea Lion and heals him.
Yeah.
So this is one of the first kind of major differences between the Japanese and the English version. So in the Japanese version, Black Waltz 1 actually does more damage with Blizzard, and Sea Lion does more damage with his big attack, Tsunami. So, yeah, the Japanese version of this fight is really scary at less than level 4.
Yeah, this game, basically the main difference between the two versions is that for whatever reason, although they're primarily identical, there's a few places where for some reason one version will do 1.5 damage on certain elemental abilities and the other will do 1.5 damage on other abilities. So the Tsunami attack, which we're going to see near the end of this fight, is one of the ones that does 1.5 damage in the Japanese version, but not in this version.
Look at that, perfect 150.
So the mechanic of this fight essentially is that with our damage rolls, every other attack that we do is going to trigger a counter attack. So you'll see on this attack, the jewel on Sea Lion is going to change. Did you know that that happens?
Wait,
Look,
what?
It's yellow.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, so it changes to yellow, and that means that he's going to be using his next ability. What that means is that that's actually a counterattack. So you see he's going to get 2 moves. And that's not because he's faster than us or anything. It's just that once he gets below certain HP thresholds, he just uses it automatically. But he still gets his regular turn. So those 2 instances of counters in this fight are the points where you really need to make sure you know how much HP he has.
But no, seriously, I never saw that before. Thank you for pointing it out to me.
I had a feeling maybe you just counted damage or something.
I may actually get my trance on the last turn of this fight, or second to last.
So yeah, that's actually a strat that you, if you get like no encounters up to this point or something like that, and he's only level 2.
I'm actually just gonna wait one more.
Steal.
No.
So if you do this fight at level 2, you pretty much have to go for trance.
So this is a really good point to talk about how trance works. Much like everything else in FF9, it's random. It really has nothing to do with how much damage you take or anything at all. It's just a random value I'm actually not sure of the calculation, but whenever you take a hit, it just decides between sometimes as low as 0, I think, to any number value. That's how much it'll fill up.
It's a random number between 0 and your spirit value.
Tidal Flame is actually not a fire elemental attack, so it doesn't actually do more because it's an ice enemy. It just looks cooler.
Yeah, so Muttski elected to wait for trance there because had he attacked again, that would have triggered his second counter, which is the Tsunami attack that we mentioned. So he figured he was going to get tranced anyway. You might as well just wait and skip the additional attack.
I didn't see. Did he steal it all?
No.
So you can actually steal a Mithril Dagger on that fight, which is actually fairly useful in the next 2 bosses if you can get it. That's why some runners opt to go directly for trance on that fight and hope to get the Mithril Dagger to save time on the next couple bosses. But unfortunately, since filling the trance is so random, you can just be sitting there forever waiting for the trance to fill up.
Yeah, it is very conceivable that you just get hit many, many times in a row and the bar will not change at all. So what's going on here? Zidane gets back from his fight with the first Black Waltz encounter, and he chooses not to divulge that information to his teammates. So we're just going to do a quick heal and make our way out of the ice cavern.
6. So 6 is pretty bad so far, but it's a marathon, so what can you do?
So much like all the other enemies in the previous areas as well, we can one-shot everything with Vivi, or we can flee with Zidane. Generally, those are the 2 things we're choosing between, just depending on their ATBs or what our levels are at.
Fortunately, we got some really good ATB on Vivi throughout these encounters. So
Yeah, I've used him on every single one so far.
you got an exorbitant amount of XP right now. All right, only 1 on the way out.
All right, we're gonna need the name for Princess Garnet in about a minute, maybe less. Or Dagger, it might be under Dagger.
I have Garnet's name as Claige. Klaige.
Klaige, easy.
Yeah, so what's going on here is they're just sort of talking about what they're going to do next, and Zidane suggests that the princess should take up an alias going forward so people don't recognize her as the princess. When Steiner pushes Zidane, he drops his dagger, and she gets this brilliant idea of, oh, I should go by Dagger.
But in this case, she's gonna be like, "What's this called? Oh, it's a dagger." It's like, okay, call me Claige.
So I hate to break in, but actually, that just got sniped by my man at the last second. The clutch donation from my man.
No.
So that's MY space MAN.
Can we put spaces?
I think so.
Yeah, okay.
My man.
My man.
Spelling is so hard.
I also like that you've chosen to put everything in full capital letters.
I
Like
thought
I'm being
about,
shouted at.
switching it, but then I was like,
No, it's too late.
I'm a monster once, I'm a monster
you're
the whole
committed.
run.
Unfortunately, we can't pick like the accent. There's one name incentive, I think, that had some accent marks, but unfortunately, we can't put those in. I think FF10 has those
If you
accents.
want to explain this while I do it, you can.
You're not gonna run it?
No.
Okay, so unlike our trip to the ice cavern, there is not going to be a title screen displayed here. So this really jaggy movement that you're seeing Muttski do is a technique called stutter stepping. The encounters on the world map work differently than they do in other areas, and essentially how this is working is because he's taking such short steps, his encounter threat level is never increasing. So if you do it properly, you will never get an encounter doing that. If you do, then that means you've done it wrong. So because every time you enter a world map screen, your threat level is at 0, you have no possible chance of getting an encounter. So by doing this weird movement, taking these short steps means that it will never increase from 0, and therefore you can never get an encounter on the world map.
Unfortunately, it's pretty difficult to do it both consistently and quickly. Have to be pretty good at mashing, like someone over here.
Yep. Yeah, if you ever watch a speedrun of this and you see the runner get an encounter, it's most likely because they were trying to go faster than you're able to. If you see any like long steps taken while you're trying to do that, that means that you are most likely increasing your encounter chance.
So we get to this quiet village, and we stop at this inn, and the innkeeper is kind of like bewildered at Vivi for some reason. We don't really know why, and Zidane thinks that he's staring at the princess. And this town seems very quiet and quaint, but we kind of slowly pick up as we progress around that there's like some sketchy business going on here involving a mage type, very similar to Vivi is. But you can enjoy this tune too.
Yeah, you probably have a time for a few donations here.
Okay, great. We have $25 from Conde Petit. Since Muttski was an alpha gamer and impressed 100 nobles, here's the extra 25 I promised. I'll be counting those encounters since there's another 25 in it if there are fewer than 60 in total. We have a $10 anonymous donation. I've been waiting for this run since I first checked the schedule, and I've been hooked on watching FF9 speedruns since I saw you guys run it at RPG Limit Break. And even though I'm incredibly sick, I'll be watching this all night. I will also donate an additional $10 if we get guard skip. Donation goes to Muttski's choice.
Ooh,
Pressure.
we'll see about that.
We've got $5 from Vinny Baz. Greetings from Sweden. 6 a.m. here, and my son woke me up so we wouldn't miss my favorite game. Good luck with the run, Muttski, and thanks for bringing back the memories. We've got $250 from Motene, donating during my favorite game of all time. Gotta get that marriage incentive met. And speaking of incentives, we do have the marriage and the blindfolded menuing incentive still going strong. We're getting closer to those goals, but if you want to see those, you should get your donations in soon.
So what's going on here? Story-wise, you're sort of intended to explore this town, but
That's slow.
yeah, it's slow. We don't really care. So the fastest way to do it is to just visit the garden off to the top right of the village and then enter that building twice. And that sort of sets up the trigger that lets you talk to Vivi and have Garnet be in the item shop, which is going to be our first item shop of the run.
The bar is the quickest one to transition in and out of. That's right next to Vivi, but you do have to visit the garden one time and then 2 other points. So we just do the bar twice because it's right here. And now we got our second kidnapping of the game. Vivi's now stolen.
He's amazed by chocobos because he's never seen them, and then he gets kidnapped.
This is gonna be good.
Feels bad.
My man.
Oh, man.
So Dagger, unsurprisingly, has pretty much been sheltered her entire life, and she's just sort of amazed by literally everything in this small village. Here we're just picking the second option twice because it's the fastest way, because we don't really care about what she has to say, so we just want to get rid of her as quickly as possible so we can buy the stuff we need to continue. So this...
I think first option is actually slightly fat, but it's like hardly anything.
So this shop's actually pretty important because we're going to be making use of the well-known cotton robe exploit in this run. Because we had 100 nobles, we're actually able to make more, but in essence, what this allows us to do is... Those kids are a nightmare.
Pesky kids.
But yeah, the cotton robes, in essence, what it is it's an item that costs less to make than it does to resell it. So it's a really nice way to get early gold because obviously it's free money. Getting 100 nobles is useful because we can buy more materials to make more of them early on, and it just sort of further cements our already good gill situation.
So we find out Steiner is looking for the adults because peculiarly, aside from the hotel owner, everybody here has been a child running this village. And so Steiner ends up getting roped into like cleaning dishes and doing other homey things for this young lass. Who is, 12 and serving people at a bar, so sure.
Things are different in the country.
And you're not allowed to use credit here, if you noticed. Why it's in English, I don't know, but...
So Zidane sort of realizes that something is up and that they haven't heard from Vivi in a while, so they're gonna go take a look for him. This is sort of the second instance where the pesky kids can get in our way again as well. They always sort of start in the cycle, but depending where you are, they can actually
I usually try to trap them like this.
Yeah,
You going nowhere, boy.
Yeah, it's usually the way when you're running towards the garden the first time, that's when they really control you.
The best is when they're running on either side of you, you sort of get like pincered by them and just stuck in place.
Yeah, or sometimes they'll just like be standing still and then like at the last minute like go and jump in front of you.
So now we're standing where we were looking with Vivi earlier, and we hear some child crying, and we find out that Vivi's actually under the ground somehow, so we have to find our way there.
You have to make sure you don't mash too much
Yeah.
there because you can accidentally go and look back down the hole.
So we're making our way into the underground here, and this is again sort of the first showing of
I really
a really important plot point in the game.
like the silence here. So they have the really nice, calming music, and then they really intentionally cut it entirely out and replace it with nothing and just this ominous nothingness. As we start to put together that this town has some pretty not so good things going on. And Garnet identifies the symbol on this barrel here is actually the symbol of Alexandria, which is the city that she's the princess of. So they have some dealings with one another.
And I think we're getting a save here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the next boss fight can actually be pretty.
It's probably
Pretty tricky.
probably the second most dangerous boss fight of this disc.
Although everyone at level 4
Yeah, exactly.
is not quite as... And of course, well, I'll talk about it when we get to it. This is going to be another one of those differences between JP and NA version.
I like how you get back in the barrel. I'll see ya. You can actually pick up the leather wrist in that chest on the ground there if you are low on gil, but it's much faster to just buy it in the shop when you buy the wrists and the feather hat if you have the gil to afford it.
So they hear the crying again, and they realize that Vivi, or Kitty, is trapped in this box. And this is actually one of my favorite scenes early on, because Zidane is basically teaching him bad things to call people when they try to kidnap him, I guess.
Get off me, you scumbag. Yeah. And Garnet's like really confused by the term scumbag because she hasn't been exposed to bad mouthing. Yeah.
Yes, they can see something is really off here because there's something coming out of a conveyor belt, and there's all these barrels around with the Alexandria symbol on, so they realize that something is being made for Alexandria, but they don't know it yet.
They're gonna do a quick little menu here, just so he equipped the leather wrist on Zidane. That's actually gonna give him okay, actually, yeah, so the slide skip there. If you walk, normally you will, when he gets there, he'll slide a bit. But if you walk, like right as you get to the trigger, you'll skip the slide and saves a whopping 1 second if you do it perfectly. And that was actually perfect. He didn't even see him walk at all. So yeah, he equipped the leather wrist, and that's gonna increase his spirit to 24. So that's going to give him the ability to do a critical hit now. You cannot get a critical hit if your spirit's less than 24. It's pretty low chance anyway, even at 24. But it would be pretty nice if you can get a crit on one of the next few fights.
So that bit there is one of the more alarming scenes in the game. Is not only do they realize that there's a conveyor belt making things that are being sent to Alexandria, but they're in fact essentially manufacturing black mages, which understandably so seriously distresses out Vivi because he too is a black mage, and seriously distresses out Princess Garnet because they're being sent to Alexandria. So Zidane has to sort of drag them both away, or else they're going to get caught, and then they get stuck in one of the barrels.
So you actually have to wait for Morid here to get down to, what is it, like the 7th step or something? Yeah, so yeah, if you go into the building before he gets far enough down the stairs, he won't show up, and you'll have to exit and just...
So that's why I pick up those 2 chests, because you're just kind of passing some time.
Right.
They're not really useful. The one has like a little bit of gil, and the other has 1 high potion in it, but because you have to just stand there otherwise, you lose nothing to pick up both of them. And it kind of times pretty nicely. Like, after you pick them both up, if you do it properly, you shouldn't have to wait more than like a second or 2 to be able to enter his home.
So because of the barrels that have the Alexandria crest, Steiner kind of realizes that the airship that's being loaded is in fact on its way back to Alexandria. So of course he has the genius plan that he can use this to return the princess back to her home. And he sees the barrel moving, which you have the option to poke it with your sword, which is much funnier, but we will choose the other option.
Yeah, this one is faster, but
yeah.
The first option is...
Save the animals.
So Steiner has freed their...
He's very angry.
Yeah.
I love the sound of his armor clacking.
Okay, so this upcoming fight is going to be the second appearance of one of the Black Waltz mages. This is probably the most complicated fight in this disc, and it's deceptively complicated because maybe if you don't know what's going on, you probably don't even realize what's happening. So this fight has what is something that comes up in a few different places, which is a threshold after which their HP is low enough they will do a special move. So we're going to be doing attacks in a specific order to try to do something with that. So the first thing we look for in this fight is Zidane's ATB. You can ATB wait his attack here, so Muttski's going to queue his attack and then buffer it, so he's going to be able to get another turn. He's going to be queuing a Fire Sword with Steiner, and then he's going to be attacking again with Zidane. After that, he's sort of just watching to see what happens. The main thing he's watching for is who Black Welts chooses to attack.
And unfortunately, attacking Steiner on the second round is the worst thing that can happen.
Yeah, so the best thing that can happen here is if he kills Vivi, but we'll see what he does. Okay.
Okay, there we go. All right, so what's going to happen here is we're going to actually be skipping a counterattack. Normally, once his HP goes under half, he'll counter with Fyra, which will hit everyone in the party except for Garnet. And, well, on this version, it does like around 100 damage. On the Japanese version, it can do up to like 160. So on the Japanese version, it's especially important to skip it. But it's also a really long animation.
Yeah, strangely enough, for some reason, when you're about to push him past that threshold, if the person he attacked last is now dead, he doesn't like have a target to use fire on. So him attacking Vivi is the best because we're not attacking with him anyway. The
Don't
worst.
soft lock.
Yes, this is.
Okay, so if you choose that second option there in the first 30 frames, you'll actually soft lock the game, and I've done it more times than I want to count. Including 2 in a row before I knew what was happening.
Yeah, there was a time where we didn't know like what the threshold was or what was causing the soft lock. And so like you would just try to choose the option as quickly as you can, and that is exactly what locks the game. When Steiner does like his like tilting animation, if you choose the option before he like leans back up, he just never turns and the dialogue stops from working for whatever reason.
Oh, and this is one of the most screenshotted parts of this game, I think. Coming up here in a moment.
Some quality dialogue, though. Get up behind my man. Ooh, soft. So now they're taking off in the cargo ship. Steiner is under the impression that he has left them all behind right now because he was going to try to get the ship to go to Alexandria, even though it's not intended to go there right now, or it is rather, and he thinks he has left them all behind.
So yeah, going back to that previous boss fight, the reason why it's bad that he targeted Steiner second says, like you said, we have to eliminate his current target in order to skip the Fyra, and you don't really want to eliminate Steiner because he's the one that puts out the big damage. So
Yeah, you're kind of at a lose-lose situation if he attacks Steiner.
Okay, so in this game, you can even there's even RNG in the cutscenes. And, okay, we got it again. So, so the way this RNG works is Vivi will be talking to Black Mage there. And sometimes the Black Mage will just stay put. Sometimes he'll come to the front of the screen, or sometimes he'll run away. And what happens when he runs away is that Vivi will go and run after him, and then he'll come and walk really slowly all the way back to us. This time we got the one, and we got this in RPG Limit Break also, amazingly. The Black Mage actually comes towards us. Unfortunately, that's actually not the fastest because Vivi takes forever to start moving because he has to adjust his hat.
I think we said at the time we thought it was
we
thought it was the fastest, but I actually timed it later, and the fastest is where he only has one text box with the Black Mage staying still, and then the one we just got there is the second fastest, and then 2 text boxes on Vivi is a little bit slower, and then the runaway Black Mage is by far the slowest, and I believe the current Japanese world record has the runaway Black Mage in it.
So now Zidane has stolen the wheel and is turning the cargo ship around to head it toward Luzbelheim, where he intends to take the princess. And we see that we have another Black Waltz on our tail.
It's actually really funny that we got the the Black Mage movement because that's actually the rarest of the patterns there. And the fact that we got it in 2 marathons in a row is pretty crazy.
I find it funny that that Black Mage on the left presumably was piloting the ship and is now just
He's like, whatever.
standing there and providing no resistance whatsoever.
If you have any donations you want to read, we have a little bit of time here too.
Okay, excellent. We have $500 from Whoa Dr. Freeman. Gosh, Runner, you sure know a lot. Just wanted to donate during my favorite game and want to wish good luck to everyone for the all-nighter. Putting this money to bring my beloved, my man, to me.
Thanks, Doc.
We have a $1,000 donation from Kupo52. Greetings from Cyprus. Yeah, clap for that. I just found out my wife is pregnant with our first child. Can't wait to have someone replay my favorite game series of all time with. Good luck to all the runners.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Muttski Jr.
So this is one of the sadder cutscenes in Disc 1.
Web said.
Yeah, shout out to our boy Webb, who has a sad face of Vivi that you're going to see here.
Webster 141 was a FF9 speedrunner that I actually learned the game with in 2013. There wasn't really any public notes or anything, so we kind of helped each other route the game quite a bit off of CaracarnVi's former world record at the time. So he's been a huge part of the community, and especially for this game.
So Vivi naturally is very distressed by the fact that the Black Waltz mage just, with no remorse, destroys all the other mages.
Vivi doesn't know where he came from, and
Yeah.
he sees these like individuals, and so he's having like an existential crisis, and then this guy comes and just wipes them out, and so obviously.
So here's going to be another one of these forced trances because Vivi has a surge of emotion. This emotion being rage. So this is the simplest of the 3 Black Waltz fights, but you can also lose a lot of time if you don't do enough damage. But fortunately, we got level 4 Steiner and Vivi, so we get a extra or higher damage tier.
So the first thing that we need to do here, and it's actually really important, is to cue Zidane's attack immediately, because what it's going to do is trigger the Black Waltz to rise up into the air.
And that cancels his turn. Like, this move here is his turn now. So hopefully we get some good damage rolls. Steiner can do like up to 270 is a good roll. Vivi can get the Blink 182s going.
Yeah, right. So at level 4, Steiner will be 250 to 280, and then Vivi will be 182 to 196, I believe.
Yeah.
So pretty good damage so far.
Yeah, if you remember back in Ice Camera, we said that there is some benefit to getting some early levels. This is one of them. Much like the prison cage fight, we don't want to let Vivi's trance bar get to nothing, because then we have to watch the animation of him exiting trance. So we want to see really good damage rolls, which we are. So the ideal fight is if Vivi kills the Black Waltz on this attack.
It should, because all of our damage rolls up to that point were really, really high. So
yeah, so if your damage is low, not only do you have to watch the D-trance animation, you actually have to watch another fire attack as well.
All right.
notice that this one does not have a spoils screen, because we have actually not permanently defeated him as an enemy.
And I misspoke before. It's 175 to 196 on Vivi. And now, I'm pretty sure this is a good time for donations, right? Because this is
Yes, it's just a pretty
long stretch of cutscenes right here.
Okay, excellent. We have $27 from Tam. I just want to say that the Moogle's animation when saving is absolutely adorable.
I agree.
$9 donation for me, and 2 times $9 donations for others who can't, for 9. We have $150 from Uncle Morgan, donating another $150 for Muttski using the only true menu color.
Yeah, my
Yeah.
man.
Get excited for Disc 3 because I'm positive it's going to change.
Don't worry, it'll come back.
Also, I want to see the heartwarming wedding of Vivi and Queena. We've got $100 from Wiley Engineer. This game brings back fond memories of when my handsome friend Alfred would let me swim in an ocean of fruit-flavored soda. I always loved playing Final Fantasy. Oh, gosh. Final Fantasy. Okay, it's a little bit of stretch. We have $50 from Pancetta. Love the Final Fantasy IX run. Will donate another $50 if my name is pronounced correctly. Also, a good speedrunner should be able to save animals and make a good time. Thank you so much. We've got $25 from Mr. and Mrs. Koshka. Donating in honor of my corgi named Vivi, who keeps looking confused when he hears his name called on the stream. Thanks for the nostalgia trip of my favorite Final Fantasy, Kupo. We've got $20 from Admiral Sarge 246. Hey Muttski, Admiral Sarge here. Just wanted to wish you good luck with the run. Don't forget to pick up Excalibur 2 in Memoria. Donation goes to naming Queena Quinoa. We've got $101 from Best Vegetable.
Hey,
Good luck to Muttski, Tojju, and Luzbel for the run.
thank you.
Thanks, Veg.
$1.01 for each noble impress. MUTT Sky. Wow.
Oh boy.
This is probably one of the least watched FMVs for speedrunners.
Yeah.
This is actually one of the longest potential bathroom breaks.
So it parlays itself into this, where you actually see the airship on the overworld, and this is also all auto-scrolled. So with the FMV, which is quite long, and then this, it's a pretty natural time to take a little break.
Yeah, they kind of have this epic chase with the Black Waltz Mage who comes hot on their tail, and he tries to attack them, but unfortunately he damages his own ship, and so they manage to escape through the south gate just barely as he crashes into it. And through the south gate, they are almost on their way to Lindblom, which is not only where Princess Garnet wanted to go, but where Zidane and co. were initially hired to bring her as well. Steiner's not too happy about it, though.
I think we could do some more donations
Yes.
now.
Okay, excellent. We have $50 from Plain Insane. Had to donate during the best Final Fantasy game of all time. Let's make sure Vivi and Queena get to live happily ever after. 50 more if the couch can name all the summons in the game.
Okay.
Summons. What are those?
Hey, that we used to use.
Yeah, they actually used to use a summon in the run, which was Carbuncle.
So Carbuncle is one. Alexander.
Not anymore.
Arc.
Leviathan.
Yeah.
Ifrit.
Bahamut.
Atomos.
Shiva.
I don't
Atomos.
know. Atomos. I don't know how many there
Yeah,
are.
that's Hamos. Fenrir.
Ramu. Did we say Ramu?
Ramu.
Did you say Odin?
Who?
Odin.
No. That's 11. Who?
What's the mod called?
Phoenix?
Maideen Phoenix.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So there actually is one summon in this run, but the game forces you to use it.
That's what, Madwin? Or
Oh, Medine. Medine?
It's Nadine, yeah.
oh,
Yeah.
Medine.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm not sure if we
I
got
swear
them
I
all.
played this game.
The wiki says there's 8, and I'm pretty sure you
Oh,
don't
well.
that many, so.
We named some in other
We
Final Fantasies, I
we
guess.
probably set some like FF8 ones or something like that.
Oh, wait, there's a whole bunch under here. Never mind.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
I'm sure you got all of them. Good job.
Yeah.
So now we're in Lindblom, which is the city Zidane resides in and is trying to get Garnet to. And you'll see that this is called the Lindblom Grand Castle because it is just a massive castled city. If you didn't see in the FMV, the entire city is within the confines of a large bastion of a castle.
Or Lindbolm, as it is in the Japanese version. And that's actually official because later on we'll see a poster on the wall that actually says Lindbolm.
I didn't know that, actually.
I didn't know that either.
I'll point it out when we get to it.
So they kind of land, and Garnet is immediately recognized. despite her alias of my man. And strangely enough, that her uncle is actually the leader of this group. And so they're making their way up to him as the first thing we do in this city. First of many things we do.
The actual official name of this city is Plot City.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll visit here a couple of times for some plot.
Yeah, this is Lindblom 1. There are 4 of these sections throughout the run.
So Garnet warns them that her uncle is a bit strange, but I don't think anyone expected it to be this strange. And as we remember from the beginning of the game, Steiner is terrified of Oglops, and for some reason, the regent himself is turned into one, which we'll find out later on why.
He still has his mustache, though, which
Yeah.
is awesome. Unlike Mafuication, who
Shaved it off.
mistakes were made.
Yeah.
And Vivi's just cool with it. Just like, oh, wow, the Oglops are pretty big here.
So Zidane says that he does not like the food in the castle because it's far too high class for him. So he makes his way down to, I think, the industrial district? One of the districts in the town, anyway.
We need...
And we need Freya's name.
Freya's
as well.
name, the woman at the counter.
Yeah, Zidane realizes that the woman at the counter is someone he recognizes, although he pretends not to recognize her for quite some time, much to her annoyance.
And he's trying to get a date with this bartender, or not the bartender, but
The waitress.
waitress.
He, like, butchers her name. He's, like, pretending not to know her. He's like, oh, I remember you. You're Helga. Christine. And then this
So
is
she's
the
not
best.
Helga.
That's
She's not
going Ratchel.
Ratchel, man, you've gotten really big.
Instead, she is...
She is Undyne. Undyne.
Undyne.
Yes.
And we find out that she is telling Zidane, Zidane asks about this love interest that she has, who she's looking for and hasn't seen in like a really, really long time. This guy that she was in love with. His name's Fratley.
Michael Fratley.
So this is a pretty important plot point here as well, is Garnet is talking to her uncle, and he reveals that he's actually the one who hired the Tantalus crew in the beginning of the game to kidnap her, and it's because that he suspects something is wrong with the Queen in Alexandria. So he wanted to get her here safe.
And Garnet kind of reinforces that. Obviously, like as we know, that she wanted to be kidnapped, and she kind of says that she noticed that her mother has been acting very strangely lately, and like been talking to people that seem really peculiar in the castle. And so now they're kind of just trying to figure out what it is that her like angle is. And Sid is also like a brilliant engineer and can make like fantastic airships that don't need to run on the mist energy. But because he's been turned into an Oglop, he is unable to like use his brain very efficiently, and so he cannot make anything.
But apparently he can still style his mustache.
There's plenty of gel in the world.
It's about to have the Moogle dude bros here
Number 3.
again.
The dude bros.
Yeah, they kind of just keep successively adding more and more things you can learn from him, because he does know everything, but apparently not all right away.
Yeah,
I know.
So we are let loose in the city, and we have a few errands we need to run before we can sort of progress. The very first thing we need to do is we're going to be heading north up here to the the weapon shop and then the synth shop. We're going to be selling a few things to make some money, including the ethers that we got, and then we're going to be buying a bunch of things and then synthing the cotton robes that we were talking about as well.
So the deal with the cotton robe is it takes 1 wrist, 1 steepled hat, and 1,000 gil to synthesize, which is a 1390 gil total cost. And you can sell them for 2,000. So at each cotton robe that you make, you actually get a profit of 610 gil. And since we got all the extra money from the 100 nobles, we actually are able to get even more cotton robes to increase our gil even more.
Yeah, so if you want to cheese this game casually, just buy a ton of wrists in Dali. And then when you come here, just keep going back and forth synthing cotton robes. Another important thing he made is a sword upgrade for Zidane, as well as some yellow scarves. It's actually important to make sure you actually have the proper synth materials because there is some overlap between the cotton robes and the yellow scarves. So some runners elect to make only 1 cotton robe and then make the yellow scarves and then go back because making an extra cotton robe and then running out of the items you need to synth the yellow scarf is actually really bad.
Yeah, the yellow scarf is steeple hat and feather hat. So yeah, if you have extra wrists, but if you end up having more wrists than steepled hats and low on gil, you can actually end up only having enough gil to make 1 yellow scarf. And there's a backup for it, but it's kind of annoying to have to do.
So Vivi's never been in a city like this, so he's just wandering around the shop and sees a Kupo nut, which he's just sort of infatuated with, and so the lady kind of gives it to him for free because she's nice like that.
Yeah, and and she tells him there's gonna be animals at the festival, and Vivi's like, "Oh, animals, that's cool." He's like, "What's so?" Actually, what was the word he used? I can't remember. But he's like, "What's so fun about fighting savage beasts?" Like, oh wait, did I call them animals again?
So this is the Tantalus hideout. There's quite a bit of chests in here, but they all have like a negligible amount of money in them, like 10 or 20 gil. It's not worth getting any of them, unfortunately. They're really bad bandits, I guess.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, like, opening a chest takes, like, what, 3 seconds, depending on how far out of the way it is. So, you know, you want to skip as many chests as you possibly can, but, I mean, you know, some things you need to get.
So this part's pretty cool because 2 children just wander into the hideout and sort of gives Zidane a pep talk for having the courage to approach my man.
This is going to be so weird.
Might as well just embrace it early on. So, nothing is like, there's no courage like getting a pep talk from children, so Zidane is thoroughly ready to go, and we're going to make our way back to the castle to see Garnet. So this is the first time you ride this that you need to make sure you don't mash because it is not the first option you want. So, actually a huge time loss to accidentally go to the wrong district here.
You have to watch both animations, and then you have to get back on and watch them again, so. Quite a journey.
We have a $20 donation from Cream of Leet. Good luck to you, runners. I need to know, if you were seeking dating advice, would you ask Zidane or Edgar from Final Fantasy VI?
And I think I'd ask those kids. They seem to know what's going on. So this part here is one of many visits that's really easy to forget which part of Limblum you're in because you visit this throughout the run. So the story triggers all sort of blend together. So here we're going to be going back to Steiner to see what's going on, and then we're going to try to make our way up the lift again to see Princess Garnet. Because Zidane's able to hear her singing all the way down here for some reason as well, as it turns out. Unfortunately for us, we're just a bandit, so we're not going to be allowed access to the lift that we need to get up to the upstairs area. So we're going to trick a guard into going back into our room and stealing his uniform, which is the second time we see Zidane stealing the clothes of another person in the game.
The lyrics to this song are really deep, too.
La 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 la. Wow, did you write that?
They really speak to me.
So yeah, this would probably be a good time for some donations.
Okay, excellent. We have $50 from J2 Champ. Hey, it's J2 on the back couch. It's been great hanging out with you guys all week, and I'm super stoked for the rest of the run. Shoutouts to the entire Final Fantasy speedrun community and to GDQ for another awesome event and including another long Final Fantasy game in the schedule. Putting this towards the blindfolded menu. Luzmate, I know you'll crush it.
Thank you, thank you.
We have $25 from Blaze Blue. What do Moogles use when they go shopping? Coupons.
Coupons?
We have $50 from Edward Malice. Really enjoying the couch commentary on this Final Fantasy IX run. I have great memories of playing this with my boyfriend, and it just wouldn't feel right if Quina and Vivi don't get married. It makes Quina so happy.
That's actually really good. Oh, here we got high def lyrics. And her lips aren't even moving, it's great. She also collects pigeons. He's impressed with it too.
We have a $100 anonymous donation. I'm Vivi excited about this Final Fantasy IX run. Easily my favorite of all the 3D Final Fantasy games. I don't want to ruby anyone the wrong way or be a thorn in anyone's side. So if this is echoing your earlier puns, then you can feel free, Freya, to groan at me. Anyway, here's $1 for every noble impressed. I'll donate another $50 if anyone can Beatrix this comment by finding a pun for Zindane, because I've been trying for over an hour.
So you have to do this telescope mini game here. You can go clockwise or counterclockwise. It doesn't really matter.
It does matter.
You just have to make sure you don't overmash because you can end up doing
Yeah,
the
you can
same
do them
one
again.
twice.
And so now Zidane is accidentally going to mention the flirting that he had with the bartender, thinking that it was Garnet. And she's going to be like, oh, you need to talk to me about that. First rift in their relationship has begun.
First, she's gonna do some lawing again.
So this person over here actually is criticizing Queen Braun of Alexandria, and so Steiner takes offense to it because he's very overly loyal to the Queen, despite an obvious divisiveness between who she once was and who she is now.
Here we got some royal action figures.
And Vivi, you're having another existential moment where he's like playing with these toy soldiers, and he's like, maybe we're just instruments of war.
And Freya's just casually jumping on.
Hardcore parkour. Everybody's really upset right now, and Sid's like, I'm dumb, I can't build anything.
He mentions that so many times.
And now here's where Zidane screws up, talking about the other girl. Everybody's in a bad mood now. That hair flip, though.
I mean, he does screw up talking about the other girl, and then he immediately proceeds to ask her out on a date.
And she's like, fine.
Final Fantasy characters love to just ...
Yeah. Most used quote in the series.
yeah. So yeah, these are the monsters for the Festival of the Hunt, which were not supposed to be released yet, I don't believe. But hey, what are you gonna do?
So we're gonna win the festival, right?
Yeah.
The festival takes 20 minutes.
Yeah. So yeah, what's going on here is there's sort of a series of battles that encompass the Festival of the Hunt. And you're sort of competing between Zidane and Freya, and then Zidane elects to sign up a child on his behalf. And Vivi is there as well. So depending on who wins the Festival of the Hunt actually changes the reward that you get. So I believe Freya asks for the ring, Zidane asks for the gill, and Vivi asks for
a card.
A Tetramaster card.
So Freya gets it. She asks for an add-on, which is a coral ring, which is a really, really useful item in the speedrun. Zidane asks for gill, which is, you know, not particularly useful at this point, and the card is the naming way card, which you can also get later, so you don't need to have Vivi win to be able to 100% like collect everything.
Yeah, depending on who you want to win, you need to like
do certain things.
Yeah,
getting Vivi to win is kind of complicated.
You have to lose to the Zagnol, right?
Yeah, and you have to have both of them. You have to get Freya and Zidane to fight it together, and both of them need to be KO'd. Fortunately for us, losing the fight, the first fight we encounter, ends the tournament immediately and defaults Freya to win, which is what we want. So it works in our favor that the fastest method is also the most useful.
Steiner really wants Vivi to win, but sorry.
This guy forgot to leave the city before it started.
I like his dialogue. Great Scott.
So yeah, pretty simple what we're going to do here. We're just simply going to attack Zidane with himself and end it immediately. And because we end it immediately, that triggers Freya to win. But not before he casts Stone.
Fortunately, we got pretty good ATB, but the enemy got a better ATB. I thought we were going to, like, debate the crowd with that, but I guess not.
We're good. We're honest. We're honest. I also like how you don't actually game over, but it still says you were annihilated when you attack yourself. So yeah, we get the coral ring, and then the next major plot point in this disc is this soldier from Burmecia essentially speaks in his dying breath that Burmecia is under attack, which is the hometown where Freya is from. So we're kind of at we're at a point here where all the characters sort of have their own motivation as to why they want to continue on. Freya wants to go back to Burmecia because she wants to save her hometown, obviously. Zidane wants to go to Burmecia because he wants to help Freya. Vivi's sort of having this existential crisis, and he's trying to figure out who he is and what's going on. So he wants to sort of travel the world and keep going to try to find out the answers that he's looking for. Garnet wants to go because she sees that maybe her mother's behind it. She doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, she actually wants to go back to Alexandria.
Yeah. And then Steiner, of course, is going to go wherever Garnet's going to go. So much to her dismay, Zidane and co say that no, she should not go with them to Burmecia. She shouldn't go anywhere. She should just stay here and be safe. She does what she wants, however, and you'll see something funny with the dinner here. Where everyone starts feeling very sleepy.
So earlier in their conversation, Garnet actually mentions wanting some sleeping weed because she's struggling to sleep, and she puts in everybody's food except for Steiner's. And Steiner kind of comically thinks that he's poisoned, but she's like, "I didn't put any in your food," and then he realizes that she is the one that has done it. If you have any more donations, we got a little bit more time here.
Okay, excellent. We have a $1,500 donation from Yi.
Ooh.
Whose donation comment says Yi.
Yee.
We've got a $50 anonymous donation. I recently played Final Fantasy 1 all the way through Final Fantasy 15. You played a new one that's not out. Okay. Final Fantasy 9 overtook 6 as the best after my 5-month marathon. Where else can you have an identity crisis for every character? 6 satisfying character arcs, and Quina is also there.
Ouch.
We've got a $50 donation from Sonic Mega. Here's my response to the donator who asked for a Zidane pun. I'm sorry, my friend, but asking the internet to help you come up with puns is a dangerous idea. We've got $101 from Scarth.
You good?
Man, we're getting some real Zidane puns here, aren't we? I think that's supposed to be zany. $1 for every noble impressed. Queen Braun is a noble, isn't she?
It's funny that this run has kind of come full circle for us for when we did it at RPG Limit Break, because when we did that run, we had Brasentia as our host. And of course, because of that, we had puns the entire time.
So this is actually my least favorite part of the entire run. This is by far the longest stutter step. Well, not by far, but the
It's
longest.
definitely one of the longest.
Yeah, one of the two.
I think
longest.
this is the longest, unless the... Yeah, this is the longest. There's one in Disc 3 that's almost as long.
Yeah, it's really easy to lose time here because you really need to find that balance between stutter stepping safely and quickly. You do get a bit of a break here because when you get to the bridge, you can actually just run because not only does your encounter level, your danger level not change, you can't get encounters on the bridge. So you get like a quick half-second break from stutter stepping before you get back at it again.
It's not that satisfying.
It's not that satisfying. So we're going into the Chocobo Forest. We're going to be unlocking the Chocobo, and then we're going to be going back in to buy some Gishel Greens, which we'll be using at various points throughout the run to summon the Chocobo. There's actually an alternative to that has come out recently that we won't be doing, but maybe we could just kind of talk about it.
So yeah, so normally we go back in, so we leave, we pick up a Chocobo with the free Gishel Greens that the Moogle gives us. And we go back in and buy some more Gishel Greens so we can pick up some more Chocobos later. But there's actually a new strat that was discovered somewhat recently where you just skip buying the Gishel Greens here and pick some more up throughout the rest of the game. The thing is, it only saves like 5 or 6 seconds total, even though it saves like 24 seconds right here. The net gain is only about 5 or 6 seconds because there is one Gishel Greens that's actually quite a bit out of the way, and that's the main reason why it doesn't save more time.
It's also nice to note, like, the Chocobo's Forest is actually an entirely optional side quest, and it has a mini game and a really expansive side quest series that you can do with it that involves finding a lot of really good armor and weapons and other treasure. But we obviously just do it to get access to the Chocobo by having those 2 conversations. And now we'll have the Chocobo for the entirety of the run. And it makes the world map movement significantly easier and you won't have to stutter step nearly as much.
Not saving.
Oh,
Old move.
I'll save after the dialogue.
So, yeah, actually, one of the reasons why we're not doing that new Chocobo route is because the Gishel Greens, in addition to being able to summon Chocobos, actually it cures Berserk. And the reason why I mentioned the saving is because there is a particularly nasty encounter we can get on the first screen here where we can get berserked. And if we don't run away, then things can get kind of dicey.
So it's very fortunate in this game you can you can save on the world map whenever you like, and a Chocobo will come dashing towards you. The best thing actually is when you say no, I actually don't want to save, and they just get really upset at you. Like
If you do it enough times, they get really, really angry.
yeah,
Don't make me pull out my knife, Kupo.
it's kind of like the precursor to the Rossetti stuff from Animal Crossing. They just get increasingly madder at you the more you do it. So sort of the mechanic of this dungeon, if you will, is you need to get these bells to open doors. So this dying soldier here has the bell we need to get through this first door up ahead.
Unfortunately, so we have to do a menu here, but then we have to go through the doorway after doing the menu. So let's see. All right, we did get an account. So last times what happens is you do the menu, and then you take one more step and you get an encounter in the doorway. Yeah. And since we just equipped the ogre, now we actually don't have the flee ability.
Yeah.
So then
You can wipe. In our RPG limit break, I actually got the encounter and almost did wipe on that screen because of the fight we got.
Yeah, you get these hornets that that can cast Buzz, which inflicts Berserk.
Yeah, it's problematic because one of the things you have to do early on is sort of juggle between the Ogre, which is the superior weapon for Zidane, and the Mage Masher or the Dagger because they have Flee. And we don't yet know Flee. So it's problematic if we get an encounter in the doorway because you immediately... Like, we have to put the Ogre on to fight this encounter, so we really don't have a choice. So Zorn and Thorn are sending Black Mages after us. You're able to ATB wait these. We didn't need to do it this time, but... It's a pretty easy fight because Zidane will one-shot them, no problem.
Freya can actually one-shot these two if she gets a crit, but it's pretty rare.
So this part here is actually pretty annoying as well because you have to walk to the next Black Mage to start the fight, and it's very unlikely to get an encounter from point A to point B, but you can, and because of that, you still don't yet have Flee unless you equip it and then re-equip it to walk like 2 seconds.
You actually don't have to fight this fight either if you really didn't want to. You can go back to the previous screen, and there's actually another bell that you can get.
Yeah, here we're gonna do the ATB wait because so we want to be able to kill both of these with Zidane before they get another turn. So is this gonna do that, and then probably Phoenix down? Yeah. So since we're waiting for Zizu's ATB anyway, we don't really lose time doing that Phoenix down.
Because it does it while the ATB's buffering anyway, so otherwise we would have just been wasting the time doing nothing.
Yeah, so as we kill this second Black Mage, we get access to the second bell, which gets us through the above door. Although, as we alluded to, there is sort of a task strat, if you will. It is possible to do in an RTA run, but you're likely to just get another encounter and then you don't save time. But if you run all the way back to the previous room and get another bell, whoa.
Well, fortunately, this time we actually have the dagger equipped, but that's
very, very uncommon.
That's a really rare encounter. Oh yeah, 7. Yeah, 7. I almost forgot we were counting that because I wasn't expecting to get an encounter on that screen.
So this scene here is pretty cute. There's a Moogle trapped underneath a fallen bell, and his wife can't get him out. And fortunately for them, he really likes Koople Nuts, and that's the free item that Vivi got. And it just, I don't know, inspires him to muster all his strength and just single-handedly lift the bell off himself.
And that's before he's even eaten a Koople Nut.
Yes. Just the thought of a Koople Nut is enough. And he runs away. So we get a bell to let us through into this door, which is where the other move... Wow!
8.
Wow.
This is, yeah.
So this is the scary. This is the scary.
Oh, this the last step one, yeah.
So this, along with the horn, that's going to inflict Berserk on enemies. So if Berserk is inflicted on Zidane, it's very problematic because Zidane is the only character that in the whole game that has access to Flee.
Yeah, one of the more annoying things about this game is when you get encounters in the last step, and the encounters just are so long. So it's like just one step away from saving, 30+ seconds.
So we're going to save here because this next boss fight is the most lethal boss fight of my segment of the run, for sure. Or it could be.
Yeah, this next fight is not as complicated as the Black Wilds 2 fight, but is certainly far more likely with game over potential.
There you go. He's Koopo for Koopo Nuts.
Fortunately, we have pretty good levels. Zidane and Freya are both level 6, so we have good HP. And
9?
9. 3 encounter grotto is
Really, really bad.
pretty terrible.
Anything-
9 encounters already, and this one is also really bad.
And we got a back.
And we get a back attack. Fortunately, we got this before the menu. Because if we got this encounter after doing the menu in the doorway, this would be really bad. In fact, potentially deadly.
Yeah, we're pretty fortunate that in the 3 Lamia attacks we've seen, it's been slash every time. Because it can certainly go a lot worse than that.
So there's a strat you can do here. If Zidane is almost about to trance, you can just go... You can try to go for a trance fight on here with shift break, which is the special trance ability that the ogre gives. But we're not close to trance in this run. So we are going to do the regular strat here, which we will explain here in a moment.
So we've been collecting tents all the way up until this point, and this is the main purpose for them right here. We're going to be using, it may sound counterproductive, we're going to be using tents on Gizemluk, and it has a 50-50 chance to inflict a bunch of bad statuses on him. So what we really want to see is it happen right away so we can begin attacking, because otherwise we're going to have to keep attempting to use tents until one of them works.
And...
One fail. So the tent is useful for a number of reasons, the primary of which is it inflicts silence and darkness. Darkness is good because it, in theory, lets him miss more physical attacks, and silence because he has a powerful water ability. There is a backup strat if we miss all 4, but we would really rather not.
I don't want to do
all 4.
Yeah, in world record attempts, you usually only have 2 tents. And yeah, this...
What?
I promise you, in theory, it's 50-50.
So this is pretty bad luck so far. Let me get some healing going on here.
It's our last chance
Come
here.
on.
Come on.
Oh no!
Yeah, so like in serious attempts, like you would usually only have 2 tents, and like if you don't get the first 2 tents, then you just use Soul Blade. So
Yeah, so the tents, if they work, inflict silence and darkness. So we have to settle for only darkness. So what this means now is that his physical attacks have a chance to miss, but he can do this.
right.
If the tent hits, then he can't actually use his water ability, which is the main scary thing. He also has the ability to use water all, which will hit all party members, and that is the scariest possible thing he
Which
can do.
I think he does under 1/4 HP, I believe.
Yeah.
You can actually ATB weight on this one, but it's kind of tricky to pull off.
Yeah, it's tricky to pull off, and it's hard to know if it's worked or not because he has a chance to counter every physical attack we're doing. So it's hard to know when it is an attack and when it is just a counter. Also, it's hard to know when darkness actually does anything.
Oh my
Yeah.
God.
Sometimes he'll just land every hit anyway.
I guess I'll Phoenix down first.
Yeah, you're kind of in a bad situation
Yeah, this
at
is like
point.
awful.
because-
This fight
This
is
is the
really.
worst
This is the worst
fight
grotto.
ever.
This is the worst grotto I've seen.
In before Freya.
We do have a $20 donation from Mafuication who just says, "What a glorious bird!"
Yeah, so you notice how I equipped Bird Killer for this because it's a floating monster, so it actually counts as a bird, even though it's definitely not a bird.
Yeah, we were looking at the questions people sent through the Twitter, and one of our favorites was, what is our favorite bird in Final Fantasy IX? Because literally anything that isn't touching the ground is a bird in this game. Oof.
Oof.
Yeah, high potion better.
Yeah, this is the main reason why you really want the tents to pass, because now he's in sort of a really awkward situation where he really wants to just be spamming attacks with Zidane because Zidane does more than, I think, twice as much or more than twice as much on Freya, depending on damage rolls. But he's just not able to because it's unsafe to do so because he keeps hitting through darkness and he keeps using that.
Yeah, it takes. If you count like Freya as 1 hit and Zidane as 2 hits, it's like 12 total hits usually.
That's the other thing is that he also has a pretty high HP value for this early on in the game. He's got almost 3,200 HP, and as you see, Freya's only doing 300-ish, and Zane's doing sort of 550. So it is still a long fight, even without the bad luck.
All right, we should be okay.
Yeah, he will do water all now.
Yeah. It's all right. This is gonna be a crit anyway.
Hopefully. Okay.
No water. Oh.
Welcome to FF9.
So he is most likely in the threshold of being able to do water all, and that's our scariest thing he can do.
Perfect.
I mean, sometimes you can have just like a really, really good run.
That deserves
and
applause.
Yeah. Sometimes you can have a really, really good run, and then just like one boss fight goes completely south and the run's over. I mean, it's. Fortunately, this run is not over.
Yes. I love that we got a tent as a reward. How ironic is that? Just to replace the 4 that we wasted.
We have a $25 donation from Seiglen. Final Fantasy IX is filled with such good music, but Grotto might be the best. Also, let's see that blindfold menuing. And speaking of that, we do have 2 incentives still to meet for Final Fantasy IX. We got the Vivi and Quina marriage. That has just a little bit over an hour left before we need to meet that incentive. We've got a ways to go, but I believe we can get there. Every little bit helps, so make sure to get those donations in. And then, of course, we do have the blindfolded menuing, which is coming up soon as well.
So here we have Steiner's trying to smuggle Garnet across the border because she doesn't want to be identified as the princess trying to sneak back into Alexandria. And they have to go through this, like, train car because if you look at the gate up there, that's the gate that we had destroyed when we had our high-speed GTA chase earlier with the Black Walls 3. And Steiner is kind of like pretending like he wants to work on reconstructing it. And that's like his like guys.
Rub-a-dub-dub.
Rub-a-dub-dub-dub. You get the option of killing or not killing that guy.
Just really messed up, actually.
Pretty dramatic.
So unfortunately, my man has to hide in this
bag
of really disgusting smelling pickles.
Yeah, I don't know if it was clear, but when they were going through the gate, the guards only don't check the bag because he just absolutely hates these pickles.
Sounds like me in every pickle. So now he's going to try to sneak back into this area back here. We talk to these people so that they clear out of the way, and Garnet's going to emerge. But now the guard stops us, and Steiner's a little bit nervous. And we find out that he has just stopped us because we forgot our train card, our gate pass.
I'm sad that Steiner doesn't do the little spin in this version when he turns around there.
A pirouette.
Yeah, there's this really like weird glitch or something, I guess, that when he finishes the dialogue at the end there, if you're like holding a direction, he'll do this like weird moonwalk.
Yeah, it only happens in the Japanese version though. Oh, and here it is. There's the poster that says Lindbolm.
Oh, yeah.
Very clearly. Not really clearly, but...
Clearly enough.
Well, it's interesting that the pre-rendered backgrounds in this game were actually originally HD, but since they had to release this game on the PS1, they kind of got downscaled a bit.
Yeah, if you want to see something really cool, if you search up like FF9 backgrounds high resolution, you'll see there's a whole collection of them online that sort of shows.
They're not compressed at all. And
No.
it looks incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Especially considering this game came out really, I guess it's almost 20 years ago now.
I imagine that artwork was even being done in like 1998, 1999.
We have a $100 anonymous donation that just says that was a very unlucky bird.
I'll say.
It's the most honest thing anyone said today.
We have a $5 donation from Michael Music that says that Gizama Luke boss fight sure was intense.
I was waiting for that one.
That was a good one.
Don't encourage him.
We have $10 from Lucky Pash who says, I suppose I will Zidane to impress you all with this pun. We have $5 from Malfunction. Staying up late to watch one of my favorite games. It's Zidane an easy task to beat it in 9+ hours. That one other donator owes us 50 buckaroos now. Haha.
Okay, that was pretty good, actually.
So we're just going to equip the dagger here just in case we get a world map encounter or an encounter in the first screen of Burmecia.
Yeah, so if it wasn't clear, we were in the Gizmaluke's grotto because we were making our way through it as sort of like this impasse on our way to Burmecia, which is the city that always rains, so conveniently enough, it starts raining on the world map. Something really weird about this area is that so the RNG in this game is frame-based, so it's just sort of constantly changing. If you look at the task for this game, he has a visual for it showing it moving. When you get to this town, for some reason, like each droplet of rain interacts with the RNG, so it just goes crazy. Which is pretty fitting considering this area is really volatile in terms of the speedrun as well, in terms of encounters.
So yeah, we already have 9 encounters, and that's like pretty bad even for the end of disc
Yeah, that's
one.
like, I would say that's like an
It's like average for end of disc
disc
one.
one end, yeah.
But we're not even through Burmecia yet. So
Yeah, the swing in this area is probably like anywhere from 0 to 8. So it really can vary depending on what happens. Some of the screens are really long, especially this one right here, and we have to go through it a few times, so it's very easy to sort of snowball with the number of encounters you get.
So you're gonna notice he equipped Protect Girls there. This is a fairly new addition. Protect Girls was pretty much a useless skill throughout FF9 speedrunning for most of the last several years, but it's actually a new part of this route.
Yeah, Protect Girls is essentially just cover except for female characters.
Right. So if Freya here is a woman, so he's gonna
take the damage for her if she
if she's under half HP.
Yeah.
Then Zidane will cover for her.
So this fight is identical to the two that we fought in the grotto. You can ATB weight them, and they take only 1 hit from Zidane. So it's pretty much an identical fight. He just uses the time in between Zidane's ATB refreshing and revives Vivi. Apparently they thought because it worked so well the first time, they'd just send the same enemies after us again.
In the same formation.
In the same formation. So here begins the long trek throughout Burmecia. We need to do a few things. We, again, need to sort of deal with a similar bell mechanic to get through the door. But first we have to make a detour to get an item that is very, very important to not run when we get into the room.
The first time I ever did this wrong was on April Fool's Day.
Walk.
So if you run over that, it will do this. and break. Unfortunately, if you do that from the other side, you can no longer access that chest. And that chest contains the Germanist boots, which are pretty important because they carry the ability Alert, which gets rid of the ability to get back attacks. And encounters are long enough, we don't want to be getting back attacks.
10. So we used to equip the Germanist boots here, but in this route we actually don't equip it until later.
They do teach some useless skills. Yeah, useful skills. It reinforces AP on the flee ability and also teaches Alert, which prevents back attacks from occurring at all. But they're nice because when you have them equipped, and because they have the flee ability, you can not worry about Zidane having to have like one of his low-level daggers on.
It's also possible in this game if 2 items have the same ability on it, it actually lets you double down on your AP for them, so that is potentially useful as well. So this is probably a good time for a few donations as well.
Excellent. We have $100 from Rizzy86. Hey, AGDQ, there is no better way to start a Saturday. Greetings out to my brothers Bernie and Dominic. We grew up together with FF9. I will donate another $100 if Luzbelheim says something, anything, just one word.
What do you want me to say, mate?
11.
There you go.
11. Hey, buddy.
Thanks to Muttski, Tojju, and Luzbelheim. You guys are awesome. Be aware of El Magis. He will be the new world record holder.
Oh!
Not gonna happen.
Whoa!
The shot.
The worst day of my life is when I got bopped by El Magus. He likes the St. Louis Blues, which feels bad, man.
We have $50 from the Crank Machine. I have a crazy Dane proposition. What if Gizama Luke knew our intentions to silence and blind? Don't chocobo under the pressure.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah.
Just relax and enjoy the puns. Viva la vida. I'll come waltzing back with more soon. We have $100 from Cirrus. Here's to Final Fantasy IX, the game that started it all for me. I've played every Final Fantasy before and since, but Final Fantasy IX will always have a special place in my heart. To all the runners, as Marcus says in I Wanna Be Your Canary, no cloud, no squall shall hinder us. Good luck in your runs, and here's to defeating cancer.
So now we're looking for the king of Burmecia right now, and this soldier, I believe his name's Dan, recognizes Freya, and
That's such a weird name for a fun fantasy
we
game.
have Zidane, Steiner, Vivi, Freya,
And then
Dan. And so we're gonna go to this like throne room type place and find some more of these Burmecians.
Can actually
This-
get an encounter there on that short screen, which is infuriating when that happens because it's so rare.
So the Dame pulls this guy out in the nick of time, and we actually see these characters again later in Lindblom as well. Lindblom.
Lip balm. What?
Oh.
Okay, so here's a little screen split, so
Yeah.
we've reset the encounter RNG. The thing is, even when you do that, you can still get an encounter anyway. It just makes it more, or makes it less likely.
And here's another one.
And here's
too.
another one. Some people choose to skip that one, but it's kind of risky.
Yeah.
So since Freya has the super jump ability, she's just gonna, you know, climb this thing. Meanwhile, the other two are gonna have to find another way in.
Vivi tries his best. He gives it the old college try.
Okay.
Vivi always reminds me of Maggie Simpson when he does that.
How many times do you think Vivi falls throughout the run?
Oh, quite a few.
There's quite a few times. So this is the most shocking revelation of Disc 1 is they find the Queen of Alexandria in the ruins of Vermisia, along with a sort of unknown character.
Now we're learning some backstory about Beatrix that Freya heard from her lover that's lost. You can see he's got like a toothbrush there. And we learned that Beatrix is considered like one of the greatest warriors of all time. And Fratley is leaving because he wants to become a great warrior like Beatrix and wants to be like a storied hero.
And this guy is not evil at all.
Yeah, you can tell by the music that he's totally not evil.
And the skirt.
So I believe here they're sort of thanking him for his contribution towards the shipments that we saw that are being transported to Alexandria. So we don't exactly know yet what is going on, just that he is contributing towards it. This soldier decides to be a hero, and Zidane and Freya sort of jump in to save him. And now we see the esteemed General Beatrix, who we will have our first of 3 encounters with her here.
And if you watch, you'll see Vivi like all of a sudden Vivi just shows up all of a sudden.
Okay, so this fight is essentially unwinnable for what we have. It is possible to kill her if you trance, but basically what we're going to try to do is just survive. So it's really important to count the number of attacks that Beatrix does. Usually we elect to... That is 1.
1.
Usually we elect to not revive people at the end because it just wastes time, but you really need to make sure that you're going to be able to survive. So counting is very important.
2.
The other thing that we're looking for is potential steal attempts with Zidane. It's a bit risky if he kills someone on the same turn or just keeps using shock over and over again.
3.
She does have the Mithril Sword. She's the Mithril Sword, which is a rare steal, and you can use it on a fight that you would originally not be able to get.
And here's the Protect Girls coming into play. That's
Is that 4?
Yeah.
Let's make sure we keep counting.
6.
5. Mate, no.
That was 5, right?
Yes, 5.
Are you sure?
Yes, that's
6.
6.
That's 6.
7.
Protect girls again.
Nice.
8.
8.
So there is a strat you can, in theory, do here where you kill off Zidane and Vivi and jump with Freya, and you'll skip her last 2 attacks.
I'm not even going to do it.
But, well, I'm not even sure you would have been able to do it because Zidane got healed with Thunder Slash.
Yeah. and then-
There's a chance
that he can't kill himself.
Yeah, the reason why he equipped the Mage Masher and the Leather Hat is actually the Mage Masher does more damage than the dagger, and then the Leather Hat lowered his defense. But and that makes it more likely that he can kill himself from full HP. But there actually still is a chance that he can underdamage himself.
So the most prototypically FF9 thing ever that can happen is when she uses Stock Break to lower everyone to 1 HP, you can still trance with Zidane.
Yeah, because the damage has absolutely no bearing on the trance gauge at all.
No. So the fight is over, but you can still trance for some reason.
Yeah. So now we used to use. It used to be that Freya had the Coral Ring on for that fight, and she was the one that was absorbing the thunder.
Yeah.
Now that we use the Protect Girls strat, it's actually Zidane that's protecting her.
Yeah, the old strat used to be Freya with Cover and Coral Ring, but instead now we do Zidane with Protect Girls and Coral Ring. So slightly different variation, but to some degree it does accomplish the same thing. So our currently unnamed character sort of has some foreboding lines at the end of this disc where he notes that the Zidane and co may be a problem in the future. Not now, however, because Beatrix has lived up to her esteemed reputation and has had no trouble taking out despite the 3-1 advantage. So with that, he flies away on a dragon, and that concludes our first of 4 discs in this run.
And now, now time for everyone's favorite part of the FF9 RTA is the disc change. And you have to make sure you don't open the disc tray too early because then bad things happen.
And you have to make sure you put the right disc in.
Yes. Some people accidentally pull out disc 3 and...
It's okay. It's okay.
That's me, by the way, that did that. Fairly recently, actually.
So those guards are still talking about pickles, which makes you wonder if Garnet was able to get the smell out. So I believe at this point, Steiner is aware that Garnet is suspicious of the Queen, and he's like very, very distraught and doesn't know what to think because he has loyalty to both, essentially. So he's for the time being, he's sort of just tagging along while Garnet is calling the shots, if you will.
They're at the station. They got off the first train that they were on, and they're gonna have to get on another train that's gonna take them toward Trino, and then do some things from there.
And here's another part where you can do a moonwalk here with Dagger, but yeah, we didn't get it.
And then we find some familiar voices, and we see that Cinna and Marcus are here, and they are actually on their way back toward Alexandria because they want to save Blank, who is the character that was petrified earlier in Disc 1.
And so you can actually leave either direction, but then the others will show up on the other side, no matter what. It's faster to go out that end. Here's an interesting thing. You have to make sure that you talk to Marcus first. Sometimes I've forgotten to talk to Marcus first, and then I'll just be like constantly talking to Steiner like over and over again, and it's like he just keeps repeating the same thing over and over again. I'm not paying attention, and yeah, lots of these cutscenes you really have to make sure you're paying attention to what you're doing.
We have an anonymous donation for $4,283.41. With a comment that says, "I donated this," smiley face.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So here we're learning about an item called the Super Soft. Marcus and co are sort of making their way to Trino also because they've learned of this item called the Super Soft, which cures super petrification, I guess. I don't know.
I don't know why normal soft doesn't work,
yeah.
But, you know, plot.
Yeah, they're trying to save Blank, who's currently petrified in the evil forest, but a regular soft will not suffice. Meanwhile, the train has been stopped, and we see Black Waltz 3-2, the second time we've seen him, who is a little bit worse for wear.
Yet he has more HP for some reason.
Yes, and he is still determined to fight you.
This fight's actually unlosable unless you manage to suicide your Garnet.
Yeah. In fact, yeah, so he actually damages himself if my man is the only character alive.
So the main thing you want to see here is you do not want Steiner to get frozen or killed early because he does by far the most damage. This is also a fight where you can ATV wait with Garnet, but is very, very tight. So he's got to do it very quickly, and then as soon as the ATV is available, he can do it. The worst thing that you can see is he has an ability called Freeze and will make someone immobile, essentially. So Freeze on Steiner as an opener is really bad.
So Marcus dying doesn't really matter, and yeah, we got pretty good damage
there. Really good fight, though, yeah.
Yeah, Steiner being level 4 is nice there because he has a lot of HP and a lot of damage.
We have a $25 donation from Arazmendi. After all he's been through, Vivi deserves something good. Put this towards his happy marriage. Just reminding you that is coming up within the next hour, so make sure to get your donations in if you want to see that lovely happy marriage.
So now they're actually going to tag along with Marcus Detrino because Garnet feels responsible for Blank's petrification and wants to help him out a little bit. So they're going to go to Trino as well and look for the super soft.
So normally when you get 100 nobles, this is one of the chests you would definitely skip, but you know, it's a marathon run, we're just gonna get as much gil as we possibly can. Just so we don't have any shenanigans later.
So this upcoming stutter step is actually probably the scariest stutter step in the game.
Yeah.
As we said before, Zidane's the only character in this game that has access to flee, which obviously we don't have him right now. So getting an encounter here means we have no chance to flee. And some of the encounters are actually definitely able to kill us. So this is one that you have to make sure you're accurate
I would
on.
never resurrect Marcus or heal there, really, but
Yeah.
You never know.
Yeah, if Dagger's the only one alive here, yeah, it's really scary. And yeah, the first time I ever got a 2 hour, 15-minute disc 1, I got an encounter here and died. It was really sad.
Yeah, you certainly don't expect to get an encounter. It's just that it has happened in the past, and it's not a good one to get.
So I mentioned the ATEs earlier, and a lot of them, up to this point, all of them have been forced that we have seen. This is the one time that I will do a optional one in order to trigger a special cutscene right here where Garnet is going to be mugged by this 4-armed man who is actually Gilgamesh, and we're going to find him, and he is going to give us the item that he has bought with the money he steals, which is the power belt, and it's super, super useful.
Yeah, this is probably the most important item to pick up in this disc.
This is probably the worst thing to miss.
Yeah, if you don't get it here, like, it's too late.
It's really
cannot go back and get it.
It's really important because not only does it give good stats, it also has MP attack, which is one of the more broken abilities in the game, and it's something we will be abusing pretty much from now on. Basically, it just consumes MP whenever you physically attack, and it will make you do 1.5 times damage. So that's sort of a trend of how this speedruns goes about boss fights, is we try to stack up as much bonuses as possible, and MP attack is sort of the chief one among those.
There's some more gil that we could skip, but we're gonna get it anyway.
You can tell Trino has all the wealthy nobles because the gil you find here is like in the thousands instead of like 50. You get some really cool items here at the auction house, but not particularly useful for the run.
Okay, we're gonna do a little shop here, get some important.
You're gonna sell some stuff here, yeah?
Yep.
Okay.
Oh, we only have one.
Yep.
Rubber helm, leather plate.
Wait, did I do that? Did I?
219. Oh,
Okay.
you wrote 3, right?
We good? 3.
That's okay for now.
No, you have to sell 1.
Oh, I have 3.
So this is one of the challenges, if you will, of doing a co-op run, is we all run the same route, but there's these little things that are different among all of us, so we have to sort of make compromises along the way and change menus to sort of come up with this uniform.
We tried to streamline it so that like when we hand it off, it'll be as like easy for the next person to pick up as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the second bandana is a fairly new addition to the route also. For some reason, we just recently learned that one of the boss's attacks is the next boss. One of his attacks is actually a magic attack rather than the physical attack. So the bandana actually gives Marcus extra magic defense to survive.
We have a $50 donation from Yee again, who says, Final Fantasy. Yee. We have a $10 donation from Scott Moon. You know what they say about a guy from Denmark? He's the Dane.
Aww. Touche, sir.
That one was,
That
I'll
was
give you
good.
that
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
That one was good. That was clever.
So this part right here, the text, this is one of the parts where this text actually scrolls slowly when you have to wait for it to completely scroll out. This is how the text is in most of the previous games. So this is actually one of the biggest differences between Japanese and English version in terms of text speed, because the Japanese text goes way faster here. But yeah, most of the text is the same because of the quick text skipping.
So both Garnet and Steiner are sort of having these internal monologues or existential crises, if you will. And Steiner's sort of thinking like, what am I doing? You know, I'm colluding with thieves. I'm supposed to be this knight. Like, what's going on? And he's sort of trying to justify it in his head to what he's doing, why what he's doing is right. And similarly, Garnet is sort of saying, you know, screw you, Zidane. Why am I here? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here trying to steal a super soft and stuff like that. So it sort of continues the trend of characters sort of having these inner battles with themselves, if you will.
And we find this guy here, Dr. Tot, the one with the big schnoz. He is actually Garnet's tutor. And so he is going to give us the super soft. We don't even have to steal it, even though we've just broken into his store.
Or Dr. Toot, as Baku calls him.
Tootsie.
And Marcus keeps saying it's Tot. It's Tot. All right, so there you see he equipped the power belt and all the other stuff that we got. And then he equipped the MP attack ability and also counter, which is going to help on the next boss coming up. Hopefully counter will work, will help on the next boss.
I don't think we mentioned this whenever we were talking to Morid, but there are a few NPCs that will actually play cards with you.
Yeah.
And you can mash both the square button and X button, or circle button if you use that to confirm, to progress the text boxes. And if you mash the square button first, you'll actually challenge them to cards, and mash through it, and you'll actually enter the card game, and it wastes a ton of time. And Tot is one such person.
So we get a bit of a backstory here, and we learn that Tot is actually Garnet's old tutor, so they do go way back.
I like how she wears exactly the same colors. And if you really pay attention to her form right now, it should look awfully familiar. If you're familiar with the game, it should look very similar to Aiko's character model. It's not a coincidence.
Does that mean you like Garnet at that age or no? Or is she also too similar to Aiko?
I'm conflicted. So Tot's like, oh, by the way, I have this really convenient secret hole that has a completely self-regulated transportation system under the ground that you guys can use.
All right, so here's another encounter area. And since we do not have Zidane here, we do not have Flea on anyone. So
Yeah, I'm gonna
these battles are going to be, if we did get any battles, they're going to be pretty slow. And since Steiner's already level 4, we don't really need experience here. If Steiner's level 2 coming in here, then getting an encounter isn't that bad, because then it makes the next boss fight a lot safer. What's our counter count at right now?
12.
12. It's hard to remember. I usually have a counter somewhere. And yeah, 2 crawlers is kind of annoying. Steiner can one-shot these, but he's really slow. And well, yeah, and that's another thing. That's annoying when you queue an attack, and then the one that you just targeted gets the attack off when you could have targeted the other one. If we're lucky, we maybe get an ether here. Nope, just some ore.
Our Steiner is going to be an absolute tank on this fight.
Yeah, level 7 Steiner.
It is definitely possible to have like a level 2 Steiner at this point, so level 7 is extraordinarily safe.
Steiner's level and the route that we did at RPG Limit Break actually mattered quite a bit. But in this route, it doesn't really matter at all.
Yeah, and then we get another double crawler. Yeah, getting a 0 encounter Garganru is like not even that uncommon, but yeah, getting more than 1 encounter is pretty unlucky.
Wow. Actually, one interesting thing you'll see, you notice that he stopped attempting to escape briefly when the worm attacked Marcus. We actually didn't know for a long time that whenever you are fleeing, if you take physical damage, it actually counts as back attack damage. So there is an infamous enemy in the final disc that can do sort of an AoE physical damage, and if you're fleeing, you can just game over. And for the longest time, we had no idea why. But it really is as simple as just not trying to escape.
Got a crawler card that will help.
That could be a little useful, yeah.
And now we have level 8 Steiners. Yeah, he's a real
And a level 7 Garnet.
Yeah.
I think, what level's Marcus look like?
He's
like
also
7.
level 7.
This is the most overpowered part we've ever had.
So this ancient transportation that he has in his basement is this giant insect-like thing that comes when called and has a carriage attached underneath it, and it climbs on the ceiling. Because it's a JRPG.
So you're ducking in and out there just to reset the encounter count. So yeah, this next boss fight, this is gonna be pretty free because of our ridiculously high levels. But it can be really scary when Steiner is level 2 and Dagger and Marcus are level 1.
It also has a pretty unique characteristic in that you don't actually defeat the enemy when you deplete its HP, and it has to take a turn to be able to end the fight. And so if you queue an extra attack, you can actually attack it more times than you need to end the fight, because it'll do all of the attacks that are queued first before it gets its turn.
Right, Beatrix is the same way.
So the Gargan stops because it's afraid of something, so they jump out and see what it is and find this creature here. So this fight is fairly simple. We're mostly just going to be prioritizing Steiner's attacks. If you're low level, it's a little bit risky at points because he easily one-shots both Marcus and Garnet a lot of the time. So you have to be really careful that you don't end up in a situation with only Steiner alive. Fortunately for us, we have a ton of HP and a ton of levels, so we should be pretty safe with those HPs.
So he has like 3 different attacks. So here's the physical one that lands poison, and this can actually this was the one you wanted to hit Steiner because he has counter attack. Very nice. Yeah. That's what we wanted to see. It usually doesn't happen, but very good luck there.
So he's remedying the poison because it's actually a little bit scary, not because Steiner's necessarily in danger of dying, but because if he has 2 poisons, or poisons on 2 characters, it actually can trigger the ability to cast Night, which is a ability that we'll actually be using later on, and that is very, very bad.
So that string ability is actually a magic attack, not a physical attack. So that's why we put the bandana on Marcus, although he is so high level it doesn't even matter now, but it gives him the ability to survive string at level 1.
And this is a really important fight to count damage on because Like Muttski alluded to, we don't actually defeat him, he just escapes, but he won't escape until his next turn after dying. So you really need to make sure you're not just wasting time doing extra attacks after you've already defeated him. So that's why you saw him just do the Steiner attack and then not attack with Garnet and Marcus.
I mean, if you have any interest in speedrunning this game ever, like the one thing that I would highly recommend getting into practice of is just counting the damage on boss fights.
Yeah.
It is incredible how much simpler it makes it when you know exactly how much HP the boss has, and you can react really efficiently by knowing that.
You just had to be quick at typing on it. So it can be a little tricky to balance typing on the calculator and actually looking at the screen.
We have a $25 donation from Mr. Zwanzig.
Hello.
Oh, hello, hello.
Swansea.
It was the AGDQ 2013 FF9 run that first captured my interest in speedrunning in a big way. 6 years later, I'm proud to still be part of the Final Fantasy speedrun community where I've met so many great people. Good luck, friends. I'm sure you'll make me proud, as always.
As always, he says.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, Zwanzig is a very long-time member of the Final Fantasy IX community as well, and if you want to see a more older version of the route, they actually did a run at ESA in 2015, which is still a great watch as well.
He did a co-op of this run with another runner named
Oh
Nep.
my man.
Where could you be? But he did a co-op run of this with another runner called Nep at ESA in 2015, I want to say.
Yeah, 2015.
Yeah, 15.
I have a $50 donation from T-Page for funsies. All the guys who got me into speedrunning in one run. Good luck on the run, guys. Donation for blindfolded menu.
Similar to the grotto, you can get a few encounters that cast Berserk here as well, which is why I'm going to save outside, just in case it becomes a precarious situation.
I think that's the first time I've ever seen the name of that desert.
We have a $150 anonymous donation. Loving this Final Fantasy IX run. Thank goodness it's Friday night. I'll be here the whole way. And another 150 if I can see some of that glorious Twitch Prime sub spam in chat. Come on, guys. Let's all team up in kicking cancer's butt.
If you spam something, it should be the cool cat emote.
We have $50 from Howard221. A Final Fantasy IX speedrun? I'm so happy. Here's $1 towards the best couple's nuptials for every bad pun I've heard so far. I think I've lost count. I've got $10 from Offhand Soldier. Love GDQ, love Final Fantasy IX. If this comment gets read, I will donate 10 cents for every hour I've played this game during the final boss. We've got $20 from Weasel233. Finally decided to donate after all these years. You can too, chat. Thank you.
What is that, 15?
It's bad.
It's 14. I can't even remember.
So I am actually going to kill this encounter, even though Zidane's ATB was really full for some AP.
We also want to get some XP for when we get Beatrix in our party later, because Beatrix level is based on Freya's level. Yeah, that's actually a thing we can talk about. When the characters join the party, it's their initial level is based on the average level of the current party when they join. So when Beatrix joins their party, it's only Freya, so it's just whatever Freya's level is. So we wanted to get a level up on Freya so that Beatrix has enough MP later. So we're just running up this trunk here, trying to avoid encounters. And keep running up. Okay, and then we got this screen
the
with
worst
these, okay. Oh, we got the good RNG. Okay, so we're spinning the right way.
Hey.
That's total RNG, which direction you spin. If you're spinning the other direction, you'll end up jumping out on the other side, and then you have to go back in. I mean, it's... I thought, at first I thought that there was a way that you could, like, jump in at a certain angle or something, but no, it's actually complete RNG, just like most things in this game.
You have the option of taking a minute-long tour of the village here if you would like. They'll
guys
want
wanna
to
see it?
around.
Yeah? Yeah, fortunately, there's like a super long and super obvious cue of when that's going to start. So it's pretty hard to do unless you're like really not paying attention.
Yeah. Amazingly, I've never actually...
No, I haven't either.
I've only done it
run.
once.
And now that
Just
I
one
said
more
that-
time than it should have happened.
And now that they said that, I'm probably going to do it on my next run. So this is actually one of the spots where if we did that new Chocobo route, there's actually Giesel greens outside the church there that we would pick up. Which that one is not far out of the way. Unfortunately, the other one that we would pick up is quite a bit out of the way.
So on the way up, he's just buying a weapon for Freya, which we're going to be using right after this upcoming boss fight. And then he has to go all the way up to the church and talk to one of the priests there to trigger this this option. And we're going to be making our way all the way back down now to fight.
Making our way downtown.
Making our way downtown.
Walking fast.
Do-do-do-do-do. Anyway, we're going to be fighting a boss that is a recurring enemy in the Final Fantasy series, Antlion.
Here we go. Yep, 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 yep. Up.
And hey, it's our friend Rat Bolt.
Yeah, Rat Face.
Rat
back.
Face.
Rat Kid.
Yeah, we don't yet know who he is, but he is now here being caught by this disgusting creature.
Okay, so what we want to see here is we want to see Sandstorm here.
Get your do-do-do's ready.
Yeah, get that Sandstorm emote ready. It's actually pretty uncommon for me to open with Sandstorm.
Yeah.
But hopefully we can get it, and hopefully we can get it. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
There we go.
Okay, so this is really good because for some reason, when he uses Sandstorm, it just makes him really slow. And hey, we got a Zidane trance too.
Kill him.
Oh yeah, this could be a really fast fight. So for some reason, like Vivi's usually not fast enough to do the ATB wait and getting 2 attacks off.
Yeah.
But for some reason, after Sandstorm, you can get 2 attacks
Oh,
off.
I'm in the wrong man.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had to back out of that twice because the double sub-menu. That's actually pretty low damage roll there.
Should I use one?
Doesn't he counter?
I don't think you can counter a Dyne.
I think if you do Dyne last, it's...
Yeah, I'll do it last.
So this is, as you can probably tell, Zidane trancing here is very abnormal. You don't normally use physical attacks because he'll counter. So you sort of just...
Low
I've
damage.
gotten really low damage on BB, so...
Yeah.
Is this going to kill it? 1383.
Yeah, pretty sure.
Nice.
All right, that's very good. That's
Yeah,
only one turn on Antlion is really good. So a useful trance.
Yes.
That's actually,
That only happens like once a year.
yeah, usually you just trance like on a random encounter and
It's
you just
really
waste a
sad.
bunch of time.
The doo-doo-doos in chat were real.
Nice. Good
Yes.
job. Good job.
Of course, like I say like, oh, opening with Sandstorm is so rare, and then
It happens.
it's
And
the only,
Zidane's
the
trance-
only turn that you get.
Yeah. So yeah, we learned that Puck is sort of the prince of this area and is not just Ratface. So Freya comes up here to sort of assist in this ritual to strengthen the Sandstorm.
What a better way than to do a river dance
Yeah.
with your friends.
So here sort of is going to mark our first player change. So maybe everyone give a round of applause to Muttski for bringing in the first 1/3 of this game.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Tojju will pick it up from here. Notice that we've got a harp player. This is actually Edward Scissorhands.
I've got a $20 donation from Roosta. I just wanted to let you guys know that we've already purloined your likenesses from the stream into Discord emotes.
Oh boy.
I also heard a call for Zidane puns. Not rising to this call would be a Zidane on my reputation for terrible puns.
Good job, Muttski.
Thank you.
We have a $250 donation from Jomo224. Thought I'd just check in on the Final Fantasy IX run out for a bit, but it's bringing back all the nostalgia and I'm hooked. Consider my donation Vivi and Queena's wedding gift.
Toju's bopping to this song right now. I see it.
Yeah, I got the groove. Actually, if you want to see something really great, you should check out the sort of aforementioned ESA 2015 VOD because they did this dance live.
Why aren't we doing it live?
Luzbel said no.
She broke the
No,
streak.
that's not true.
Okay, sorry.
First
That's
off,
not true.
first
That
off,
is not
the
true,
way this
actually.
story went, Luzbel said I would do it without asking
Yeah,
me if I
Luzbel
would do
meant, no,
it.
Luzbel told me and said, oh, Muttski said he would do the dance. She did not say that. So yeah, the harp breaks during the dance, which is a super bad omen, and now the sandstorm, which is protecting the whole city, is completely dissipating, which is obviously not good.
And so their plan actually backfired and weren't able to strengthen their defenses, and rather they're now like foiled, and invasion is imminent. But you notice that like glistening gem there. Queen Braun is like after the gems from each city, which is why she went to Burmecia first, and then she's gonna come here, and then ultimately wants to invade Lindblum to get the one above Regent Sid's throne. So Garnet's made it back to Alexandria, and she's kind of conflicted at this point on asking her mother like what's been bothering her and what's been going wrong, things are gonna get pretty serious in the conversation that they have, and we discover what the experiment that she wanted to try on Garnet during Disc 1 is going to be.
We have $130 from Bacchus. As a radiological technologist working at a radiotherapy department, I'm treating patients with cancer every day. I would be very happy to be unemployed someday if that meant there was no more cancer to treat. Thanks to AGDQ and all the runners for this amazing event. Consider this 130 gil a wedding gift for Vivi and Queena. Greetings from Austria. Speaking of a wedding gift, we've got about a half an hour to go before the marriage, and we still have a ways to go. So please, please, please get your donations in if you want to see that marriage. I know I do. I want them to live happily ever after. So please get your donations in right away if you'd like to see that.
So here she's making up a really bad lie about what she's been doing, and you have the option to believe her or not. And believing her is just a little bit quicker than like acting like you do not. And now Kuja comes up and he's like speaking to Garnet. Garnet doesn't really know who he is. And he is gonna put her into like a dreamlike sleep so that they can try to extract her eidolons or summons from her so that Queen Braun can use them instead.
We have a $10 donation from Stay Hydrated Person. You've been live for just over 3 hours. By this point in your broadcast, you should have consumed at least 12 ounces or 360 milliliters of water to maintain optimal hydration.
Thank you.
Funny thing is, when I read that, I actually drank some water because I'm like, oh yeah, I should do that.
Yes, shout out to the Stay Hydrated bot.
saving lives. So now Freya's really like upset that the dance had not worked, and she's kind of confused about what she should do now, and so they're going to head down through the trunk and begin to leave.
Yeah, this is actually what the one time in the whole game where you actually control Freya, right? I don't think there's another point where you control her.
You get to control, I think, every character except Amaranth.
Right. Yeah, Quinna you control in the frog.
The frog game. And even if you don't get Eiko in Desert Palace, you have her for one screen in the beginning of Disc 3 when you run from the room with Tot to the places she gets knocked off.
Yeah, so it's pretty convenient that Freya's the only one in the party there because you just like quickly optimize her and that's it. Yeah, the optimize is the way we like set up the inventory and all the items. We try to optimize the use of the optimize option just to make the menus a lot faster.
So this VV attack here is optional. It's just there are damage rolls in which Zidane will not one-shot, and we really don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and we really do not want to see Blazzaras from these because it's such a long animation.
If you attack with Zidane and under damage, the Alexandrian soldier will actually flee the fight, and you won't be rewarded for having defeated it. So that's why the VV attack first is really important.
For some reason, you still get 2 AP, but you get less experience. Although if they both run away, then you get no experience or AP, and that can be a problem.
Yeah, a lot of the times you could easily just elect not to soften them up with VV, but obviously in this scenario we don't want to take any chances.
Freya can actually underdamage them too at level 6, but when she's level 7, she's guaranteed to kill it.
We have a $100 donation from Orin111 that says, "Wov, twoo wov." And in honor of that, I really want to get this marriage incentive met. So what I would like is that if you're watching right now, please send in a donation with your favorite video game couple. I want to know who your favorite video game couple is, and send it in with your donation, and I'll read it out on the air.
Favorite video game couple?
Yeah, Couch, do you have any favorites? I mean, besides VV and Queen, of course.
Ooh.
I guess I like Cloud and Aerith, but that one gets cut short.
Oh. Man, I thought you made people mad when you said
downer.
FF8 was your favorite. But...
I think mine is probably Peach and Bowser.
Fair.
I'm gonna go with Nathan and Elena, right, from Uncharted.
Uncharted.
I don't know, this is the first one I thought of.
That's a good one. We've got $25 from Genius Gamer M. I told my partner that I donated $5 per hour he managed to stay awake for this run. I figured I'd add a little extra just so VV can have that happy marriage.
So they're making their way down the trunk, and they sort of realize something is off because they're finding soldiers, but they're not finding enough soldiers to sort of warrant like an invasion. So they realize that they've actually been duped, as we see by Beatrix saying they fell for it. And instead, the real army is actually already teleporting into the town and killing the people that live there.
And for some reason, their attacks vaporize these NPCs, but they do like hardly anything to our party.
You did kill an encounter, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
So you kind of have like a mini game within these battles too. Like you'll be prompted to pick a couple of options of directions you can lead some of the villagers. And depending on the ways that you go, you can avoid like running into the black mages or soldiers, and you're able to save some of the villagers, and they actually reward you with items after you're all done.
Yeah, we like to see either Zidane or Freya getting a turn here, because, you know, Blizzard, when the enemies get Blizzard off, it's slow. When we have to use Blizzard, it's also slow.
We've got $50 from Aaron208. Can't make it. Excuse me. Can't make it. Let's try this again. Can't make it all the way to Conde PD for the wedding, but Vivi and Quina should be able to get a nice blender with this.
Just what they need. So he actually got kind of unlucky there with that crit on Freya, but fortunately, HP level was fine and the fight would be okay.
We have $5 from Swerb. My favorite video game couple is Muttski and Eco.
Thanks, Swerb. Remember that time that we were friends like 2 minutes ago?
We've got $25 from Ruckus. Favorite video game couple is obviously Isaac and Nicole from Dead Space. For the wedding, of course. We have $5 from Foxpaw. It says Zelda and Zelda? Wait. All right.
Zelda and Zelda?
Metroid and Metroid.
I accidentally hit that first option the other day, so I really wanted to make sure I didn't. You just fight a whole extra encounter if you do that, so don't want to waste that time.
They do give you like little breaks here where you can heal up like Tojju has done. You have like, I think 2 of those in between these fights.
So here we have a mom and her 2 kids. And we're gonna have a very important decision coming up on the next screen. Maybe the most important decision in the entire run.
We have $10 from Neighborhood Appa, Squall and Renoa, Heart. Good luck on the run. We have a $5 donation that says, my favorite gaming couple is definitely Cortana and Master Chief.
Oh, that's a
Hashtag
good
respect the ship.
That's a good one.
We have $5 from Azura, who says, Corvo and Jessamine from Dishonored. We have $25 from Rango Fett. I love this one. My wife and I both love video games, so I would say we are my favorite video game couple. I love you, Silver. Aw, that's so sweet.
All right, so we picked the right option. So there's 3 options here. First option, you go up the stairs and a black mage spawns and kills the mom. And then you fight the black mage. And that's the worst option. Because not only is the cutscene longer, but the mom dies and you don't get the elixir from her later.
Wow, you don't even value her life, you just value the elixir?
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
We picked the third option. We picked the third option, which is the second fastest cutscene, but we only have to fight 2 guards. The second option is the fastest cutscene, but you have to fight 3 guards, which is not worth it unless you didn't fight an encounter all on the way, and then you get extra AP from the extra guard.
Yeah, the route that we're doing requires 1 AP on the way up the trunk, and that second option actually gives you 1 additional AP, so it's a way to sort of make that up but you do lose out on the elixir.
I've got a $20 donation from Snoop85. Favorite video game couple? Easy. Garrus and Calibrations. I've got a $25 donation from Squirrel Juice. Best couple, Alex and Luna in Lunar Silver Star Story Complete. Thank you. I really enjoy hearing all of these.
Yeah, they're good. So here we've been boxed in by some black mages, and we don't know what to do. Fortunately, our boy, Sir Fratley, has come with his toothbrush to wipe away the plaque mages.
The plaque mages.
Brush your teeth, kids.
I've never heard that toothbrush.
So this is a pretty sad scene. Sir Fratley here is the one that Freya's been searching for this entire time, but unfortunately, he has amnesia, and not only does he not love her anymore, he doesn't even remember her, which is obviously a system shock to her.
She kind of laughs at the cruel, cruel irony of having like been yearning for and seeking him out for so long, and just to find him and have this be like the plot twist.
But then apparently he doesn't remember the king either.
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason he doesn't have any concrete memories, but he does sort of remember that he has some kind of moral obligation to this city, which is why he showed up and saved the day.
We've got a $5 donation from BYS Viper. The best couples I'm torn between is Titus and Yuna from Final Fantasy X and Master Chief and Cortana from Halo.
Those are both good ones. Yuna and Titus probably are one of the better and like more concrete Final Fantasy couples.
We've got $5 from Sako25. My favorite couple is Final Fantasy 15's Gladio and Cup Noodle.
Okay, so since we saved the kids and the mom and the priests, we're gonna get some items from them. The kids have some cards that will be useful later on, and the mom has the elixir, as I mentioned before. And we're gonna set up, put the coral ring on Freya because once again, Beatrix has Thunder Slash. Although this time we're gonna be doing the Freya has cover strats.
Yeah, so both the coral ring and actually the leather shirt are for protection against Beatrix's Thunder Slash. But this fight is the second of 3 fights against Beatrix, and this one is significantly more dangerous than the last one. We are going to elect to try to defeat her, and we're going to be trying to do something that skips her using Cura. So once she gets below a certain threshold of HP, she will use Cura to heal herself, which obviously wastes time. So we're going to be attempting to do attacks in a very specific order, but it really just sort of depends on her and what she does. We need no one to die the first round for us to be able to do it. Fortunately, we got Thunder Slash. So we really want to attack with Vivi first because Blizzard has a very long animation, and if we do it first, it gives him time to get his ATB back. Beatrix is also very fast, so we need to be very careful.
Yeah, so see, since she did that really fast attack, if we had attacked with Vivi last, there's no way that Vivi would have got another turn.
As you can see, even Zidane didn't get a turn. But the second round, we want,
Naturally.
Naturally. It was going so well. Oh.
And now shock.
Oh, no.
So yeah, at this point, it's over. We can't skip Cura, most likely. It's better to just bail out and just sort of attack her at this point. It's kind of unfortunate, but it is what it is.
Yeah, fortunately, Freya will cover Vivi now since he's in critical.
Yeah, you can sort of attempt to salvage the Cura skip, but ultimately it's really risky and you don't want to see it. But,
Getting a miss is really, really throws it off.
Yeah.
And then having Vivi KO'd also like kind of makes the whole fight go south.
But despite the fact that we won the fight, Beatrix sort of retains her reputation and thoroughly defeats us with stock break this time.
So now we learn that they can like teleport up into the sky. And so Zidane and the gang are gonna try to like hijack these little magic floating orbs.
And upcoming is Muttski's
Oh,
favorite
no.
part of the whole game.
Oh no. Yeah, I really like when Vivi gets on his, he doesn't say anything, he just gives this cool little head nod to the black mage.
Watch his animation here.
He's like, "You ready, man?"
Yeah, and then if we actually picked up Quina in Disc 1, which is optional, but not worth it any speedrun, Quina would actually get left behind here because there was only 3 teleports available.
I think she also doesn't want to. She's just like, nah, screw this.
Oh yeah, she's scared of it.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
So here we see Queen Brain summoning Odin, which they extracted from Garnet. And unfortunately, it's going to completely destroy the city of Burmecia.
Or Clara.
Clara, yeah. They both have rats in them, man.
We have $20 from Schmullis. Best video game relationship, Titus and Blitzball. We've got an anonymous $10 donation that says Max and Chloe from Life is Strange. I like that one.
It's Waka and the
what do you mean Waka and the Blitzball?
Waka and the teachings.
Oh yeah.
The teachings. What about the teachings? Yeah, Waka and Yevon.
We have $25 from Purist01, Chrono and Marley, although Luca and Robo are a close second.
That's a good one, actually.
We've got $5 from Husnick. My favorite couple has to be Anju and Kaifei, even after all these years. I've seen quite a few for that one. We've got $5 from El Cid. Kudos to the announcer for the Peach and Bowser mention. To stay on the topic of the current run, I'm going to mention my favorite pairing from FF9, Freya and Amaranth.
So speaking of pairings, Freya is sort of a world of emotions right now. You know, she found her long-lost love. He doesn't remember her. They just had this big fight where they lost to Beatrix. They're now on her ship, and and this city has been completely destroyed. So she's completely at a loss, but they managed to, get her to come along and hide away before getting caught here.
The importance of this scene is actually about Beatrix. Beatrix kind of starts to talk about how, like, she certainly could have handled the invasion and got the jewel and did everything that they needed to do, and that the queen's like abuse of these summons is just like, a bit over the top, but she's still obviously super loyal to the queen. But even she kind of like sees that, like, things are starting to go a bit awry with the queen, and we'll start to turn away from the queen in not too long from now, really.
We have a $250 anonymous donation. The best video game couple is Phoenix Wright and Miles Edgeworth, and it's not even close.
Nice.
We have $5 from Battle Bozy 1437, who says best video game couple, Urban Yeti and female Urban Yeti. Duh. We've got a $10 donation from 631. Favorite video game couple has to be Booker and Elizabeth from BioShock Infinite. I'll get around to finishing that game one day.
BioShock's are a really good series. So now the queen has just told Beatrix that they're going to find the remaining jewel in Lindblom, and also that they want to execute the princess because she's no longer necessary.
All right, so we got a. Oh, you're gonna say.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got a kind of important thing coming up here. A couple
things.
important
Yeah.
things.
So there's going to be two sort of, I guess you could call them both mini games in a way. The first is going to be the cage swing, which there's been new tech discovered in, I don't know if you call it new, but semi-recent tech discovered where you can get the cage swing done within one fewer cycle. Unfortunately, it's very volatile, so we'll see what we can do. It's extremely timing based, so we're going to try our best. And then after that, we're going to be doing the guard skip, which is also RNG based and execution based. So we're going to hope that we get good luck on both of those fronts. Let's see what we can do here.
So yeah, we had to push this cage back and forth and crash it into the side. So let's see here.
That's supposed to happen, by the way. Oh. No.
This might be good.
No, it's not good.
No.
It's too slow. So
Yeah.
the old strat for this was just to do 5 single inputs in a row, 5 double inputs in a row, and 4 triple inputs in a row. But we found a way that you can do 4, 4, and 4 to get it a cycle early. But unfortunately, it's very timing based. Okay.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
bad
unfortunate.
RNG. Yeah, that was just way bad RNG.
Yeah, so there is a strat that you can do where it involves you kind of going up into that little alcove up there and doing a loop around, but you definitely run the risk. It's very tight corners, and you definitely run the risk of getting both guards. So in this setting, I'm just going to elect to run into it. One is fine, though.
This is another fight that can be kind of scary if Steiner's low level, but of course he's already level 8. So you can actually die here pretty easily if Steiner's level 2.
She's now level 9.
I have a $250 donation from Gravity Pike that says, best video game romance, GLaDOS and the abstract concept of science.
Yeah, so if you get the early cycle on that cage swing, it saves like 8 seconds, I think.
It's really strange because the way that it kind of works is, so like I said, you want to be doing 4 sets of 1, 4 sets of 2, 4 sets of 3, but unlike the old strat where it was simply, do the inputs and you're good, it's extremely timing based, and it's very strange because you probably noticed about a third of the way through, I had a text box that said the wrong way. That's actually intentional. For some reason, doing it in that manner is a way to make it work. But you have to also do the inputs at very specific times to gain enough momentum. The key to knowing that you're going to get it is the cycle before you would exit the screen. You will see that Marcus is about halfway off the screen to the right. And then on the way back, that tells you you're pretty much on track. But it's a very volatile trick, and fortunately we didn't get it today, but it's not a big deal. The great thing about it is that you're able to go for that, but even if you miss it, you still get it at the same time as you would if you did the other strat. So it's really a win-win situation. There's no downside to trying for it.
Okay, so if you saw our run at RBG Limit Break a couple years ago, you might have seen us fight a book here in the library. And now you'll see that we're not fighting a book in the library. So, yeah, it was part of the route for a little while to actually kill an optional boss there. That takes over 4 minutes to kill, but it gives you some benefits, including auto haste and a bunch of XP and AP. So for a while, we're using that route because some of us were pretty convinced that we could make up the time with it. And I mean, you can still get a good time with the Tantarian kill, but recently we have decided that this route is
Empu
better.
optimized the route a lot.
Yes, shoutouts to Empu. He's a very good Japanese speedrunner of this game, and he has the current world record on the Japanese version.
Yeah, the timeline of sort of how that worked is we were doing, so the route that you would have seen, or at least similarly enough to, the route you would have seen at AGDQ 2013 and ESA 2015 would have been what we now refer to as traditional route. And for a while, that did not fight Tantarian, and that was the route we did forever. And then eventually these advancements came out using Tantarian, and those routes were definitely faster than what we were doing before. But then when Empu came along in particular and sort of pioneered not fighting Tantarian again, it really put the option on the table if you don't want to fight it, even though they are still very, very, very viable routes. And with the trends, the way this game goes, it's very possible that, you know, a couple years down the road, it will be definitively faster to do Tantarian again.
Yeah, and you actually have an option to fight Tantarian in either Disc 2 or Disc 3. Yeah, but you have a different, you have to have a different way of opening the book.
There's your second miss, too.
Second miss. So this is unfortunate because we most likely would have killed here, but we're going to attack there. Uh-oh.
Wow.
Okay, this is
Fortunately, we have a lot of
so if you attack
HP
him
here.
and Freya and don't miss twice in a row, this will not happen.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I've never seen that in my life.
Neither have I.
That's so
I mean, that's like a meme. That's the first time that's happened before. Oh well, what can you do?
Just play better.
Yeah, true.
Get better RNG.
I should have considered not missing.
Should have
actually.
practiced the RNG.
Why? Oh man.
We have $25 from Iron 101. I'd say best couple is Peach and Booster, but I gotta give a shout out to Peach and Luigi for my best friend Twig. Hashtag Green Team. How about Booster and Z-Cake? That's a good one. We have a $10 donation from Master Shinainai. Best video game couple is Solid Snake and Cardboard Box. Hope everyone enjoys the wedding.
And now we see that that Marcus has used the super soft on.
This is Luzbel's favorite Moogle because he looks at you as you walk away.
He's cute.
So yeah, they rescue Garnet, and Steiner is completely distraught, thinking he's completely failed his duties, but they are rescuing her nonetheless and taking her all the way back up the
Did you get the
tower
free
there.
heal here or not?
Yeah, good call, good call. So
Yeah,
I'm not used to that happening, so... Okay. Go with what we got, I guess.
We have a $25 donation from MrGameandShout.
Hello.
Too late for a favorite couples donation? Going to have to be selfish here and say it's my wife and I.
Aw.
She let me pick all the music for our wedding and hates Here Come the Bride, so our soundtrack was mostly piano arrangements from FF7 through FF9, and she walked down the aisle to Final Fantasy Overture. I still get choked up every time I hear it. On that note, this donation goes towards the marriage incentives. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mr. Game and Shout. All right, so now we'll be preparing. This cutscene will lead us into our final of 3 Beatrix battles. This is much more similar to the second one than the first one. She has a similar HP value. She has about 1,000 more HP than she did in the last fight. Rather than using Cure, she can cast Cura. And Steiner will be doing most of the damage with his newfound ice brand and MP attack, and we'll try to deplete her HP in a way such that she doesn't allow herself to cast the Cura at all.
And we will try our best not to miss.
Hopefully we can get a crit with Steiner, because
Yeah, you can.
Steiner with the ice brand now, and at level 9 can dish out a lot of damage here.
You can do almost like 4K with a crit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's like
over
3,500. Shock. Underslash.
That's fine.
Okay.
Sorry. We've got a $50 donation from Little Quicksilver. Favorite video game romance is between Vivi and the will to live he finds despite being stuck in a cruel and seemingly indifferent world. It's beautiful and amazing dating. Had to get that one in at the end.
So she did get the Cura off, but it shouldn't matter because, yeah,
Good.
it's good. Yeah, Steiner's so high level, he's dishing out a lot more damage than he normally would.
Despite that, she defeats us again for the 3rd time in a row.
Now with a different ability, Clim Hazard,
Yeah.
which we're going to see a little bit more of later, or very soon, actually.
Fortunately for us, however, despite our epic defeat, Beatrix sees the princess unconscious and realizes that something is completely wrong with the queen, and her suspicions are indeed true. And she tells that to Steiner as well. So she attempts to save Garnet and is no longer working for the queen.
Yeah, she changes sides pretty fast here.
Yeah.
And in so doing, becomes incredibly weaker than she just was a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
We have a $5 donation from Raggedy. Chell and the Companion Cube. Although I'm a sucker for Zidane and Garnet's relationship, I'll give another $20 if the couch can recall Garnet's birth name.
I know for a fact someone on the couch
Yeah.
knows her first name.
I have mentioned this a number of times. Her first name is actually Sarah. And you have to do quite a bit of searching in the game in order to actually find it. But yeah, her name is Sarah.
There you go, Raggedy. They also said perhaps we should summon a $5 wedding donation train. I like that idea.
Get ready for the terrible, deadly, devastating, monstrous, puppies. Look at these pooches. But yeah, shout outs to everyone that knew Garnet's real name is Sarah. That's like one of my favorite hidden pieces of like lore in the game.
So now all of a sudden Beatrix has 592 HP instead of the 5,000 plus that she
100,
just
yeah.
had on when we fought her. And yeah, she can one-shot him with that, but it's still
Way less than what she was doing before.
This is like the biggest tease in the entire game, making you think that maybe Beatrix is going to be a playable character. And then this is almost it for us. She's got one other time in the beginning of Disc 3 otherwise.
We've got a $20 donation from Kai. Best video game relationship is between Titus and Yuna and their laugh scene.
That's a moment. If you can get through that, you can get through anything together.
We've got $5 from Hiram. The best video game couple hands down has to be Dark Souls and Dying. We've got $25 donation from Dossier. Favorite couple, Kefka and Queen Brain. No, seriously, look at them. They're made for each other. We've got a $10 anonymous donation that says, Guybrush and Elaine. Of course, from Monkey Island.
Now, normally we went Dagger to get XP here, but she already got some XP earlier, so it should be fine. Because, like I mentioned earlier, the average party level is what determines a character's initial level, and we really want Quina to join the party at level 11. So if Dagger ends up losing out on too much XP, then Quina's level is going to be lower than it should be.
One ability that we should note that the Bandersnatch puppies here have is their licking ability, which can actually put party members to sleep. Not particularly dangerous on this fight, but there is one where you're soloed with Freya and Beatrix, and if you do encounter that attack, it can be a bit obnoxious. And you see here, Steiner took the hit there.
That's fine, because now we just get Zidane's turn. Yeah, he can sometimes one-shot them, sometimes he's a little bit short.
I did equip the Insomniac ability on Freya right before I hand it off to Tojju, which will prevent the sleep status on Freya. But Freya isn't really suited to defeat the Bandersnatches, so if it does happen to Beatrix, even though it's just kind of a hassle to kind of deal with, I guess.
Yeah, and the reason we equipped the Javelin back on Freya, even though we had the Partisan before, is so that if Beatrix gets slept by the Bandersnatches, Freya can actually smack her awake without killing her.
So in terms of dagger experience, this one is far more important than the other one since there's one fewer party member.
We have a $25 donation from Pelox. My favorite RPG couple is Seymour and Seymour from Final Fantasy X. Such a lovely couple, though he only loves himself.
So this is the one that I mentioned that can be a bit dangerous if you're unlucky. Hopefully he'll get a good ATB with Beatrix and just...
And
or, you know...
No. And so yeah, Kalim Hazard costs 32 MP. Okay, that's fine.
Holy moly.
Yeah, so Kalim Hazard costs 32 MP, and you see she has just enough to cast it twice. So if Freya was under-leveled before, then Beatrix can end up having not enough MP to cast it twice.
Steiner then joins up for this one, which makes it significantly safer. Especially now Freya has like 10 HP too.
Yeah.
Right. We do want to make sure that Freya survives here because AP concerns. I mean, we always have backup strats in case of unfortunate circumstances, but.
We have another $50 from Raggedy, who says, Garnet/Dagger was indeed named Sarah. I love the themes of identity that this game tackles. Here's an additional $50.
Thanks for the additional donation.
And I guess we didn't have Insomniac on Freya. I think that's an old strat, isn't it? Yeah. Because I did notice she got slept there in the previous fight.
Yeah. Oh, it's Zidane that has Insomniac on.
We have a $50 donation from Gordon Fearman. Is it weird that my for real favorite couple is Zidane and Garnet? Oh, I don't think so.
definitely not. They have a pretty cute, like, romance, and it's pretty fun. It's not, like, super, like, I don't know, like, over the top with romance. It's more of, like, a friendship kind of. Like, even at one point when the character that shall not be named gets jealous of Garnet and Zidane's closeness, Zidane calls them a team.
Okay, so now you see here, I got ahead of myself earlier when I was talking about this. Now we see that Marcus has rescued Blink with the super soft. Yeah, I was a little bit early saying that before. I forgot which cutscene we were on, but.
We have a $200 donation from Omni70. Best couple is Kerrigan and Raynor from StarCraft. I love that one. We have a $10 anonymous donation that says, I basically have to donate because I named my black cat after Vivi from FF9. Unfortunately, she can't do magic, but I love her all the same. Cute.
So they made their way back into Garganru, and similarly, they also again ran into another very similar snake-like creature, with a very similar name, as a matter of fact. This one is a bit quicker, but also has a few different things at his disposal. The number one thing we're really watching for is Ultrasonic Wave, which inflicts Mini, which we do not want. Other than that...
Yeah, there it is.
So it's fine. We just need to make sure that we cure. Oh, or it can miss.
Or it could just miss, yeah.
I don't think I've ever seen that before either.
Yeah.
So to kill this, we want to do 2 Blazzaras and 1 Zidane attack, but we're going to wait until the next round to cue Zidane's attack.
Yeah, because if Zidane attacks here, then it will curl up and into a ball, and you won't be able to damage it.
If you attack it while it is balled up, it can counter with like an earthquake attack.
Right. And that's another one of those things where it does more damage in the Japanese version, because I've actually wiped to that ability before on the JP version because it did so much damage. I think Thundara might actually do more damage on that version too. I can't remember.
So this was going to chase us through the tunnel, and unfortunately here is our stop at Trino, and we're actually going to blow right by it, and the Gargan's just going to kind of drop us off wherever we crash land. Well off the mark.
We have a $5 donation from Mr. Pylord. Hey chat, at 3:35, if enough people do $5 donations, we can get that marriage. Let's start a $5 train at 3:35. I know you can do it.
So now there's actually going to be a bit of a turn in the plan for Princess Garnet as far as the Queen is concerned. So before, the Queen wanted the Black Waltzes to just simply retrieve Garnet so that they could extract the Eidolons from her. But now that those have been taken and she has just become a nuisance, she's actually going to order these 2 assassins to find her. To do the job that she had attempted to do earlier before they had escaped and actually kill Garnet. So this is the first of the 2 assassins here, called Lonnie. And then up here we have Scarlet Hair.
I've got $5 from Sika. Best video game couple? For me, it would be Aiko and Yorda from Aiko. Let's have a happy wedding for Vivi and Queena. Do you guys know about how much longer we have until the wedding?
Let's see. What's the time on the run right now?
30 minutes.
3:48.
for 30, 40 minutes?
Okay.
40
Yeah,
minutes?
about 30 minutes.
Excellent. So we still have time to get that met.
Now we find out that they've prepared her airship to take off, and as we've seen to this point, every time that she has traveled with it, it has been to destroy a city, and this time is going to be no different. And now we find our heroes back at Pinnacle Rocks, where they've been dumped by the Gargan, and having lost all of her summon abilities, Garnet's actually going to run into a ghostly figure who reveals himself as Ramuh, who will offer himself as a summon to her if she completes a trial mini game. It's fortunately optional, so we don't have to do it.
We have a $50 donation from J96. Best couple is Ness and Paula or Cecil and Rosa. And we have $25 from Icewinter, whose favorite video game couple is Kingdom Hearts, Sora, and Riku. We've been hearing that one a lot. We have a $100 donation from The Great Chew. Y'all missing the absolute best video game couple of Isaac and Jenna from Golden Sun.
So here you see that he approached Ramuh there. Ramuh appears in a couple places in this area, and each one gives you a different paragraph of a story, and more or less you need to put them in the correct order and then choose one of two endings that you'll stick on it.
Is that 16? 15?
We lost the count.
I can't remember. So yeah, he equipped the dagger here. I don't know, he might have already had flee, but I don't think we're really keeping track of AP
This
right
is
now.
true, yeah.
Yeah, we're just doing it just in case. Usually, or at least sometimes, he doesn't have flee completely learned yet. So he was about to actually reset the screen here, but he got an encounter before he reset the screen, so he didn't have to do that.
Yeah, he was going to have to take extra steps to get there, so it was actually closer to not on the reset.
That one's weird because that screen reset is actually kind of far out of the way, but in my experience anyway, I get an encounter much less often when I do that screen split, so I consider it worth it.
So now they're approaching Lindblom, and they find the Red Rose ship and the fleet of ships that the Queen is in control of, and they are bombarding Lindblom and going to invade it as well. And you can see that Queen Braun is slowly becoming more and more power hungry and greedy.
I got a $50 donation from JB140. I was actually at a friend's wedding yesterday. Wouldn't mind seeing another one. Just to remind everybody, we've only got 30 minutes left before we're gonna see that marriage between Vivi and Queena. Make sure to get your donations in right away. We have raised $4,000 in the last 20 minutes, so this is totally doable. But if you guys want to see it, you have to get your donations in the next 20, 30 minutes.
What is the total for that right now?
We are at 24,000. I believe we got
We can do it.
So here she's used her next Eidolon summon, which is Atamos. And if you've played FF5, it's a nice little reference to that game mostly. And he just kind of sucks up all of the people and bits and pieces of the city here and Garnet, you know, devastated not only that her mother is responsible, but that her mother is actually using the power that is her own. And so she feels kind of culpable in all of this destruction because the Eidolons are in fact hers.
We have a $5 donation from Cayenne214. This is for the $5 train. You know what they say, the more the merrier.
I like it.
We've got $100 from Brian175. Love FF9. Here's some money for the wedding. Thank you.
So he's going to hug the left wall here. If you actually run too close to those NPCs in the center there, you actually get a cutscene there. You can also pick up a, there's a Lindblom card on that screen there that you can get. I got it once and I used it and I lost 0 to 10 and I never got it again.
We got a $5 donation from Corinne. You guys are missing the most wholesome one, Octodad and his wife. Aww.
So on our way in, you probably saw that Vivi did not come with us. It's because they told him to hide since he's too similar looking to the black mages which were attacking the village, but they caught him anyway. They also find out that Sid is actually alive and well despite the destruction of the city. And then he's sort of telling him about Kuja, who was the man that we saw at the end of Disc 1 and otherwise, and that he's basically turned into some sort of arms dealer for Alexandria, supplying black mages and other weaponry.
Yeah, they convinced the guards that Vivi is an undercover, is like undercover for the black mages.
But he gives us a little bit of gil. He gives a couple thousand gil and tells us to go get some supplies before we take off on our next leg of the journey. And so we're going to actually use it to buy an Exploda, which is a really nice sword for Zidane.
It's a really cool looking sword too. Unfortunately, we don't get to use it for very
long at all.
We have a $1,000 donation from Alaskan Emily. Who says, here's something for the Queen of Vivi wedding. Greetings from Alaska. And with that, we've raised like $2,000 in the last 3 minutes. We're getting there, guys. Keep it coming.
I promise you it's worth it. We have parts picked out and everything.
Say, if we wouldn't incentivize you guys to donate more if you knew that we would voice act the entire wedding.
If you want to hear Caracarn play Quina, it's worth the donation.
Is it? I don't know.
We've got $100 from Pseudo Design 76. I've got room for 20 in my private car. Let's keep this $5 train moving. We've got a $25 donation from Mio. Longtime watcher, first-time donator. Gotta donate for my favorite game of all time, Final Fantasy IX. Here's to a happy marriage for Vivi and Quina.
So Sid here has actually used one of the train carts on his subway system to block off one of the exits so that no one else can come down to this part without having to walk through the entire tunnel. And he gives Zidane this cloth, which Zidane believes is just like a dirty rag, but we find out is actually a map of the entire world, because they're going to travel to this continent that lies beyond the sea and borders of the Mist continent that they're currently on, and the map shows us there are actually several continents around.
Just gonna do a quick little shop here at the Dragon's Gate again. buy some softs and the Mithril Helm. The Mithril Helm is pretty important armor, especially for the end game.
Just one.
I was like, I don't think that works.
One stroper and then it's over.
I'm confident. We only need one.
We have a $25 donation from Suzushiro, donating even more for voice acting.
Yeah.
In all caps.
Listen, I promise. If you played FF10, I promise our voice acting cannot be any worse. So.
Okay. How about this? If it gets met, I hear Muttski has a pretty good Jecht impression.
You can't do it, kid. I'm the best. You're out of your league.
We have a $5 anonymous donation. $5 wedding donation train. I hope they serve quinoa at the wedding. I hear it's supposed to be vegan.
16 encounters.
This one's pretty rare, too, actually.
Yeah, getting 2 encounters on this segment is, well, one in Pinnacle Rocks and one in Kirmarsh. Is pretty unfortunate. And these enemies are actually really low level too.
Yeah.
Because you get this when you get if you get Quina in disc 1, this is where you get her.
Yeah, the quick escape chance on these is actually really high.
So now, oh yeah, we need.
We need the Quina name.
Quina's
Sorry.
name
Yeah.
now.
We've got $5 from Nizumi. Wedding train hype. Choo choo. Wait, like the train of a wedding gown? I just got that.
We need Quina's name right now. Whatever one for that.
All right. It is Maite. M-A-I-T-E.
M-A-I-T-E.
I-T-E.
I-T-E.
Yeah,
Can we
there were
call
some
it Mate?
there were some accent marks over that name, I think, but yeah, again, we can't do it on this game.
So there's actually like a mini game here that Quina can do where you can catch frogs throughout the world. You get a few items if you catch so many of them, and if you actually collect 99 frogs, you're able to fight Quail, who is standing in front of us here, and he's probably the most, it's probably the most obnoxious optional boss fight to unlock, really. The quest is really, really time consuming, and the frogs that you have to farm spawn very slowly.
And the more frogs you catch, the more damage your frog drop ability does.
Yeah.
Also, I think.
So we've got $25 from Mog140. I hear wedding bells, Kupo. And I'm guessing with the appearance of Quina, we're getting real close. So make sure to get your donations in. We only have a few minutes left. So if you want to see that wedding, make sure you donate right away. We've raised like another $2,000 in the last couple minutes. So we're definitely getting there.
So here, Vivi actually wants to talk to Quail because he says that he resembles his grandpa. Again, if you haven't like pieced it together based on the creation of the other black mages, Vivi was in fact also made artificially, and so one of the Quans, which or one of the the Qs that look like Quail named Quan, actually took in Vivi, and Vivi refers to him as his grandfather, despite not actually having any biological connection to him.
Yeah, and we keep pushing this guy about that, and he gets really annoyed at us. Hold.
Yeah, so basically what's going on here is that Sid told us that there was potentially a hidden passageway to the new continent in this area, and Quina just stumbles upon it, trying to eat a frog.
It's a good thing that she destroyed the chains, because they, clearly can't be stepped over. Or this is actually one of the most underrated songs in the game because you don't hear it very long. This Fossil Rouge song.
Fossil Room is one of the more annoying parts of the run because there's a lot of screens you have to run through, and they all can have encounters on them. So, I mean, you can have a 0 encounter Fossil Room, you can have a 7 encounter Fossil Room. This is one of the ones that has a really big variance in time.
So this is the Armo Dullahan, which is likely a reference to an FF6 boss. You can actually not have to fight him at all if you can effectively flee him and dodge these axes. These pendulumed axes.
So this looks really sketchy, but this is actually completely safe. And also, if you get to that hole at the proper time, it sort of skips you waiting for him to fall in, so that's a really efficient way to do it.
We have a $20 donation from, and it's voice acted? Wait, hold on, the wedding is voice acted by the runners? Oh, now I have to see this. Best video game pairing though, Speedrunners and GDQ.
So now we're about to have a boss fight here with Lonnie, and lots of the bosses earlier would attack everyone except Dagger. In this one, she's gonna focus only on Dagger.
She'll attack the other party members after Dagger is KO'd, but while she is alive, she'll focus her attacks on her. And she kind of tells them right before the fight that she's been ordered by the queen to kill the princess, and Garnet's kind of, in disbelief. However...
So now usually this fight takes 3 Zidane attacks and 2 Blazzaras. There's a way you can do it with 1 less Blazzara, but... And I think we're gonna get it, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Yeah, once she goes under half HP, it's gonna trigger this dialogue here.
Yeah.
Where she says, "Why aren't you giving up?" That actually resets her ATB. And if you cue that attack on Zidane there before she does that dialogue, he'll actually get that extra attack off.
Nice.
So yeah, that saves a little bit of time just doing a Zidane attack instead of a second Blazzara. Now, Water All is kind of unusual. I mean, she sometimes does it, but not always. That's the main reason we put the headgear on Quina to survive that.
So now we finally actually equipped the alert ability here again in order to prevent back attacks. This is kind of one, like a unique instance in the run. This is actually one area where there is an encounter that we need to get. There are 2 different enemies that we can get this blue magic for Quina by eating an enemy. And so we need to get one of those.
Okay,
this is one of them.
17, by the way. So yeah, we need to do 660.
667.
667.
Well, there's 667.
Ask and you shall receive.
We have a $100 donation from Ifrit, $5 donation train. I don't have $10 though. I can't believe you want my $25. Fine, 50 it is.
Nice.
All right. So we got Night, which is going to come in handy later. It puts everything to sleep, both the party and the enemies. And if you have Insomniac, your party's protected from it. And it actually technically has a 100% land rate, although it can miss if the enemies have magic evasion.
Yeah, this was one of the encounters that we thought if we don't actually get it, what should we do? Because normally, if you were going for PB attempts, for example, there is some potential to get it in Disc 3 or just, sort of play it by ear and not go with Knight. But that was one of the times we were probably going to have to force an encounter if we didn't get it. But we got it immediately on the first screen, so.
So there's a little strat you can do. There's a guy right in the middle of that screen there that you can play cards with, and that's actually a way that you can reset the encounter rate also by just going into a card game and backing out of it.
I'm a believer in the card strats there.
I'm gonna be doing it unless I get one right away on the way back.
So this is like the gimmick here is that there's a number of paths that the Gargans can run on, and they're afraid of the water that these various water spouts are spouting, and so you press these switches to change the paths that they go on, and you kind of have to meander your way back and forth and revisit a lot of screens that you've already revisited to get to the other side of this area.
18.
We got a $500 donation from Rylac. Wedding with voice acting? Take my money. With that, we've raised another couple $1,000s in the last couple minutes. We're almost to 32,000. We still need to push really hard if we're gonna make that incentive though. So don't give up, keep going, keep those donations coming in. I wanna see a wedding. I want voice acting.
$19.
I'm kind of glad that I'm not the only one that had.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have $75 from Mr. Change and Celia. All aboard the donation train. No cloud, no squall shall hinder us. Money goes for our favorite wedding, and greetings from Norway. We've got $50 from Lido Nico. Let's get these good people married. These long runs give me strength when I'm working overnight. Thank you, AGDQ.
20.
We've got a $10 anonymous donation. FF9 has always been a special game to me, and it's become even more important to me as something I shared with my best friend. Now I want that voice-acted wedding. We've got $5 from Hammy236. Each 5 is a can tied to the car for the honeymoon. Let us all make a very loud, clanky car. We've got $5 from Code Rooster. Choo choo! All aboard the $5 train. And don't forget, the best video game relationship is one between a Pokemon and their trainer.
That's a cute one. I like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, 21 encounters is pretty bad for this point of the game.
Similarly to what we said about my Disc 1 encounters earlier, you can finish Disc 2 with about this many encounters if it's a good run. You know, if you have like 24, 25 encounters at the end of Disc 2, that's really not that, out of the realm of possibility at all. So 21 at this point is pretty bad.
So yeah, that under 60 potential donation is looking pretty dicey right now. But who knows? We could have really good luck later. Maybe.
Maybe.
We just got a $1,000 anonymous donation.
Nice.
It says, love is one of our best weapons against cancer. Let's see that wedding. And with that, we've hit 33,690. We're getting there, guys. Don't stop now.
Got like 20 minutes still. We can definitely do it.
Thanks a lot, Anonymous.
Yeah.
Nani Moose.
We have 20 minutes, but that's not that long to raise that much money, so keep it up. I like this one. We've got $25 from DMJ654140. Best video game couple, scent and prizes.
Oh, treasure.
Uh,
I did the opposite thing that we were talking about for other stuff.
you pressed the
You,
X.
Press the circle. I swear.
I don't know. I cannot tell you. I must have been 10 the last time I saw this.
This is basically the clay retort for Conpity.
I never knew that could happen. I've
Me
never
neither.
accidentally talked to him instead of card game.
The ultimate BM would be to still get an encounter.
That kind of reminds me of when I accidentally talked to Orin at the South Wharf, and he had like this really long cutscene. I'm like, what?
I know the one by like the shoe puff. He like goes into that really long story.
Right? Yeah.
Yee is back with a $250 donation with the comment, Yee.
Yee.
Ye-
that's like his third one.
I think you guys broke some of the tech. So there's a specific movement you'll see Tojju here. He's gonna climb around these vines in a specific way. And if you do this, then the fountains will actually not knock Zidane off. There are a couple of triggers on the like ivied wall that will blast him to the bottom. And notice here, you'll actually use one of those to his advantage to get down to the bottom. And so it actually works out really nicely.
This screen right here is like really annoying to navigate.
Yeah, it is.
Because I mean, it's the actual path that was actually really good. Yeah, the actual path that you can run on is kind of hard to tell because of the pre-rendered background versus the character model.
And this is the light at the end of the tunnel.
Yes.
The end of Fossil River.
The no encounter zone.
Okay, so here's another thing where we use the splash screen, the title screen, to our advantage.
And I
Because
think
we can't get
I think
encounters during this.
This is the only one I believe we actually do both running and spraying.
Right. So, yeah, you actually have like 2 or 3 seconds after the thing disappears where you can keep running, but then you have to start stuttering.
We have $250 from Gordon Fearman. Less than 10K left. Come on, guys. We have to get this wedding. It would make me so happy. We have $50 from Duke of Funk 251. Cutest video game couple, Luca and Robo. We have $50 from Druidic Fireball. Currently playing FF9 with my girlfriend, and her 2 favorite characters are Quina and Vivi. Here's some matrimony for the wedding. Best video game couple is Cloud and Barrett.
They do have a pretty adorable date if you do enough story triggers, I guess, properly. I kind of wish the Barrett date was actually faster for the speedrun.
It just reminded me that I failed to do the Barrett date properly at Crystals for Life.
Oh,
2014.
I forgot about that, actually.
Okay, I just heard that this is last call to get your donations in for the marriage. We're almost there. We can make it, but we literally only have a couple minutes left. They're almost there. So if you want to see that, you have to donate right now. No more hesitation. This is it. You want the voice acting, you want the marriage, get your donations in. And I just want to say thank you guys so much for sending in all the donations already. And thank you for sending in your favorite video game couples. I really enjoyed reading those. And yeah, just thanks for watching.
Yeah, thanks to everyone that kind of has been pouring in for the wedding in the last 30, 40 minutes. You guys are great. This is where the wedding will take place, by the way. This is the venue. We've already scouted.
Right. But it's not going to happen until the second visit.
Yeah, so we're actually going to dip out of here. We see a black mage, and so we're curious to know where he has come from, because as far as we know, nobody from the Mist Continent should be here. And so we're going to follow him. And then after a bit, we'll come back, and that is when the wedding will take place.
Guys, we just jumped like $4,000 in the last 30 seconds. We have like just a little bit over $1,000 to go. We can totally do this.
Thank you guys.
Wow.
Got
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get E3 and 4 Encounter Forest
To give more
Yeah,
time.
give more time.
First off, we're about to be answering a trivia question, so
No.
We did get a $2,000 anonymous donation that says, let's crowdfund that wedding. We're all invited.
Oh. Yeah, they heard of a rumor that there was a Black Mage village hidden somewhere in this forest, so we're going here to investigate the question mark.
because the inhabitants of this continent, the outer continent, don't look at the Black Mages as a threat because they're just very peaceful and they actually do trade with them, and they don't know what to call them, so they call them the pointy hats.
I don't actually remember what indicates this, other than it has something to do with the owls for which ways you have to
Yeah,
go.
like the signs point where there are no owls and where there are owls, and every time you transition it, it'll tell you which way you're supposed to go. We actually do go in the improper direction one time because it's faster than walking down and the whole way around.
22 encounters.
That's our first quick escape, I think, as well.
Guys, we have like $350 to go.
Ooh.
Plenty
So
of time.
close.
So every time you pick the correct one, a bird or an owl rather will fly away. And you'll notice on this one, the Black Mage is on the right. We'll actually go back up the left. The owl will remain, and then we'll come up from the bottom and go to the right because it's quite a few steps less than walking down and around.
And of course, we only get one encounter.
One is good. One is really good.
Guys, guess what? I hear wedding bells. We made
yeah.
it. I am so hyped for this wedding. Thank you so much to everyone who donated. You guys are great.
This is actually really important. It's going to answer a lot of questions at the end when Vivi has children. Now we know.
Spoilers.
And so now we see all these Black Mages, and it's quite like the shoes on the other foot here. They're actually terrified of the humans that have come to the village, which before, obviously, all of the inhabitants of the cities that have been being invaded were terrified of the Black Mages. This also has a banger of a tune.
So we're gonna pick up some important items here. We're gonna sell us some stuff.
I'm gonna sell the greens.
We have $250 from Limp007. Good morning from Germany. Here are 250 gil for that marriage. Thank you.
Thank you.
So here's another thing where we actually intentionally select an ATE. We're gonna be forced into the ATE anyway, but it's actually faster to manually do it than to force it.
This is the one instance that's actually faster to manually do it, because you'll notice that when we regain control, when we go to the left, we don't actually have to leave the screen. So that makes it slightly faster. If we do, Zidane will actually leave the screen a little bit. You gotta be careful. Okay. It's actually really difficult to get that pickup without either talking to the shopkeeper or trying to leave again.
But you'll see the Black Mages have established this like nice little settlement for themselves. And obviously they want to keep it hidden, which is why when we first approached it, it just looked like barren woods. And now that we've entered it, we see that, you know, it's like a lush forest. And they've actually quite warmed up to and welcomed the crew pretty quickly. And I think that Vivi's presence has a lot to do with that. He befriends some of the Black Mages that have given themselves numbers rather than like proper names. I think the one that stands by the grave, I think he's like Mr. 280.
Yeah, the interesting thing about this village is, also sad, is that we learned that this village is essentially just filled with Black Mages who one day woke up and realized they had sentience, so they knew what was going on. And they inform VV that they're aware that they have very short lifespans and that within about a year, they will stop working. So Vivi learns that his life is perhaps not much longer left, although he does learn that he is from a prototype group, unlike the Vages in this village, but naturally speaking, he is, still trying to figure out himself. And Zidane is talking to Garnet here, saying that, he too is trying to figure out who he is, and he's sort of relating to Vivi on that level.
There's like a really, really good plot development that begins here with Zidane talking about how he doesn't really know his birthplace, and that, we find out that Baku, who played King Leo, actually took him in as like a son whenever he had no place else to go. And we kind of see this parallel between Vivi's trying to discover his identity and where he comes from, and Zidane is also kind of, searching for the same kind of thing, and all he remembers is this bright light that he mentioned to Garnet just now. And this will develop really, really nicely, and one of my favorite parts of the story, honestly, later in Disc 3. So your Tojju is going to grab a couple weapons. One is to deal a significantly larger amount of damage, and another is for some abilities that we can use with it. I know we already got to see the Soul Blade used on the Gizemlug fight because it went very poorly, but the Soul Blade ability actually depends on what weapon you have, junctioned, equipped to them, because each one has a different passive ability that it will use if you use Soul Blade with that weapon equipped. And so you'll kind of see we'll use this ability later on as well for a number of things,
just in case.
So you see, he went back to the synth shop. It wasn't that he didn't forget. There's actually a cutscene with Dagger in the synth shop. If you go there earlier, so it's actually faster to go back later.
Yeah. Well, we can come up here. We can kind of move up some if we need to.
His is first. So we have our wedding upcoming, but before we get the one you donated for, we have to do the plot wedding. I just learned yesterday you can play cards with that guy, so...
Yeah, you can play...
Let's not do that.
You can, in fact, play cards with that man.
So he says we have to find His Holiness. They're basically learned that to get through to the village's mountain pass, it's a ritual that newlyweds get to go there. So in order to get through it, Garnet agrees to marry Zidane, much to his surprise.
Hold on a sec, my man.
Don't you get it? This is marriage. Marriage! No kidding, but we have to do it to go on, right? Yeah, but that's not reason enough. Oh, come on. Give you guys a little extra bang for your buck. What is she thinking? She's supposed to get angry and say no way, in sickness and in health. Of course, we're just trying to get past the village. Could it be that she likes me? Gotta admit, I was pretty deep that night in Black Mage Village. Maybe that's when she fell for me. I'm such a stud.
I'm really excited.
My man! Now we're man and wife.
Now we're my man and wife.
I love the piano crash sound when he falls there.
Okay.
I don't...
Yeah, I'll be careful.
All right.
Ah, well, time for us newlyweds to make the rounds, my man.
Remember, we're only married while we're here.
Bliss is so fleeting.
Sisu, what are we supposed to do?
Hey, you guys trying to ruin our honeymoon?
But can just leave us here.
Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Why don't you guys get married too? What? Yeah, that's it. In the meantime, my man and I can go announce our marriage. ... Nuptial joy. ...
Have the strength to carry ye through the trials. ... And the wisdom to follow the path. ... May the blessings of heaven be upon this man and woman. ...
I so happy.
Dot, dot, dot. Me too.
Thank you for donating for that.
Totally worth it.
I have no idea what accent I was going for there. I just winged.
Guys, it was fun hanging out with you, but I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Game and Shout for the rest of the run.
Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Let's
Thank
give
you.
it a
Thank you.
hand to YellowKillerBee. Thank you so much for hosting for us. All right, so here we're gonna meet. I don't even know who this. I don't even know. I don't know.
Oh, so we're gonna need the ICO name. just
Yeah,
briefly.
ICO name as your first order of business.
Yes.
Oh
Congratulations.
man, I'm not even signed on yet. All right, I'm getting it. Hold on a second. All right, ready for that name?
Yep.
Yep.
Igo's name is Yee. It's Y-E-E.
Y-E-E.
Yee.
Yee.
So this is Aiko. She's really great every time she's not talking in the game.
But she does talk a lot.
Yeah. So this is actually, we've kind of not really mentioned Stiltskin much. Stiltskin's this traveling Moogle that makes his way around the world by selling trinkets to you at pretty low prices and oftentimes at a financial gain to you. We've skipped him most of the time, but here we're actually going to buy what he's got. I believe you get like a tent, an ether.
And a magic tag.
Yeah, it's
Magic tag. It's like some weird translation, I think, but that actually cures zombie. The one time I skipped Stiltskin there, I got zombied and didn't have an extra magic tag. So, yeah, I never skip that anymore. That always happens. When you decide to start skipping something to save a little bit of time, then it ends up backfiring every time. So we're just gonna set up for the next boss fight here. We got a couple desert boots that have earth resist, so the girls there can survive the potential earthquake. And say goodbye to the Exploda. Now we have the Rune Tooth. And we'll see whether Tojju is going to go for the
One try.
Beast
One try is worth it.
Okay.
One try is worth it.
Okay.
So Zidane's
Jolly
HP,
Green Giant right here.
if Zidane's HP ends in a 7, the Lucky 7 ability has the opportunity to do...
All right, well, never mind.
Yeah.
We're not doing it.
has the opportunity to do 777, 777, or 7,777 damage. So you have a 25% chance of one rounding the fight. But because he used knockdown on the first turn and his HP ended with a 2, obviously didn't do it. It's going to do the traditional fight.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do 1 damage if he doesn't have a 7 as the last digit. And here's the Earthquake. This is kind of unfortunate because we have to waste time curing. So he's actually going to attack with Vivi first here, and then with Zidane. So the reason he's going to do that is because by the time Vivi finishes his animation, so normally he does Kiraga at a certain threshold of HP, below half. But if he cues his next attack before you knock him into that threshold, then he won't do Kiraga. But if you attack with Zidane first and then Vivi, then you'll actually end up triggering the Curaga.
And Curaga heals a ton. It does like 3.5k of HP back, which is still a significant chunk, even considering how much damage we're able to do in one round with the Bazaar and a Zidane attack. So.
All right, so that was a standard 3-round fight. Unfortunately, he had to cure it a little bit too much, but
He was really close to getting a turn before as well. That's unfortunate.
So here we'll put the Gear Minus boots back on, simply so we can have the alert ability.
Or counter, apparently.
Or counter, yeah.
23.
We're gonna have 30 when we leave the tree.
No, we're gonna get good encounter luck in the tree.
Yeah, right.
I'm confident. I'm super confident.
All right. Good morning, y'all. How you holding up?
Good. How are you?
Good?
Good.
I'm
Welcome.
good. I'm here. I got my energy drink. I got my tea. I'm ready to rock this. I mean, it looks like I just missed the wedding, but I'm here for the punch and dancing. So let's do it, right?
And you hopefully will be here for the blindfolded menus.
I'm looking forward to that. You know, on that note, people still coming in for that. I got a $5 donation here from D-Dude. Says, too late for the wedding. So this is for the next most romantic thing, blindfolded menuing. And a quick update on this. The blindfolded menuing, we're at almost 23K out of 40K. So y'all keep it up. We're going to be able to make that. I got faith in you out there.
If you want to see a great romance, the romance between Luzbel and some blindfolding menuing.
Yeah, we still got like, what, 3 hours?
Yeah, we have
for that?
several. We have a few hours left.
We have plenty of time.
I promise you that menu is worth it as well. It's not a short ordeal.
There's no voice acting, though, unfortunately.
We can do some.
Not while he's doing it.
All right, so you guys mentioned voice acting. I just played this game for the first time, right? Queen Braun?
Yeah, either way.
For whatever reason
Whatever
in
you
my
want to
head,
say.
I always thought she was sounding like Super Kami Guru from DBZ Abridged. Beatrice, bring me the Eidolons and the plasma TV. That's not just me, right?
No.
All right,
No. So there's a lot of Mughals here.
Yeah.
It turns out Aiko is the last of a summoner tribe, and she just lives in this village alone.
She has no friends. It's not a coincidence.
Okay, listen.
The thing about pronouncing names, they're pronounced however you want them to be pronounced.
Yeah, that's what I like about the non-voice acted games, honestly.
Yeah. Like I say Zidane,
Yeah,
even though I know
I'll
it's
use
wrong.
both. I'll say Zidane and Zidane.
It's more like Zidane. Because,
You know, Garnet, it's supposed to be like Garnet, however you want to do it.
his name in Japanese is actually Jitan. So,
Hey, Muttski, what kind of Eidolons do you like?
What kind of Mughals do you like? What
I
kind
don't
of
know.
girls do you
What
like?
kind
what kind of
do
food
you
do
like?
you like? What kind of speedruns do you like?
I've never met. She's like, I've never met anyone like you before because she's literally never talked to another human, basically.
That's sad.
Another
But it's true. She's like, I've never met anyone like you before because she literally lives alone and goes into a town where there's these little troll guys that speak inexplicably with a Scottish accent typed out. It's like a village of Ketos.
Wow.
For she's not actually human, she's
Yeah, that's true.
It's actually, the only two human characters in the party are Steiner and Amaranth. Yeah, Amaranth is actually considered human for some reason.
He's a Eiffel 65 blue dabba dee.
Oh, God. I was wondering.
Caracarn unironically listens to Eiffel 65, and I was blown away. I was certain that no one on the earth that was not in Eiffel 65 cannot name more than one Eiffel 65 song until I found out that he can name like 20.
Did you know that Blue is not the best song on that album?
That's what said it. That's what sold it for me. He's like that's not even the best song on the album. I'm like, how do you know more songs?
How do you know that?
You guys mind if I get a couple donations?
No,
No,
yeah,
absolutely.
please,
This
please,
is a
please.
great time, actually.
All right, cool. So I've got a donation here from Steve's friends for $1,100, $1,100 here. Comment says, last year our friend Steve passed away. He loved AGDQ and FF9 and would have loved donating during this run. He unlocked Excalibur 2 while sitting in his boxers in the back of a Toyota Previa with our CRT TV hooked up to the car battery. We were supposed to be on a ski trip. That's gaming at peak human performance. We miss you so much, Stanky. Good luck on the run.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We will be getting the Excalibur 2 in this run as well, so.
I've got $100 here from Anonymous. Menu hype!
Hype.
Hype.
There we go. I'm getting the crowd waking up here. I'm going to keep you all awake here. I'm up for this. Y'all going to be up for this. I've also got, who is this? This is amazing. A $500 donation from Yee.
Yee.
With the comment, Yee.
Yee. So here, this is called the Eidolon Wall, and it's actually, this is the area, if you do the searching, where you can discover that Garnet's real name, her birth name rather, is Sarah. And it just kind of features like paintings of a bunch of the Eidolons that you know and love. There's a Fenrir, there's a Bahamut on there, there's a Phoenix painting, and it's really cool to just look at. So here, Aiko is trying to impress Zidane by cooking for him. She makes a fish.
Well, the Mughals make it.
The Mughals cook it, yeah. But there is this one special Mughal who is, not, I guess, surprisingly named Mog. And Mog is a Mughal that can shapeshift. And he can actually shrink down and like hides in Aiko's dress, and she totes him around. And they were born on the same day, and they're like best of buds.
Speaking of Mughals, we have a very important skip coming up called the Mughal skip. Let's see if he gets it.
I'm not going to get it.
Yes, you are. Come on.
It was a good attempt.
It saves about 20 frames, which in the context of a 9-hour run means everything.
It saves 2 seconds. 2 whole seconds.
120 frames.
It's basically a skip that has no setup whatsoever. And also, if there were to be a setup, it would be better to go from the top, but there's also an ore chest there. So the optimal way to do that skip is to try to do it and open the ore chest.
Yeah, it's basically the Mughals actually hiding off the screen, and if you get the right angle and stop in the right spot, you can actually talk to him while he's off the screen, and then it just starts the cutscene immediately instead of the Mughal walking into the room. Yeah.
Also, Zidane is teaching Vivi the pinnacle of male bonding, which is apparently peeing outside together.
Yeah, this game has like hardly any skips. It has like a few skips that save like a couple seconds each, and there's like no real major skips in this run.
I guess the Mistodon is like
the
as good
Mistodon
as it
skip
gets.
that one saves like 30 plus seconds.
You guys mind if I just keep coming in with
Yeah,
donations?
absolutely.
All right, cool. Just making sure. $25 here from Dragon Hero Zero. Blindfolded menuing? Sign me up. Finally got paid and happy to help PCF. Hey, thank you for helping out there. I've also got $10 here from Doc Cobran. Hello, everybody. I want to meet that final donation goal. Let's not lose this opportunity to see blindfolded menuing.
Thanks,
Look at
Tom.
that, man.
Thank you.
All right.
So now we're going to head back the way we came and actually go the other direction. When we defeated Hilgagars, Aiko actually told us that the Aoife tree was in one direction and that her house was this other way, which is the way we went. And now we're going to double back and go up the north path on that fork in the road and head to the Aoife tree.
And yes, it is the Aoife tree, or as it's mistakenly called many times, the Leafa tree.
The capital I looks like a lowercase L, so a lot of people will call it the Leafa tree, but it's IIFA.
Was that 24?
24.
Okay, I can't keep track anymore.
It'll work one of these times. We're just doing change there to like buffer Flea in case he's gonna get a turn. but it's not really working.
I've got a... Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
All right. $110 here from Zeph. Loved your guys' run at RPG Limit Break last year, and I'm excited to watch this one. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I actually, when I first played this game, I thought it said Tifa because on the intro screen, the way the font is makes it look like a T.
I've got a $50 words are hard. I have, man, vocal warm-ups only get you so far at 5 in the morning. $50 from J Hobbs. Hopefully I can hear this comment over my snoring roommate if you decide to read it. I mean, I can be a little bit louder if you need that, J Hobbs. Like, I'm always here to back you up, man. I'm awake and loving it, though. Keep up the great work, guys.
Thank you, Hobbs.
I want to know who his roommate is.
Let me check on that.
Yeah, at least in this version, it's actually pretty clearly a capital I there.
Yeah.
That's Vivi falling again. So they need Aiko to sort of break the barrier into this area.
Break the seal.
Break the seal. ASCII.
ASCII.
And she does some fake dialogue here where she's like, boom, boom,
Okay.
boom, I call upon thee. But then she's like, oh, that's just
That
a
was-
show.
She's a real summoner, okay? So this is a really volatile part of the run.
Yeah, this is the infamous tree, where we go through all these screens that we can get encounters on.
It's probably my least favorite part of the entire run, actually.
25. So yeah, you can get like 2,
Or you can get 10.
or you can get like 12. I think I got 10 on my last run.
So these enemies are actually large stone enemies, so you can actually defeat them in one shot with a soft.
You can what?
Yeah.
You tell me this now?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, these are like the most efficient enemy to kill in terms of like routing AP and such. We generally look to kill one encounter in this area, so it's pretty fortunate to get this one.
And this screen is like really hard to get through without an encounter.
Yeah.
I've only done it once.
I don't think I've ever had it. It's one of like 4 or 5 screens that I've never had an encounter
Yeah,
this.
this is one of those screens where sometimes I just like try to emulate the Taz, just like by guessing, and like one time I just like did stop and go, and managed to get through it. But yeah, usually just hold straight up and
Hope for the
hope
best.
Yeah.
you don't get more than one, or at least not more than 2.
Hopefully he doesn't get 2. He got his first one there
Really early,
pretty
yeah.
early. Yeah. Oh my.
That was really bad.
Ooh, this could be 3.
That's 27. I'm so bad at counting. What the heck? Yes, math is also hard at 5 in the morning.
And I got one more can of energy drink, but I'm saving it for me here, guys. I love y'all, but really. I've got...
My.
It's all right. I got some more
Vicious.
Pepsi in the car.
All right. And I have a $5 donation from Red Queen Running. Here's to support the longest run. Yeet!
Yee.
Yeet.
Praise the ye.
I don't know what's going on with that yee stuff, man, but it's catching.
Reminds me of the mooing earlier at the Diablo 2 run.
Hey. Good job, Tojju.
Only
you
I
willed
held
us-
up like a
you,
champ.
You willed us to that one. This is like one of the most difficult turns, I think, in the entire run as far as movement goes. It's really difficult to... I'll typically stop there at the edge of the first bit like Tojju did.
It's hard to find the right angle there, actually.
Yeah.
little more love from the viewing audience. I've got $5 here from Marangofet. I had to donate again just to say I'm also an unironic Eiffel 65 fan. Off the top of my head, Europop and Too Much of Heaven are other great songs of theirs. There are dozens of us. Dozens.
Dozens? Okay.
That's what he says.
How many band members are there in that band?
I mean, I would guess 65. Like, it's right there in the name, you know?
Man, that feel when you have 65 members in your band, you only have 12 fans.
They have a song about the PlayStation, by the way. Did you know that?
I did not know that because I don't
listen. If you want.
I would like to hear that.
New donation incentive. Don't do that.
Be careful what you wish for.
Sadly, Final Fantasy IX is not part of that song.
No.
I've got $5 here from Skate. So you're saying the runner's favorite band is Ico 65? Put this towards the blindfolded menu.
What is that, 29 now?
For the blindfolded menuing?
No. I'm talking about the encounter count right
my
now.
bad.
I'm losing track again.
Hey, Skate, the person that just donated that, he has a really interesting piece of trivia for him. He actually set up a speed run that he did with a power drill as a controller. Yeah. So he is the only person I know that has literally done a tool-assisted speed run.
Oh, that is so bad.
It's a thing, though.
I'll run that one by Dwango later. I'm not sure if he's considered that.
Now 30.
Make it
30. 2 on that screen is
That's rough.
Really low.
Actually, the outside was really good. It was only 3.
Surprisingly, for as bad as my encounter luck was, I really feel like Tojju's is worse right now. Neither of them were even sort of okay.
It's really weird to get 2 encounters on that screen, yeah.
I've got a $20 donation here from Tadek. Love the FF9 run from 2013 with Poexel and Spike Vegeta, and this year's run does not disappoint. The speedrunning community is such a wonderful crowd that I'm thinking of starting running Final Fantasy 7 and 9. Do you have any tips for a Final Fantasy beginner runner? Good luck with the rest of the run. To Tojju, Sweden roots for you.
Thank you.
All 3 of us on the couch run both of those games, and if you want to get into speedrunning RPGs, especially like FF7, 8, or 9, or 10 even, I say just pick one that you're really going to enjoy and just try to have fun with it. And definitely, I guess like the PS1 era games really like lend themselves to learning like a disc at a time and just kind of starting from there. Definitely getting involved in like a community. We have a community Discord that has all of the Final Fantasy games represented in its own channel that are chock full of new beginner runners and veterans alike that are willing to help people out and answer their questions. We have a lot of public notes for almost every run. The guides for FF9 and FF10 are really, really comprehensive and super beginner friendly that you can find on speedrun.com.
This is one of the most annoying screens to navigate in the entire game. You can get 0 on the screen, you can get 4. I mean, just the spiral you have to do with this. It's really hard to find the right angle.
It also always feels like you're not at the right angle because you're constantly brushing up against the wall.
33. Was that 10 in Aphitry?
9. Wow.
9?
6 downstairs.
This isn't a K-Rob.
Yeah.
Aphitry.
It started very promising, actually.
Yeah, with the first 2 screens.
No, I only had 3 going down the elevator.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's true.
That's good.
You guys started some here. I've got a $25 donation from Ladson. Who doesn't remember Eiffel 65's album from 1999, Europop, with other classics like Move Your Body, Hyperlink, and My Console?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say almost everybody here. I don't know if I'm reaching too much, but
You know what I just realized? I don't think we've had a single Ariana Grande reference. This entire run.
I thought you were gonna say you just realized that you have two friends that like Eiffel 65 now. Kara's never felt less alone in his life than right now.
Yeah.
Becky Chan sends in $8.44. Final Fantasy IX, my favorite game of the series. The story is great and so mysterious. No matter if you play it on PS1 or PC, it's always loved to a very high degree. I hope you have lots of fun during this all-nighter run. And in case you didn't see, the donation amount is Luzbelheim's world record and PB. And that was an $8.44 donation.
Oh,
So
Thank you so much.
thank you.
So here we have two forced encounters. The first one has a little bit of variance in the formation that you get. Tojju got the one with 3 zombies, but you can get one that only has 2.
We have a $250 donation from Ketson. Hey, AGDQ. Longtime watcher and had to donate during one of my favorite games of all time. Thank you so much for all that you do for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. Let's keep up the awesome work and good luck on the run to Tojju. Toss
you.
this donation to Runner's Choice. I believe you guys are going for Bloodborne at the moment?
Definitely until blindfold menu is met. Go for that.
All right. Cool. And quick update on that blindfold menu. We are at 23,000, about 23,700. Coming up on that. Oh man, these keep coming. I've got $5 here. Oh boy. Oh, the giggles are starting, y'all. $5 here from Legacies 15. Another unironic Eiffel 65 fan here. Eiffel 65 got me into techno back in the day. Europop is probably the best song off that album, and I Don't Want to Be from the album Contact is amazing as well. Also love the run, guys. Magnus Dude.
Well,
That's actually okay. That's actually better that it
so
missed.
this is why, like I said, this is why we get the magic tag from
Send it
Skill
upstairs
2.
if you want.
Because we need to cure the zombie off of Zizu here.
Who knew that the phrase that pays is unironic Eiffel 65 fan?
Yeah, the guy that's wearing the Sabaton shirt
Yeah.
is... Now we're talking about Eiffel 65.
I love Sabaton. They're great. We have an anonymous $5 donation. Hi, this is Google. Why are people suddenly searching for Eiffel 65? And a question for the couch with this $10 donation from Doc Cobran. Why do you only need to have brains to play Final Fantasy IX? Because the game already comes with brawn.
Dun-dun.
There we go. Somebody liked it.
It doesn't work if you pronounce it Queen Brain, though.
I don't know. It is brawn, right? It's brawn?
Yeah, I think it's
Again,
wrong.
it's whatever you want it to be.
So here, they actually place it in an elixir chest very conveniently here, kind of telling the gimmick of this next boss. If you didn't pick up on how much undead stuff is in this area, and you know, when we find that the boss is no different.
There's a $25 donation here from MVMD. Currently working an overnight shift at a children's hospital and checking in on my downtime moments. Final Fantasy IX was my first RPG, and I'm loving this nostalgia trip. Thanks for a great run and keeping me awake.
My man. It's like the gift that keeps on giving.
Well, and on that note, Agent Jones has sent in $25. Sorry I can't donate Eiffel $65 right now, my man, but I hope ye can understand. Good luck with the run, Kupo. I don't know why I keep pointing at you guys every time I do that. Like you're looking at me.
You can point all you want.
Just going to be flailing around over here. It's going to be great.
So there's some pretty important dialogue going on here. They're kind of realizing that this tree is like seemingly the source of the mist on the entire continent, and he makes a comment saying, oh, it's not Kuja. So they realize that Kuja has been going here, and now they're going to try to defeat the enemy to potentially eliminate the mist for good.
And although it is a plant, and you can cast fire on it, it's like a devastating way to just get obliterated. He will then use himself set ablaze to like shower flames upon you, and it's really, really devastating to your party. Oh.
And yeah, here we go.
You should use Aiko instead.
I think we're fine.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's a multiple of 5.
If
Also-
there is, it's usually...
Oh, never mind. She doesn't have enough MP.
You know it's not been a good area if Aiko runs out of MP.
Yeah, you can cast life with Aiko here to save the elixir, but she doesn't have enough magic, so you're gonna have to burn one. But it's okay because we saved the mom.
Hardest boss in the game.
Yeah.
Oh, an antlion card.
Ooh, that's
God.
nice.
I don't know why Soul Cage drops an antlion card, but it does.
He was an avid gambler at one point.
There is a... Oh, excuse me. There's a $5 donation here from Anonymous. Thanks for subscribing to Eiffel 65 Facts. A computer chose the name Eiffel randomly from a group of words the 3 had selected, but the number 65 was added by mistake. The producer had written a phone number on a piece of paper, and 2 digits of it ended up on the label copy. The graphic artist who received it assumed that it had been added afterwards, so he just fused it to the band name for their first release. To unsubscribe, please PogChamp.
So yeah, we've defeated Soul Cage, the tree, and the entire mist has seemingly disappeared from the continent immediately afterward.
I don't know if I'm excited
I can't
or
believe what you've
sad.
unleashed.
I'm gonna leave this run knowing way too much about Eiffel 65. So here they're planning on, they do this to try to bait Kuja into coming here so that they can encounter him and confront him. But now we're going to see one of the Mughals is going to come and tell Aiko that someone has been up to some mischief back at Maiden Sari. And so Zidane is going to tell her that they're going to accompany her back to see what's wrong, and that Kuja can wait, and like they'll come back after and deal with him later on.
All right, we got a couple of donations here from folks in the room. $5 here from Schmallis. Greetings from the unironic Eiffel 65 fan in the audience. Hey, there you are. I see you. I see you there. Joe's Little Monster has sent in $10. Question from the back couch. Which is better, an unironic Eiffel 65 fan or an unironic Ariana Grande fan?
Oh.
Asking for a friend.
Listen.
That's going to require some
Let's
explanation.
shift the burden here now.
Listen. She's got a phenomenal voice and a stellar discography that can only be... It was magicked from the Elysian fields of music heaven and fashioned in the form of MP3s onto my Spotify library.
Did you tweet at her this time?
No. I have tweeted at her before other marathon runs in hopes of getting her to watch. I really, if someone could just tell me that Ariana Grande watched 5 minutes of this run. 2019 would be made already, you know?
It is a pretty good start.
Is that 35, 34? 34.
There's $10 here from Not Gaunt Nick. I literally listened to the Eiffel 65 Blue album for months straight as a child. I only had that and Big Willie Style by Will Smith.
Oh.
I consider it a privileged life.
He answered my question before I asked it. Whenever he said that, I was going to ask if that was his only album.
when he was like, I listened to it for months.
That's pretty rough. No offense, Will Smith, if you're watching.
All right, let's help some people stay awake out there. Kayosa has sent in $10. Oh no, I forgot to equip Insomniac. Before I sleep, I wanted to donate for that blindfolded menuing. I better see it in a highlight reel when I wake up. Good luck on the run. Hashtag blindfold hype.
Hype.
I love this crowd. You always got some hype in you. This is great. There's also an anonymous $100 donation. I have forgotten what sleep is this week.
Me too.
And on behalf of everybody here at Awesome Games Done Quick, I can say,
So we're back in Mid-Insari, and they're kind of just checking out the area and see what happens, see if anything's missing. And we're gonna make our way all the way down to the basement of Aiko's house.
So now here, if you look at her, you can get a really good view of Aiko's character model, like I mentioned earlier. And if you take the horn, the ribbon, and the wings off, it's almost identical to the model. It probably is identical to the model they used for young Garnet.
Yeah, so the stone of the village has gone missing, and she thinks it's her fault.
And so she says she wants to go pray to the her ancestors at the Eidolon Wall.
all right, we got some love coming in from the land down under. $15 from Rallis164. Greetings from Australia. Loving the run so far, but really hoping you guys can nail that last disc change. I mean, sure, you don't lose frames, but it's still important, right?
Disc change is all that matters. So here the Moogles are actually going to give us a couple items and also offer us a free heal, which is nice because this cutscene leads into it's not a particularly threatening fight, but you can certainly wipe to it if things go really badly, because Amarant has the ability to counter attack, and he has a really peculiar mechanic that only he has, where he kind of moves around the battlefield, and different positions that he can stand in actually have different effects on like how much damage you do, whether or not you can miss him. I'm not sure if he counters 100% every single one of the positions, but I thought that was...
There is there's at least one position that he doesn't counter, which we might get to see in this fight, depending on what happens. So Aiko was kidnapped by the first of the two bounty hunters, Lonnie, and is saved by the second of the two bounty hunters, Amarant. Despite the fact that he was hired by the queen, he does not like the way that she's going about her business and thinks it's very dishonorable that she's kidnapping someone who's unrelated to their target, and decides to save her. And now he wants to fight Zidane one-on-one fair and square. So yeah, this is a one-on-one fight. And for this route, we're going to rely, in terms of getting a good fight, going to rely fairly heavily on getting him missing and also getting counterattacks. It's also really important to get good ATB here, or else we potentially miss out on at least one attack. And that's pretty much as good as it gets.
There's a $25 donation here from Disyati. Are you telling me that the Eiffel in Eiffel 65 was the fault of bad RNG?
So we're going to wait for him to come back, and right as his dialogue appears, we're free to attack. We don't want to attack him when he's jumping around like that, because we're, like Muttski said, we're very likely to miss, and he will also counter us and do a lot of damage.
Ooh,
Wow.
nice.
In a row, wow.
We actually
When did
used
you
to
equip Distract?
we used to equip the distract ability, which wow, which really reduces the
So this
opportunity to be hit by physical attacks. But
we're gonna wait till here.
Even without it.
The interesting thing, if he's in this position, you'll see that I'm doing more damage. He actually does back attack damage in that one spot only for some reason.
And there's the count.
Now they're going.
That was a really good fight.
Yeah.
I've got a $25 donation here from Steve184. Sleep-deprived, blindfolded menuing sounds like a nightmare, and I can't wait to see it. Update on that, we've just crossed $24,000 on that, so heading towards 40K. You guys can do it. There's a $10 donation here from Calcifer050. Hi from England. Just wanted to wish Luzbel and his teammates good luck on their Final Fantasy IX run. Donation goes to commentator's choice from a fellow Sabaton fan. Hey, I love it.
Blindfolded menu.
I never realized that people worldwide really respect CaracarnVi's eclectic taste in music.
Yeah, I have a pretty strange assortment of music.
I'm just going to say this now. If there's any VNV Nation fans in the audience, are you serious?
Yes.
Dude, we need to swap Spotify playlists. This is going to be great. There's a $5 donation here from the Blue Man Group, Eiffel 65. Yo, listen up. Here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. It gets brighter with some Final Fantasy IX, though, so thanks for the great run. Hype!
Hi.
Thank you.
Followed by $5 from Kaok. I have a blue house with a blue window. Blue is the color of all that I wear. Blue are the streets and all the trees are too. The only thing that is not blue is the couch at AGDQ.
Even the text boxes are blue, yeah.
Not for long.
Oh, now you're getting
Oh, yeah.
mad.
No.
No, it's not me.
Somebody hates
Somebody
Eiffel
hates
X.
it.
Yeah.
Now they know, if anyone's ever wondering what people at AGDQ talk about during the overnight runs, it's Eiffel 65.
We haven't talked about the Mighty Ducks, though, so there's that.
Yeah, that hasn't happened. Typically, Mighty Ducks and chicken and waffles are a hot topic.
Oh, yikes. Don't get me started. Don't get me going.
I don't know if this is authentic, but I've got another $15 here from someone who says they're Eiffel 65. Is it unironic that we like our own music? There's also $5 here from Chris194. Watching while doing paperwork at my gym in Kyoto, Japan. Missed the wedding, but I'm just astounded that there are so many unironic Eiffel 65 fans. More importantly, I want to see some blindfolding.
I can't wait till hashtag unironic Eiffel 65 fan. It's going to be trending on Twitter.
I actually wish I had an Eiffel 65 shirt to just, like, pull out here. Like,
More love from around the world. $25 here from Smooshy Duck. The PlayStation song from Eiffel 65 is literally one of my favorite jams, followed closely by Move Your Body. In fact, Eiffel 65 was one of the bands on rotation when my older sister and I would play this game as kids. Haters gonna hate. Also, $25 from Bushman. I have absolutely no idea where this Eiffel 65 thing started, but there is a lot of chuckles in the chat. Serves me right for coming in late. Good luck on the rest of the run. Love from Australia.
How did it start?
I made a comment about Cara being an unironic.
No.
No,
I mean, how did it really start?
Dude, does anyone even remember?
I don't remember at all.
I honestly don't.
The only thing I remember is Blue came up and Karas dropped the bomb. That's not even the best song on the album.
If anybody remembers how it started, please send in a donation and remind us.
Check the VOD.
Now I know. Now I know that people that watch FF9 speedruns, that's what they want. That's gonna be I'm gonna make a whole Spotify playlist. And that's all we're gonna be listening to.
So in that cutscene, Garnet started having flashbacks of Eidolons and this village, and she realized that she's actually from this village, just like Aiko, and she's a summoner. So Aiko realizes she isn't, in fact, the last summoner, and Garnet is one of the 2 remaining ones, in fact.
But Garnet does not have a horn like Aiko, and you find out pretty quickly from here. It's not much longer till they talk about how she lost her horn. Yeah, she's the Kamari of this game.
Hornless.
See, I really like this pan shot. You can see quite a few of the paintings here.
Yeah, she realizes now that she actually isn't the biological daughter to the queen of Alexandria, and she had a mother that she lost when she was young. And she arrived to Alexandria by boat.
I'm fairly certain that that's actually not an Eidolon, and it's Red 13. Seto, the ultimate sacrifice.
If only he had super soft.
We've got an anonymous donation here for, what else, $65.65. Hi, I just want to say that I've loved Eiffel 65 ever since I got introduced to them in the first CD I had as a kid. So Fresh, the hits of Spring 2000, which had their song Too Much of Heaven, along with other great tracks like Boom Funk MC's Freestyler. So happy to learn that there are dozens of other unironic Eiffel 65 fans out there.
I am convinced, based on every song title that I've heard, that when they write the songs, they had to have like a Wu-Tang Clan like name generator, and they're like, "This is click. All right, this is what we're calling our next song."
So Amarant's come back, and he is just utterly confused as to why Zidane didn't grant his request to kill him when he lost, and Zidane, rather than do that, actually invites him to join the party. So that's what's going to happen, and we're going to need the name for Amarant here as well.
All right, name for Amarant is, when my computer loads it up, Amarant is Arby's.
Arby's.
Arbys.
Shout outs to Arby's.
Arb's like orb, right? That's close.
It would only be fitting.
I've got a $10.65 donation here from Dak. Joining you from the front row of AGDQ. There you are. I see you. Just wondering, when are we on the donation incentives to swap the final FF9 disc with Europop? There's also a $125 anonymous donation here. If a tree falls in the woods, but my man isn't around, could ya still hear it? That's good. That's good. I like that.
36 encounters? 35? I'm always like one more than it actually is.
I mean, there has been a lot, so.
I was about to say I might actually have the CD in my car, but no, I don't actually. I left it at home.
How unfortunate.
I think the worst part of that story is that you listen to CDs.
Hey, I have a 2005 car.
Do you have a Walkman too?
Yeah, actually. But like an MP3 player one.
Okay. It has shock protection. You can even walk with it for real. You can shake it.
I'm starting to wonder if this game like is a new release or something, because I feel like I'm in 1999.
This is probably the largest amount of internet exposure that, like in advertising that Eiffel 65 has ever gotten.
I seriously want to see the Google Analytics for Eiffel 65 on this.
If their career gets a revival, then they know who to thank.
On that note, $25 here from Sharknado. I'm blue. If I was green, I would keep up the good work. We're still watching. Changing gears a bit, Witty Username sends in $10. Final Fantasy Trivia. Many people know a lot of Final Fantasy monsters come from Dungeons & Dragons, but here are two uncommon ones. Did you know Stroper comes from Stone Roper, and that Tojju is a mistranslation of Otyug? I did not know that.
I know that.
The stone thing does make sense, considering you can use softs on them.
I wish I had my Monsters Manual up here with me.
So here's Kuja coming back like they predicted, conveniently right as we reconvene at the Aoife tree. We have to get back up the same 4 vine screens that we did earlier, but we don't have to do anything further than that.
36.
We've got Dusler coming in to jog our memory with $25. Says, I'll donate 25 more if Kara admits his love for Chumbawamba. It started because Muttski is trying to mask his horrible taste in music by dogging classic 90s road trip jams.
Listen, I'll give you Chumbawamba. Tub Thumpin' is a great jam.
That's literally the only song I've heard, and that's only because someone requested in my chat like a month ago.
There's a $5 donation here from Tim176. I was just able to catch the second half of the Final Fantasy IX, Time Zones. FF9 was my first Final Fantasy game and still my favorite. Keep up the great work you guys are doing. And MrGameandShout, horns up to all the metalheads. I love you out there, brothers. There we go. I mean, I don't know. With Ico here, though, would it just be like a single horn up? Like, does that change things?
Just one.
$5 here from Blue Corvette. You guys are killing all right, hosting mode here. $5 from Blue Corvette. Roses are red, houses are blue. Eiffel 65 is God tier. Dabba-dee, dabba-dee.
Dying here.
2 marathons in a row.
I'm getting word from the production team that they have checked Google Analytics. And in the past few hours, Eiffel 65 searches are up 40-fold from the past few weeks. What? We're bringing them back. I love GDQ. Y'all are great.
Have I officially lost my metalhead status?
No, man, we love all comers here, right? I mean, I will go from friggin' Powerwolf to Africelt sound system to I don't know, some weird Japanese stuff. Like, it's all over the place. We'll take all comers.
Shout outs to everybody that Googled anything relative to the Eiffel 65.
I'm curious what they were even Googling exactly.
So, what are your thoughts on Aqua?
On Aqua? The Barbie girl?
That's not even their best song.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
I'm sure that's exactly what you're going to say.
Now we're going to get the Aqua fans coming out. Oh, boy. I'm not ready for this.
Is there any other obscure dead 90s bands
That everybody knows
like,
one
There's got to be more.
Everybody knows one song. Any one hit wonder, Cara will tell you that one hit is not their best song.
What's the best hit by the Proclaimers, Cara?
I don't know.
Wait. You mentioned the Proclaimers. So I told you that my wife walked down the aisle to the Final Fantasy Overture. Our recessional was 500 miles by the Proclaimers, and we went stomping out of the room to that. It was great.
But did you know that's not even the best song on the album?
I'm really Tojju coming in here with the hot take. More music fans in the audience. I've got a $50 donation here from Atraxis104. Greetings from Switzerland. I was looking forward the whole week to wake up on a Saturday morning for the speed run of my favorite game ever. Have to revisit it at least once a year. And now I can't stop thinking about how a Not Alone cover by Eiffel 65 would sound. Good luck and thanks to everyone involved.
I think my favorite song in the game's just been ruined. No, I'm just kidding.
You brought this on yourself.
Yeah, we did. It's fine.
Pandora's box is actually containing Eiffel 65. So we have to fight a few Mastodon fights here. Several of them are forced, but there is one that is RNG based. And the encounters can have 1 or 2 Mastodons. So it's nice when you only get the one. They are undead, so Aiko can, in fact, one-shot them if she lands a life. If you throw a Phoenix down, it has a 10% chance of getting an instant kill. And if it does not and does hit, it will reduce his HP to 1. So then you can physically attack with any character and one-shot them.
Okay, so yeah, this screen here, this screen is kind of weird. So, well, once we get to the screen. Yeah. Okay, so we're running down this branch here, and we get a Mastodon encounter. They come chasing after us, and hopefully we'll only get one of these. It's some kind of weird RNG that determines whether you get 1 or 2 battles here. And oddly enough, on this version, you usually only get 1. On the Japanese version, you almost always get 2, and I have no idea why it's different. I mean, I have to have some TS person look into that.
It was pretty early, actually.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's... Yeah, we'll see.
Don't say it. Just wait.
$25 donation here from Eiffel 65 Analytics. I love that you guys are looking into this. I just went on to Google Trends and checked the search interest for Eiffel 65. It's currently experiencing its largest bump in search interest since January of 2018. A whopping 100 searches on Google so far. There's also $10 here from Anonymous. Oh no, being an unironic Eiffel 65 fan is totally weird, definitely. Who would still be into a one-hit wonder from the late 90s? Sincerely, unironic Chumbawamba.
So story-wise, there's actually quite a lot going on here. Obviously, we know the Kuja's here, and the Queen here is here as well. Despite the fact that the Queen is completely gone overboard and has a huge lust for power and is trying to betray her former partner in crime, if you will, in Kuja, Garnet still wants to save her mother, much to the dismay of the rest of her party. So she gets Aiko to unlock the Eidolon that's at the end of that branch there, but it turns out it's Leviathan, so there's really no protective properties it has, so it doesn't really help anything. And here we see Bahamut being summoned by the Queen with glorious 2001 FMVs.
just got a $5 donation from iTunes. Why are people downloading Eiffel 65 songs at 5 in the morning? I can't even make it through these now.
So Kuja is kind of letting the queen do this as sort of a weird flex to show that she really has no power here.
He has like a White Goodman moment here too.
Yeah.
So he has
Nobody-
one. He has a cut across his forehead.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
He look, don't mash it very fast yet. All right, when it gets to that part, you can see it.
With Kuja?
Yeah, with Kuja. It's his first line of dialogue.
Ooks of Hazard has sent in, what else, $65. Just popped in before bed to see a bit of one of my favorite Final Fantasies. Not sure how Eiffel 65 got into the mix, but it's as good a reason as any to donate $65. Can't spell Eiffel 65 without FF.
Good point.
That is technically true. So this is the first instance we see of this weird sort of eye creature. We don't yet know what it is or what the significance is, but as you can see, there's a reason why he had absolutely no concern for Bahamut, and it sort of shows up out of nowhere and completely wipes out her entire fleet, including the black mages on board.
And it should look familiar because in Garnet's flashback sequence, she recalls the eye appearing before the destruction of her city or her village, and so this is not the first time she's witnessed this. And now, although Queen Braun has been like a terrible individual for the entire game and wanted to kill Garnet, Garnet still is quite upset that Braun has been killed at this time. And Kuja just rolls out on his dragon to end Disc 2 more or less exactly the same way that Disc 1 ended, kind of. And so now we kind of get this story picked up interestingly from the perspective of Vivi right now. And is talking about how they're going to go back to Alexandria and also take Queen Braun's body with them and bury it there. Because again, before she had met up with Kuja, she was actually, you kind of put together, she was actually quite beloved by the people, and that she was, you know, a pretty well-liked leader. And her greed and like power hungriness is what caused her to kind of go off the deep end.
I don't know how her body is still intact after that incineration.
Yeah, on the dialogue that we skipped there, she's actually sort of reminiscing about the good times in the past with the late king and with Garnet. So it's a bit of a bittersweet moment, but you know, in the end, despite her evil doings, they bring her body back to Alexandria and they bury her. And in her dying moment, she gives Garnet her blessing to become the new queen. So that's sort of what picks up majorly at the beginning of this next disc, which is about to start.
It's almost time for the legend to play.
What the hell?
So in the final words of this disc, Garnet proclaims that she will become a great queen. And that's the end of me for now. So we're going to throw it over to my man Luzbel.
Come around this way.
Yeah, I'm using my control.
And as you're getting in the chair there, I've got a $19.99 donation from Sanusin89. Never thought I would hear Eiffel 65 referenced on a Twitch stream. I bet we could get a donation train going if Luzbelheim were to perform a spoken word version of Too Much of Heaven on stream.
What?
That's exactly the correct response.
I've also got $5 from Legacies 15. Okay, you want something obscure? Let's talk about Lou Bega. Mambo number 5, baby.
Yeah.
Some other bands are getting in on the act. $10 here from Ace of Base. I saw the sign and it opened up my eyes, and this is the time to stage a comeback.
Oh boy. So here we were back in Alexandria. We've had the funeral. Garnet is going to prepare for her coronation, while the rest of the gang is also convened here. So all of the characters are finally together for the first time in the game, and they're all kind of around Alexandria doing different things. Zidane is kind of bummed, and he's like moping because he believes that once Garnet is coronated and becomes crowned and becomes the queen, that she's like gonna not want to have anything to do with him again. Like his exigence for being with her is now like stripped away from him because he believes that like she's done going on adventures and she's gonna remain here, and that he's like not going to see her, and that he's like back to like the Aladdin style street rat kind of gig.
And now for learning awkward things about the host family, Maya Like Papaya, my wife, sends in $25. Aqua was the first CD that I owned. Also, much love to GDQ and my favorite host. Love you, baby, from Mrs. Game and Shout.
Boo. No, not to your wife.
Wait, did you just boo my wife? Did that just
poor
happen?
Timing.
Are you serious?
The art of poor timing.
Can we make up for that? Can we get some love for Mrs. Game and Shout out there, please? Thank you. Thank you. Not everyone is like that. Now seriously, maybe go to bed at 4 in the morning there. Yeah, right.
Oh, man.
Great job, guys. I'm on your side now.
That was very poorly timed. So Vivi's gotten jebaited into coming to this play at Ruby's new playhouse because he's a good guy. And actually goes for pretty much no reason. Garnet is like really distraught, like still over her mother's death, and again they're just prepping for the coronation ceremony.
There's a $5 donation here from Dr. Jones Aqua. Dr. Jones here, I just got called to wake up. Money goes to Announcer's Choice. Reminder on that, my choice is currently the blindfolded menuing. We are at about 25,500, just short of that, heading towards 40,000. You guys can still do this. We also got $50 from Tom118. You're the first people I've admitted to in 20 years that the very first album I bought in CD format was Aqua's Aquarium. Apparently you're in good company with my wife.
So Tot just gave Garnet a bunch of gems, which will restore all of her Eidolons that she's lost. And when you do equip the items that have them and learn them as abilities, the MP cost is dramatically reduced now that you've progressed the story to this point. Early in the game, when she still has her Eidolons, they are accessible, but the MP cost is really, really over exaggerated so that you really aren't able to use them typically.
So this little dialogue that's happening here starts probably one of the most amusing sequences in the entire game. Is Aiko decides that she wants to write a love letter to Zidane, but she doesn't know how to write. So she elects the help of Dr. Tot to do so, and it starts a series of mishaps that is really rather amusing.
She picks him because he has glasses, and that makes her think that he's a nerd. But what he just mashed through there is actually really, really important. He notices her horn, and he talks about how when Garnet was found, she also had a horn, and we find out that there actually was a person called Princess Garnet who was the queen's daughter. She passed away as a really young child, and when this Garnet arrived on the shore with her mother that had passed away as they had escaped from the fire on Maiden Sorry, that they noticed that she just had a really strong resemblance to the actual Princess Garnet that had just passed away. So they cut the horn off and just adopted her as the daughter and called her Garnet. And that's where her loss of name of Sarah kind of comes into play, and how she became the princess.
And similarly, in that scene just there, Garnet reveals to Beatrix that she isn't actually the biological princess, but she tells her that she does always known that already, and it doesn't matter because her allegiances are still the same. So right now is the first of many times this love letter gets lost. Aiko gets stuck, and Baku picks it up on her behalf and just leaves her there and walks away.
Good.
We've got a $5 donation here from Die Chip. Hi, GDQ. Longtime watcher, first-time donator. Wanted to say this for a long time now. Final Fantasy IX is the one that introduced me to this beautiful franchise and in general got me into JRPGs. I want to thank all the runners for showing me this game with such love and passion. It's truly awesome. Much love to everyone involved in the event. I also have $25 from Chumbawamba. Let's not forget that Blue doesn't hold a candle to my epic hit, Tub Thumping.
Never gonna keep me down. So now Baku also drops the letter, as Tojju mentioned.
Number 2, yep.
I'm excited. I'm excited.
This is going to be a good one.
The production team has informed me that Google searches for Eiffel 65 are now up to 100 times last week's average. Oh, I love GDQ.
Oh, man.
We're the first people to clap for Eiffel 65 in like 7 years.
If anybody watching this,
7 years.
if anybody
17.
watching this knows Eiffel 65 or like they're watching and wants to send in a donation, please let us know. We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, if anyone could actually get them in here, that would be fantastic.
So, despite the fact Baku's the one that dropped the letter, Beatrix walks by and saw Steiner leaving, so she thinks that he wrote the letter for her. So this is the third mistaken disappearance of the letter, with still more to come. My man, her smile.
My man does have a beautiful smile.
She does. So yeah, Zidane's just sort of been in here sulking this entire time, and now his compadres are basically saying, look, like, what are you doing? You need to go after her. This is ridiculous. And they sort of convince him to go confront her for the first time.
No one can take care of your heart like my man. And it's funny because then Vivi comes up and Vivi is like, can we go visit the princess? And they're all just like, listen, this little guy gets it.
A quick bit of legal matters to resolve. $5 donation here from Queen Bronze Will. To my beloved Garnet, I leave my most prized possession, my unopened copy of the hit 1999 Eiffel 65 CD, Europop. You start giggling and it just makes it worse for me.
I've never seen pure joy than on his face right now.
I've got the best job in the world. We've also got $5 here from COD Misplays. Speaking of 90s one-hit wonders, House of Pain, anyone?
Jump around. So Freya and Amarant actually get into a little tussle here. If you recall, like, Freya did not go to the other continent, so Freya's actually not met Amarant prior to this, so they kind of get into a little scuffle and threaten to fight one another. But then Zidane and Vivi arrive and diffuse the tension.
I come back and the text boxes are gray and I'm not sad.
Gray is the way to go.
There is a $100 donation here from A Tower in Paris. If you're having trouble staying awake, just move your body.
Did someone say the tower?
Oh, don't.
No.
So he's doing a few pickups here. The most important of which, or the only of which in this case, because of our 100 nobles, is the Lapis Lazuli. And this is exceedingly important because it teaches the ability Accuracy Plus, which without we have a chance to miss, which, as you've seen throughout this run, is apparently very likely. So we're going to mitigate that completely by teaching all of our physical damage dealers this ability. There are previous routes that, particularly Tantarian routes, I actually didn't need to pick that up because you will get a second one later. But because we don't have the access to that additional AP, we're going to need to be able to juggle both around. So we do pick up this one as well.
Somebody get this person a frequent flyers number. We've got Doc Cobran back again with $5. Did you notice that there was an eye full of tears on that ship? We've also got Just Tom coming in with $6.05. Hey everyone from Germany, having a blast with AGDQ so far. Thanks to all the runners for running for a great cause. What gets me really going is the Eiffel 65 talk. Seems like they're a really big deal, and I am flabbergasted that an Italian Eurodance group is a big thing in the US. They reunited in 2010, so maybe someday we will all meet at an Eiffel 65 concert. Hope you're not feeling blue that you have to run a few more hours, but after that you can turn off your console and move your body.
So they all came to see the new, now Queen Garnet. They ask if Zidane wants to say anything to her, and he does not, and is kicking himself for it afterward. And also at the same time, Aiko and Garnet sort of exchange jewels, I believe, in a symbol of their friendship.
Zidane didn't say anything the whole time, even though people were like, don't you have something you want to say to her? And he just kind of says nothing, and now he's pouting.
So here is the great conclusion to the love letter thing.
So the love letter said to meet the writer of the note at this fountain. And so Aiko is wondering who's going to come, and she notices it's not Zidane, and so now we see Blank and Marcus have at some point found themselves with this letter. So Blank thinks someone has written him the love letter.
And so to clarify, Aiko wrote it for Zidane, then Baku had it, then he dropped it and Beatrix saw it, and she saw Steiner leaving, so she thought Steiner wrote it to him. Then they somehow got it and then dropped it, and then Steiner now reads it thinking it's for him. And cue the next entrance.
Speaking of love, there's an anonymous $5 donation here. All these confessions about people's first albums and unironic love has apparently urged me to admit that my first album was Scatman's World on cassette tape.
Oh.
Boy, I feel old. Okay, anonymous, I'm going to tell you right now, John Larkin, I love that guy. I love his music. I'm not ashamed of that. There's also $5 here from Vulcan Cake. Thought you might be interested. Google has just flagged Final Fantasy IX as a related topic with Eiffel 65. They know!
This is a dream come true.
Yeah.
And a question from the audience with a $5 donation from Anonymous. I don't know which I love more, unironically, Aqua or Ariana Grande. What is the couch's opinion on Roller Girl?
What is?
I got nothing on that. I'm sorry.
So you'll notice they comment when they go down here into the Gargan Route area to head to Trino because Zidane wants to participate in a card tournament and all the other characters have something else they want to do. They comment that the mist is actually still pretty thick there. And it's kind of just like, you know, foreshadowing that although they have defeated the source of the mist and, you know, the threat of Braun, who is like the first antagonist we really encounter, is gone, that like, you know, things certainly aren't over yet. And now we see Zorn and Thorn up to no good.
And we're almost to the best part
of the run.
Believe in the heart of the cards.
Yes.
It's all right. Luzbel would never let me down.
I will
In
win
fairness-
3 games.
Yeah.
We've gotten some really, really strong card potential throughout the run, honestly.
Watch them have like no arrows.
Yeah.
So yeah, Zidane wants to participate in this card tournament, and in terms of the speed run, for some reason this card tournament is actually plot related, so we need to win 2 games no matter what, no matter how long it takes, no matter how many we lose, we need to win 2 games. Once we win those 2 games, there is one final game, win or lose, against the champion. That has some repercussions based on the prize, but our most important thing we need to do is get the first 2 wins out of the way.
I guess he's going to save.
Going to save, yeah. So he's had some pretty bad luck in practice, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
So it's definitely worth saving. There is a few options. You can just go with the cards that you have, which is what most runners do. There's also an option that, because this is story related, they can't let you not have any cards. So if you do have 0 cards, Tot will give you 5 randomized cards, and they actually tend to be quite a bit stronger than the ones that we have. But the downside to that is, A, you have to discard all your cards and get it, and then you also have no arrow flexibility because you are pretty much have to use the 5 cards that you got.
It's pretty funny that where Amaranth disappears there on when you're leaving Tot's tower. It doesn't expect you to be leaving that quickly.
So here we go. Good luck.
Good luck, mates.
So he's going to be doing a strat called the Goblin strat, although he will not be using a Goblet, he's going to be using a Fang. The basic idea is he's placing this in a position that he can get, and he's baiting the NPCs to take it, so he can take it back. Although this one has not many arrows, unfortunately.
Okay, keep reading donations while you do this. I'll wait.
Oh, wait, yeah. Wait.
Okay, if he's lost.
I'll wait. Sorry.
Yeah. You gotta wait till the end of this.
Does anyone know in depth the stats of how these battles work that might be able to explain?
I have written my own version of the card rules for this that I think are more accurate.
Yeah, this game is very bizarre. The main thing you need to know is that you want to look at the numbers, and obviously higher number means stronger. The arrows, so you saw when the NPC took the bomb, because it won the battle, it looked at the other arrows of the card and comboed anything that's pointing at it. So that's sort of the main crux of how this card game works. Nice. There's one.
One win under our belts.
Like I said, we have to win 2. Once we have the first one under our belt, we're good, but we need to get 1 more, and then we know that we won't be stuck here for too much longer, win or lose.
That's a really strong card right there.
So in addition to the board, another thing that's really important is who goes first. We really like to be the one that goes second because we have more priority in our decision making, but we haven't been getting lucky on that front either, unfortunately. Ooh.
Yeah, draw.
Yeah, there's a distinct advantage to being able to go last.
And it coin flips every time, you'll see right here. So he gets to go second this time, which is much better.
So that's how the strat
Yeah, that's
is
the,
supposed
that's the
to
main
look.
strat, yeah. Nice. So we have one final battle coming up. So apparently you only need to win 2 games regardless of what your record is, and then you get to face the champion. And in this case, it turns out the champion is none other than the Oglop, King of Limblum. Although he can't actually play the card, so he has someone doing it for him.
This is Sailor Aaron.
Yeah.
And his deck is actually comprised entirely of Oglop cards, which are not particularly great cards, so it's actually a very winnable card game. Probably the one of it's the easiest or second easiest of the card games.
Get to go second, nice. Aww.
You got this. Easy.
I believe.
Easy.
Come on!
No!
What the hell?
So, yeah.
Damn.
That's why we got a bunch of extra
It's
gills.
okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So it's not the end of the world. What you miss out on is getting the rebirth ring. We don't actually need it right now, but we'll have to be making a stop later on. It's about a 45-second detour to synth the rebirth ring, but it's like I said, the main thing you're looking for is to get through the first 2 games as quickly as possible, and then hopefully you win the tournament finale. You know, right after that, we have another attack on Alexandria.
These are actually the next few FMVs are some of the like prettiest FMVs. There's a battle between Bahamut and Alexander, and I just really like the contrast of color palettes that they use between Bahamut's like really warm, summery colors and Alexander's super soft like pastels. They look really nice together.
Safe to get some more donations in?
Yeah, it should be good.
All right. I've got $10 here from JigglyJed102. I finish a 40-hour work week just in time to come home and listen to this? Can't we talk about normal music like the best song from Crash Test Dummies?
So there's now that she's the queen, she's able to give orders to the troops in a time of crisis like this. And this is actually pretty important to do correctly. So he's going to be able to mash through, but he does have to give the first order to the correct guard. So you'll see him do that and then just mash through the rest. So once you do that, if you do it correctly, you get a really nice item, which is the angel earrings, and they sell for quite a lot of gil. So it's very important not to mess that up, especially if you don't win the card tournament finale.
This is also a really, really exciting battle sequence. And it plays Protecting My Devotion for like the whole...
This whole sequence is one of the major time saves from the AGDQ13 variation of the route. Is they would have had to go to the Trino shop to buy a bunch of items, mostly for this part. But sort of advancements in routing, you're able to do it without that shop. So it's a pretty flat 30-second time save, if not more.
So first we want to juke this one.
Yeah.
If you run into it, you get a battle. And then we're gonna have a skip on the screen. Normally when you hit the end of the screen, there's another battle that you get. But he's gonna line up his sword with the X and the fence there, and then just run to the left, and you end up running around the trigger. So it's a nice little setup there.
That was when we were speaking earlier about the biggest skip in the run. That's it right there.
Yeah.
Skipping those battles. Mainly the second one.
The first skip is mostly just good movement. It's not so much a glitch. That one is
the second one is
certainly
more of like a skip,
proper glitch. Yeah. So you would skip an entire battle, not unlike this one here. So he's going to be looking to one-shot them with Steiner and use life with Beatrix.
Wait, those things are undead?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Just so you guys know, I've got a $6.50 donation here from Twitter, hashtag #ReviveThe65. And apparently if you search Eiffel 65 on Google right now, one of the things that comes up is the Games Done Quick Twitter feed. I've also, oh God, this one's great. $25 here from Dusseler. These one-hit wonders are killing me. I guess you get what you give. I'd love if Muttski could kiss me beneath the milky twilight, but nothing's right, I'm torn. I suppose we could always save tonight and fight the break of dawn. The other day I turned the radio on, I turned the radio up, and this woman was singing my song. How bizarre. If you think about it, we're all just living this semi-charmed life. This run is turning into a bittersweet symphony, so I say goodbye, because I am barely breathing and I can't find the air.
I'll give you a hand for that one.
That's solid.
Good work, Deuce. We're dropping lines from artists like Natalie Imbruglia. You know, you're going places in the world.
Not wanting to miss out on the action, Los Del Rio has donated $5. Hey, Macarena! 90s one-hit wonders are nothing without us. And Slapbase91 with $25. Chickadee China, the Chinese chicken. You have a drumstick and your brain stops sticking. All right, I have loved Bare Naked Ladies since the old apartment.
This may be the Canadian speaking of me, but I do unironically like some Bare Naked Ladies.
I love Bare Naked Ladies. They're great.
Yeah. Yeah.
They are, in fact, Canadian, yes. Much love to Canada. How you doing up there?
So here we have another one of these forced trances. Now Steiner has a surge of emotion because of his love for Beatrix, I guess.
So you probably saw he very quickly queued Beatrix's life on the Mistodon on the left right away. That's actually pretty important because if you do it as soon as her ATB comes up, you can actually ensure that it does not get a turn.
So then only the Mistodon on the right will get to use an attack.
Yeah.
They can do Mist, which can put Beatrix to sleep, which is a bit problematic, but it's not very threatening. It just kind of ruins that strategy. So now Garnet is like being like beckoned at this point, and you have to find like a specific route that you can take with her. If you try to go a way that the game doesn't want you to, it'll like block you off, and her like pendant will light up or briefly and flash.
All right, I've got a $25 donation here from the New Radicals. Much love for the unironic fans of one-hit wonders. You've got the music in you. Don't let go. You've got the music in you. P.S. Can't forget you only get what you give, so be sure to donate for the blindfold incentive. An update on that, we are now past the $26,000 mark, heading towards $40,000. We've got a couple of hours left. Come on, guys. I know you can do it. If we can get all these Eiffel 65 donations for the blindfolded menu, I'm sure nobody's gonna have a problem with that. Twitch chat's gonna love it. Speaking of that, I've got $25 here from X Pendulum. What a treat to be able to experience this masterpiece of a game again with these fantastic runners and couch for 9 hours. Keep going, Mutt, Tojju, and Luzbel. You all got this. And let's see Luzbel get that blindfold on for the long menu.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pendulum, mate.
So now Aiko is experiencing a similar kind of thing where she feels like she's being beckoned by her gem that she switched with Garnet, and she just takes a nosedive off of the airship. I was only 12 years old when I met Webster.
And I love this look on Garnet's face coming up when she sees Aiko floating in front of her.
There's a $25. There is a $25 donation here from Flamin' Sarge that says in all caps, "Why am I awake at this hour listening to Eiffel 65 memes?" Because it's the best thing.
Have we talked about it enough that it's actually achieved meme status at this point?
I mean, it's trending on Google. I haven't heard the latest on the analytics in the last 10 minutes, but it was blowing up. It looks like production's pulling that for me. I'll get you an update here in a minute. It looks like not everyone is entirely happy with it, though. $25 from Anonymous. I fell out of love with a lot of these one-hit wonders a long time ago. Glad to see him coming back around.
This is one, I think, maybe the longest auto-scroller in the game right here. Like, this is all auto-scrolled.
Yeah.
And it also parlays itself into a really good FMV. So this is another pretty natural break in the run.
Oh, guys, I've got some great news. Griffin just sent in $5. Today I learned that Eiffel 65 is still active and is going on a world tour in 2019.
What?
My morbid curiosity got the better of me. Did you guys just really do Eiffel 65 hype? This is amazing. Hype!
So yeah, they come together here, much like what Aiko was saying when she jumped off the airship, and we're gonna see Alexander summoned here to protect the city from Bahamut.
I mean, and if you're familiar with the series and you've seen Alexander depicted as like a castle-type summon, obviously they chose Alexander to defend the city of Alexandria because of like the parallel between like the male and female name.
$5 here from Cat195. I must have heard at least 65 bad puns this morning, and they've all been really Eiffel.
Oh, no.
Oh.
I've also got a donation here for $101.01 from How About Some FF9 Music. I'll donate $5 for every FF9 OST song that the couch can name.
Ooh. Melodies of Life, Gestures of the Moon, because that's my favorite one.
Yeah. Terra.
You Are Not Alone.
Yeah, You're Not Alone. Pandemonium.
Rose of May.
Rose of May. Protecting My Devotion.
Sorrow and something else.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else?
Can I throw in a couple?
Please.
The Vamo alla Flamenco.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The opening
yeah.
title theme is The Place I'll Someday Return To, or is The Place I'll someday go home to?
I don't know the titles of a lot of these.
Yeah, a
songs.
lot of them have like peculiar titles.
Surely one of them must be called like Battle Music 1 or something. Does that count?
Escape. Is that,
Mm.
or is it Run? Run! Exclamation point. I think it's this.
This
I think
song,
this is
actually?
Run. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is Run. The airship bop.
Airship Bop.
So at this point, things are looking pretty bleak for Alexandria, and you know the soldiers are looking around for the now queen, and the gang that just arrived with Sid are just trying to figure out what they're gonna do. And Zidane obviously wants to go look for Garnet. And so you just take the same path that we took with her up the stairs, except for this time, none of the magic stuff happens. These swords won't descend and lock you out.
Boy, I've got a $15 donation here from Spotify Premium. Why did Eiffel 65 just jump up 100 spots in artist rankings? Despite the hilariousness that has come out of this run, I'm actually surprised I'm still up for this, and hopefully I can stay up for the entire run. Good luck to the runners and the rest of AGDQ. Let's finish out the last day strong.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks to everybody. If you're in the States and you've stayed up for this run, thank you so much. And people that got up super early, closer to the GMT time zone, thank you guys so much.
Oh, this is awesome. We've got $10 here from Tantalus, Ireland. Our theater group got its name from Final Fantasy IX and changed our lives. So happy to see it being played for a good cause. Put this towards the blindfolded menu. Yeep!
Yeep.
Yeep. Nice.
I've got a $5 donation here from Legacies15. Whoever mentioned John Scatman Larkin, I love you. Scatman John is pure excellence. That was me for the record, and I agree. I'm the Scatman. Do you know he had a stutter? Like a terrible stutter in real life. He got into scat because it helped.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice.
So this is, I like this FMV, especially because of the look on Aika's face coming up here.
She looks really disgruntled.
Mad Aiko.
Because there's the cute romance, and she's just sass. Pure sass.
I have $5 here from Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch. You want to be blue? I just want some good vibrations. I've also got an old friend trying to troll me here. $25 from Dr. Izix. Mr. Game&Shout, it's your pal Pizza Pete plumbing my pocket to promote the Prevent Cancer Foundation and to proudly proclaim my pulse-pounding passion for popular past blast Eiffel 65. I possibly preserve my CD print in its primordial package case. Please palliate my perpetual periodicity practice. I almost made it through that one.
Not bad.
Yeah, that last one got me. Well, thank you. I'm working on it. And if anybody else wants to send in tongue twisters, I'm always down for a challenge.
So this is sort of another time we see the mysterious eye, which apparently has an unnamed, or up until now, an unseen character in it. Essentially, it destroys Alexander and sort of decimates the city.
And so now we're in Lindblom, and we see that they're still well underway on the rebuilding process from Disc 2's destruction, and they've kind of made this their base of operations for most of the rest of the game, really.
I have a $25 donation here from Rory Extra Life 200.
Hey, Rory.
Morning, boys. I tried to wake up earlier to catch more of the run, but unfortunately I had work last night, so I needed that whole sleep thing to happen first. Good luck with the rest of the run. I hope you get an encounterless desert palace and enjoy your trip to the town of shame for the rebirth rant. I know that somewhere Zwanzig is waking up in a warm set being not proud about something and unsure what he's not proud of. Donation goes to my boy, the Muttski. Good luck. You're all my boys. Also, 4,900 across the board for Death Guys. Calling it now.
That was such a good subtle reference.
Yeah.
You guys are all my freaking boys, dude. If any of you have seen, there's a YouTuber called the LA Turtle who has a video called Dying, which is stupidly hilarious. And Tojju made a joke about like finding him and asking him to make a video message of himself to use as a sub alert for Twitch. And so my Twitch sub alert is this guy doing a video that he made for me
Where he says Aiko sucks.
he does say Aiko sucks, yeah. And it's really, really, it makes my day every single time I hear it.
I've got a $5 donation from A Poem 65. Roses are red, my playlist is blue. Let's listen to Eiffel 65 for blindfolded menu. I also have $25 from Gandlos. Greetings from Germany. Thank you for showing off Final Fantasy IX. It was and still is one of my favorite games. I lost so many hours just for that card game. You guys are doing a great job. Keep it up.
So Garnet's kind of been hit with some more like emotional trauma. Like if you really remember, like her mother just was killed by Kuja, and she's been the queen for all of like 9 hours, and now her entire city that she was responsible for has just been decimated. And so she's like really struggling to like deal with everything that's just happened to her. And so you can see like she was just kind of sharing her thoughts, and things aren't looking too particularly good for her at the moment.
Now Vivi's getting really mad here.
There's a $25 donation here from Agro Craig. I love that name. One of my life's greatest regrets is that I narrowly failed to catch a harmonica thrown into the crowd by John Popper at a Blues Traveler concert. I couldn't possibly imagine why now is the time I'm sharing this, but there you go. Keep up the good work. There's also $10 from Mordaunt. Passed out at the beginning of the Final Fantasy IX run, only to wake up early to Eiffel 65 talk. Did I miss the Revive the 90s block?
You're watching it
You're
right
watching
now.
it right now.
And on that subject, $25 from the Eidolon Alexander. Since this FF9 run is going all night, anyone up for breakfast afterwards? Perhaps at Tiffany's? I will one-up you there. I believe the artist for that song was Deep Blue Something, and I loved it. That is correct. Sweet. There's $25 here from Yuki Mizuno. Is that a Sailor Moon reference? Hello. A little late here in the States, but I felt like donating during the Final Fantasy IX run. FF9 is one of my favorite entries, so I felt like I needed to show my love for the game by donating a bit of money to the cause. Thank you so much for that. There's also $50 from Ultra IO. I just woke up and come to this stream to see my most favorite Final Fantasy, and I get Eiffel 65 memes. This is the best morning ever.
So now we find out Aiko was just checking up on Garnet and tells us that she's lost her voice completely. And because of what has happened to her, and she just, you know, has like succumbed to severe depression, and now she can't even speak at all. Her ability to focus actually affects her ability to use commands in battle as well.
Which actually
It's very
could come into
significant.
play here
Yeah.
later in history.
Depeche Mode donates $9.65. If we're talking about unironic musical loves, I'd love to forward Men at Work's Land Down Under. Can you hear that thunder? There's also $25 here from the Torin Rogue. 3rd year running of watching these events. I couldn't resist donating during this 9-hour meme fest. On the subject of one-hit wonders, I'm pretty certain there's nothing better than 4 non-blondes. What's up? Also, Sinar sends in $25. Here's another Final Fantasy trivia. FF9 is the only FF that has allusions and references to all previous main series FF games, various spin-offs, and other Square games. It's great and amazing to see FF9 on AGDQ, my favorite of the series. You guys are doing a great job. Incentive goes towards the blindfolded menuing. Hype!
Hype!
We haven't had a hype in a minute. I want to make sure you're still awake. We are closing in on $27,000 for that. We are at $26,800 and change out of $40,000 to get that blindfolded menuing. So please make sure, as you are sending in these wonderful 90s pop sensation donations, that you're putting that money towards the blindfolded menus. We want to see that happen.
So right now we're starting a bit of a side quest. Because all the mist is gone, Sid wants to complete his airship that's able to run without mist, but he can't do that as an Oglop. So they heard a rumor that if they get a bunch of potions, that there's a chance that it can change it back to being a human. So we're basically on a fetch quest right now to get 3 different potions from various parts of the city.
And we're also going to pick up a coral sword while we're at it, which is a quite important weapon for Steiner.
Yeah, we take a trip to the weapon shop for only 1 item, but it's exceedingly important for Steiner because 1, it's just a good item, but 2, it has the ability charge, which is exceedingly important for a few fights later on in the run in particular.
Yeah, a long time ago we used to buy that at the Trino shop, but now that we skipped that, we have to buy it here. But since we have to go to this screen to get one of the potions anyway, it's not that far out of the way.
There's $50 here from ProZ65. Shout out to the 2 best Canadian speedrunners on the couch and lulls the blindfold master. P.S. Thank you for ruining my day. I've got Eiffel 65 stuck in my head. Love from Paris.
Hey, according to like everyone I've met today, that's actually not a punishment at all.
Right? I mean, did we make your day worse or better?
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's also $10 from Kaok. I'm really torn between Eiffel 65 and Scatman, but nothing compares to you, AGDQ.
So if you're an astute viewer, you might recognize these 2 characters here as the couple that we saved back in Bermesia in Disc 1 from the Falling Bell.
And now they're just kind of giving us this ATE, and they show us
a little bit of insight into Freya and what she's doing in Lindblom here. She finds these people that, you know, we had seen earlier and people from her hometown. And so she's really excited that some of them have escaped and successfully made it out of Burmecia and Clara. And these are Burmecian soldiers.
Jippin sends in $6.50. Just getting on the Eiffel 65 train. Also, according to Google, for every 3 people looking up Final Fantasy IX right now, 100 people are looking up Eiffel 65. You only have yourselves to blame.
Yeah.
It's the greatest mistake I've ever made.
There's also $5 here from Salamander Sylph with an emotion I think many of us share. It's 11 a.m. now, and I've been watching GDQ for the last 17 hours straight through the night. Is this Eiffel 65 thing really happening, or am I just losing my mind? Keep up the great work, all involved.
I have some bad
I'd
news
say
for
both.
you.
Yeah, why not both?
So we just got our second of 2 potions from the Tantalus hideout. That was the unusual potion, and we also got the beautiful potion from the woman outside the shop where we bought the coral sword. So we'll need only 1 more. So we're gonna duck into. Well, actually, he's gonna go back for some safety chests here as well. After that, we're gonna be ducking into a house on our way back to the castle and pick up the final potion that we need, as well as an additional lapis.
It's not just any house. It's Bob Ross's house.
Yeah.
So yeah, someone apparently like added some more gil to those chests since Disc 1.
Yeah,
Because we were just talking. We were just talking about how they have like hardly any gil in Disc 1.
So you're always making some happy little trees back there.
There's a $5 donation here from Myohel0. Speaking of unironic fans of 90s music groups, any unironic Dream Street fans? Late 90s, early 2000s pop boy band. The voice actor for Roxas from Kingdom Hearts was a member. It happens every time, man.
I guess my summer vacation is over.
I've also got a donation here, Torch2424 sending in $500. There we go. Hello, been watching GDQ for years and donate every time. Always empathizing with those loved ones with cancer, but never actually facing it myself. Well, not too long ago, my father was diagnosed with lung cancer, and we're fighting through it. This one's for you, Dad, and anyone else who may be facing this as well. P.S. My company match will double this donation, and thank you for the amazing event.
So now that we've gotten all the potions, we're going to go head back to Sid's throne room, and Tot is going to mix them in the proper proportions in order to shapeshift him back into a human so he can think properly and finish constructing us an airship so we can chase and track Kuja down.
And it's definitely going to work.
There's a $10 donation here from Zerodl. The blue alien in the Eiffel 65 music video and others actually has a name, which is Zerodl. If only we had a character we still needed to name. Well, I'll tell you what we do have is that blindfolded menuing incentive. We are now past $28,000 on that out of $40,000. We still got a little bit of time left, but the sooner the better. I need your help for this, guys. Let's make this happen.
So yeah, he's a frog now instead of an Owlglop. I'm not sure if that's an upgrade or a downgrade. Maybe it's just a lateral move.
And it's certainly up the food chain.
Yeah.
Hey, that's what you think, but shortly there is a particular character in our party that is really fond of eating amphibious beings.
Ariande sends in $5. I decided to keep AGDQ on while I drifted off to sleep, thinking I'd be listening to some Final Fantasy IX music and commentary. I don't know what I expected. Donation goes to Announcer's Choice for being awesome. Hey, thank you so much for that. We also got $25 from Earl of Wales 139. I just woke up and I'm being bombarded with one-hit wonders. Anybody brought up the Spin Doctors yet? Two Princes is such a bop that I bought their CD and still have only listened to that song often. Money goes to Runner's Choice. I love that song. It's a great song.
All right, so this is the first time we're going to take the right transport here, because we're going to be going out the other direction onto the Blue Narcissus here. So we're finally about to have some action. Well, I guess there's some more cutscenes after some stutter stepping, but then very soon we're actually going to have some action in Disc 3.
So unfortunately, you may have moved up the food chain, but there's a specific liking. But is having a bit of a crisis of whether or not she should eat the regent himself.
She's kind of like conflicted because she notices that the frog can talk. But she's like, maybe I eat it anyway.
Okay, so the chocobo that we left behind at Conde Petty is actually still there. On that new chocobo route that we were talking about, one of the things that we do is we actually park the chocobo closer to this beach, so we get to the chocobo faster. That's since there's only 2 Giesel greens that you can pick up. You have to save one of the chocobos. So it makes you have to stutter step an extra time in Disc 2, but less in Disc 3. Yeah, we're doing the old route here.
Hey, you guys know somebody called El Magus?
Yes.
Yeah.
Great, because they just sent in $100. Hello, mates. Great job so far. Good luck for the rest of the run. You will need it. I'm glad I learned this game recently and got to know some of you a little better. You guys are awesome. I was going to donate for Aiko to have the correct name, but I didn't quite have enough in my pocket for that, sadly. Looking forward to the most awesome part of the run. Of course, putting it all towards the blindfolded menu since people need to see Luzbel's incredible skill. Oh, and Tojju, I showed you yesterday how not to fight Necron. Don't be me. Cheers, everybody, for the good work, and keep it up.
Thank so much.
Thank you very much, Maru.
He's being very, you could tell he just woke up briefly, like not too long ago, because if he heard what we said about him earlier. El Magus, by the way, if you enjoy Final Fantasy speedruns, you definitely need to follow that kid. He runs
Everything.
every game ever, and he's very good at
Every game
most
ever.
of them. He even runs Final Fantasy Mystic Quest, which, as we all know, is the only real good SNES Final Fantasy game.
Oh, that might explain the shift. I've just got an anonymous donation in for $1,000. And they say, cancer is totally lame. You know what isn't? Luz with a blindfold, that's what. Also, Kara's taste in music, Muttski's snark, and Tojju's sweatpants. Also, Murby sends in $5. Linking Final Fantasy and Eiffel 65 actually isn't that weird. The Blue Mage achievements just added to Final Fantasy 14 reference them. All right, Murby, don't. I've been here since that patch dropped. Don't spoil it for me, okay?
Yeah, so one of the Giesel greens that you pick up is actually in that hut. But unfortunately, you can't pick it up when you go there the first time. You actually had to run back and get it. So that new chocobo route would save you a lot more time if you could pick that greens up without having to go back.
All right, we've got a question for the couch. $25 here from Rich Dahlman. Which Final Fantasy is a good start for a newcomer to the series?
Honestly, I really do think if you want like a more traditional Squaresoft RPG style game, FF9 really is a good start just because it plays, and the equipment and the abilities and like the battle system in general are all more like FF1 than any of the other newer titles. Really, and it's not a very complex story. There's nothing like super out there that you need to follow or anything. I think it's a pretty light-hearted story. There's they do a pretty good job of making all the characters have something to enjoy with them, except Daiko, but can't win them all.
I'd say, yeah, either this or FF10.
I think FF10 would be my other one.
Yeah, FF10 is a pretty simple speedrun to learn. I mean, it's not easy to get a good time, but I mean, it's easy to learn the strats.
FF10's nice because it's very straightforward in like what your destinations are, and it's really easy to never be lost in that game. The way the battle system works in there is it's still turn-based, but there's like a little like icons on the side that you can see exactly and like whose turn is going to be when, and so you can kind of strategically plan your moves via that, which I really like. But FF10 is super beginner friendly too.
Right, the battles are a lot more predictable in that game.
This is a bad time to admit that I started with FF8.
No, that was my first main series title too.
FF8 used to be a simple speedrun, but now it's not.
I think I actually started with Brave Fencer Musashi and played the demo disc that was in with that. Also, we've got a $50 donation here from Tom Jane. If we're talking about one-hit wonders from the 90s, let's not forget about Vitamin C. So put a smile on your face and make the world a better place. Also, $10 here from Dilling. I fell out of bed to this run. Not the worst way to wake up.
All right, so now we have to decide. We have to split our party up in two groups. So we have to decide who we're going to take to Oilvert and who's going to stay behind in Desert Palace.
There's an anti-magic barrier once you get inside, so you cannot use any magic in battle or even in the field. And so the game is trying to like get you to take some of your more physical attacking characters with you. But we actually are going to take Vivi. Steiner is going to become really important to have in the other party, which is why Vivi kind of becomes like a placeholder, sort of.
Yeah, he's just there for throwing healing potions.
In terms of routing, these next two areas are pretty much the most important parts to decide what you want to do, because there's really big consequences on one if you make a decision for the other, because you're sort of forced into having the complete opposite party in one area if you choose the other. So what you do choose makes a really big impact routing-wise on what the strats are going to be for the bosses. So a really big factor on that is that at this stage of the game, Amaranth's throw ability is really, really strong. So depending on where you choose to put him, you're going to be pretty much wherever he is going to save more time. And wherever he isn't, you're going to be losing time. So in this route, because we don't have access to auto haste, you're going to choose to take him to Oilvert because he's very useful on the boss of that dungeon.
Yeah, this is one of the longer screens in the game. And didn't Luzbel get 0 encounters on this screen on like his first run or something? Which is like, it's incredibly rare to get 0 on this screen. I don't think I've ever had that. And that is 37 encounters.
Guys, El Magus just followed up with another $5. Says, Kev, I'm watching since the start, but I don't hold grudges.
I appreciate it. Good guy, Magus.
Nice quick escape there. And only one. That's nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
And shortly will be the second longest stutter step. There's actually another route you can take that would be the longest one, but it hardly saves any time. It may not even save any time, actually.
I think you have to do it really, really well.
Yeah. Actually, if you cut through the forest on the normal route, I don't think it saves any time. Yeah, so he's actually going to be stutter stepping quite a bit out of the way. Like he's going to be going completely the wrong direction, but the speed of the chocobo makes up for it. Otherwise, he'd have to stutter step a long way to another set of chocobo tracks, and it just isn't worth it at all.
I've got a $10 donation here from Zeno from Canadiaville. Sorry for interrupting, eh? But I thought I'd say hello and thank you for keeping me relatively sane during the night shift. By the way, Sabaton is an amazing band. Love you all from Canada.
Which metal shirt are you wearing? Are you also wearing a Sabaton shirt?
Yes.
Nice.
This is their platinum shirt right here. Sweden since 1999.
You know what other album was released in 1999?
Oh yeah.
It's called Europop. I've heard a lot about it.
There's $10 here from Lemonardo85. Hope everyone is enjoying this Final Fantasy run, but it's getting late. Must keep eyes open. Must stay up all night. Also, $25 from Deadly Booster. Been watching AGDQ since 2015, and I love every moment of it. Shout out to my brother watching at home, L for L. Let's get to 2 million. Incentive goes to Final Fantasy Blindfolded. And an update on that, we are almost at $29,000 on that, out of 40,000. I think we've got a little under 2 hours left on that, so come on, you guys, you can do it. We can make this happen.
Okay, so he's actually going to go around the forest here. If you can actually get a interesting encounter in forests, the ragtime mouse.
Yeah, for some reason, the stutter step mechanic, when used in the forest, works for everything except that encounter, and it's really bizarre. But essentially, it's just he'll give you a quiz, and if you answer it correctly, you get Gil. If you answer it wrong, or well, if you try to flee, which is what pretty much everyone does the first time they get it in a run, you just lose a bunch of Gil. So PSA, if you get it in a run, you attack him. That is the correct decision.
So there's actually kind of an important shop coming up here. You're going to be buying 3 silver forks, because these are going to be really powerful throwing items for the next boss.
Yeah, this stage of the run is pretty much where do you want to use your silver forks. It's a really expensive item for us to just be simply throwing away, but the damage is really completely just outclasses anything else that we can do at this stage. And it's very, very useful.
Yeah.
Sort of budget around being able to do that. So this route in particular buys 3.
Yeah, the previous route we actually took Amaranth to Desert Palace and used the silver forks on the boss there. $38.
We've got $50 here from Demon Smalls. Donating so more people can be as blown away by Luzbel's menuing as I was the other day in the practice room. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One interesting feature of this route is that we do not elect to kill any single ogres at the beginning here, at least. Instead, we're going to be doing an interesting strat with epitaphs that we'll show when we get there. But in the past, most routes have chosen to go for ogres because, oh wow.
Wow, 39. That was really unlucky. Actually, these ogres here on this screen actually have more HP than the ones on that lawn screen. So they give more XP, but they're much harder to kill.
Trouble knife.
Yeah, the infamous, the double trouble. That's why he bought those extra anointments. There's a quite infamous clip on
Twitch.
Regarding that status ailment.
Yeah, the moral of the story is be careful not to try to suicide your party member who has trouble. To those who don't know, what that does is anytime a character inflicted with the trouble status takes physical damage, it gets spread to the entire party. So it can be very problematic, especially against an encounter like that where they do physical damage.
It's actually homicide because Freya's the one that...
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're back again. I've got a $100 donation here from Yee.
Yeet.
With the comment, Yeet.
Yeet. So this is an interesting area in the game. Zidane discovers these, like, I don't know, holograms that light up, and there's a language that no one can understand, but he can read it. And you slowly kind of learn about this planet that's called Terra, and there's like holograms of various airships and their development.
Hey, interestingly enough, he even makes a comment saying he can't actually read the writings. It just feels like it's talking to him. So it's sort of a... If the tale didn't do it for you, it was definitely the first major indication that maybe there's something a little bit different about Zidane.
There's a whole bunch of chests scattered around here that have pretty useful items. You're opening a lot of those. You saw him reset the screen at the top there, and no encounters. Nice. And there's yet another one, the shield armor.
There's a $50 donation here from Lou Bega 54. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10's donated to see Luz menu blind. Also $9 here from, I don't know if this is T-Tam or just Matt spelled backwards. Shout out to Caffeine for keeping me awake.
Same.
Likewise. $25 here from Koyotic. Running to the railroad track. Zidane is not a soldier, Zach. Run into the peace camp back. Run along with Captain Jack.
So here, this is I don't know, a room of faces, and they pop out of the wall and talk to you as you stand on a floating platform.
This room terrifies me,
Yeah.
by the way. There's a $25 donation here from Artifall. First time donating, but don't get eye full of yourselves. This run still has a ways to go. Donation goes towards the runner's choice. There's also $50 here from Woodborg. I've been watching since 5 a.m. in the UK to catch this run, and have been having a blast. Been unable to donate the last couple of years, but I was able to get some money together just in time for my favorite game. Keep up the great work, all of you. $25 here from Polytopes for the Brave Fencer Musashi reference and blind menuing. Two of my favorite things.
All right, so since he has not gotten an epitaph yet, we actually really need to get one. So we're actually going to be forcing an encounter here before picking up this last item in that chest. Oh, he's going to save first.
Yeah, at this point, just because it's a marathon and we really need this encounter, this is actually a pretty okay save to take. Because he needs to get the encounter anyway, so you might as well just make use of it.
I mean, this is part of the route to actually force an encounter here.
Fortunately, epitaphs are really common on the screen, so we should be getting one here.
And we get double ogres.
That is very
39. Yeah, that's.
I'm not sure I've ever had double ogres on this screen.
And there's the trouble knife again.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. It's a very aptly named status.
Yeah.
I've got a $10 donation here from Radioactive EMP, donating to cheer for Luzbelheim and to pray to RNG gods.
Oh, thank you very much.
40 encounters.
Okay,
All right, now we get the epitaph. So now, these things are stone, so you can just use these soft on them, but if you just use these soft on them, they just will give you no XP. But if you hit this thing, it will actually spawn a doppelganger. A random doppelganger of one of your party members.
That's the worst.
Zizu. So now we soft it, and then we kill the doppelganger, and this doppelganger actually gives us.
Okay.
All right. Stop hitting yourself, Zizu. So yeah, that gives us quite a bit of XP there, and AP.
Yeah, the idea to do that is pretty unique to this route. Because like I said, normally you would just elect to kill a single ogre once or twice. But this way you get a lot more value out of a single encounter.
The menuing.
Yeah.
And you actually, you had to do the menu before you pick up that guy gear. Yeah, I've picked up that guy gear before the menu way too many times.
Screws up the optimizing.
Yeah. It screws up the optimizing on that menu, and then it screws up optimizing in later menus also.
All right, I've got a $150 donation here from Sharky136. Hey, GDQ, no idea why I'm up at 3:30 in the morning. Anyway, keep it going. Also, huge shout out to that guy wearing the McGinn jersey. Go Sharks. Incentive choice to the Shark fan.
So this is Arc. If you saw our run at GDQ, this is going to be a little bit different. By the time you get to at RPG Limit Break, if you don't have auto haste, a lot of the strats in this disc are going to change. This fight in particular is pretty rough without auto haste, so that's the main reason we choose to take Amaranth. The Silver Forks, as you can see, do a lot of damage. Zidane is hitting for around 1,300, but we're hitting Silver Forks for as high as like 45, so it really is significant damage. There's a few things you need to be watching out for. Vivi's mostly here just to heal for safety, but the main problem with this boss in terms of beating him efficiently is that he has a lot of AoE abilities. Propeller Wind is the best one for us because all of our characters have Clear-Headed, and so they won't get confused, but then his other abilities do a lot of damage to the entire party. So being smart with your high potion usage is potentially very significant.
Also in this route, Zidane still has the Rune Tooth instead of the Angel Bless. The Angel Bless you have to synthesize in Lindblum Disc 3, but it costs a lot of skill to synth. So but the fact that Amaranth's throwing the Silver Forks makes up for the lower damage that Zidane's doing.
Yeah, it's very telling that we can be still using the same sword that we've been using all the way back in Disc 2 and still be able to 3-round this boss. So it really is, utilizing those Silver Forks is really the most important thing in early Disc 3. Now that we're done in the Oilver, we're entering probably the single most hated area in the entire game in terms of speedrunning context. And the main problem with that is because we had to split our parties up, that means we don't have Zidane here. As we already mentioned earlier in the run, Zidane is the only character in the game that has Flee. So you're left with some pretty problematic encounters that you have to deal with if you get them. There's been a number of solutions people have opted for in the past. If you saw the run at AGDQ 2013, you may have seen them use Carbuncle with Ico. The reason for that would be you're using really long summon animations and just kind of hoping for an escape. In addition to that, we have used Amaranth in the past to throw things, VV to cast spells. In this route instead, we're going to be mostly relying on Steiner with the Diamond Sword. He can deal damage to all the enemies, so we have a little bit of protection from it.
And we have a little mini game coming up here. He's going for it.
Okay, we'll give him some concentration here.
Oh, 5. Okay, so
that's really, really, really hard. For the
normally, so normally you actually want to get caught 5 times on purpose, because he actually stops doing the instant turnaround after that. The problem with trying to do it first try is you have to be really safe. So he got a 509 key grab, which is actually that's actually pretty normal time for
failing 5 times
for when you fail 5 times.
Yeah.
So you see, it's high risk, low reward, but it's still
it's still
impressive.
It's super swag.
Yeah, it's very swag.
Yeah, if ever there was an indication as to why we fail 5 times in a row, you saw how aggressive he was in terms of turning around really fast. So that is the reason. But if you're really good, you can definitely get through it the first try without failing on purpose.
So is there no strat to that? You just do it?
You just do it.
Yeah.
Wow. You just got to be good.
All right, real quick here, I've got a $20 donation in from Radbot. There's a name I recognize. I've been watching AGDQ and SGDQ on YouTube for a couple of years now and felt it was about time I donate. I had leukemia in 2002, I was 13 years old, and I wouldn't be here without charities like Prevent Cancer Foundation. Keep up the great work, everyone. You all rock.
So this dungeon has a pretty interesting mechanic to it, if you will. We're going to be going around lighting candles and activating bloodstones. The bloodstones are important because the boss at the end of this is attuned to these bloodstones, if you will, and gets sort of various boosts depending on what the bloodstone itself does. So, for example, magic evasion or physical evasion, those kinds of things. And whenever you collect a Bloodstone, you sort of disable that augment to the boss's stat pool. And so depending on the route and depending on the strat and what type of damage you're going to be dealing to him, you will get different Bloodstones.
Remember the anklet, mates?
Yeah.
So that first one he got, the first one he got disables elemental immunity because we're going to be using an elemental weapon with Steiner. So if we didn't disable that Bloodstone, Steiner would be doing 0 damage.
And so because we lost cards, we're going to be picking up that Bloodstone up there, and which gives us the anklet, and that's needed to synth the Rebirth Ring.
Right. This also lowers Valley of Pyrrha's magic, which is not important, but we really need that item.
Yeah.
And this one is important because it both gives us a shield armor and it lowers his physical defense, which is just as important as the elemental immunity one.
Yeah, the shield armor itself is actually a really important item because it significantly reduces elemental damage, and it's going to be paying dividends right away on this boss because we're going to be using it on Steiner, and the boss at the end of this uses almost exclusively that type of damage. So no jinx, but fortunately so far he's gotten through probably the scariest part of Desert Palace, but there still is definitely plenty of chance for encounters, but so fingers crossed for now.
You actually can't get encounters on this screen yet. The last trip through you can. Only 2 more screens.
Oh!
41.
Man.
Okay.
If there's ever an area you want to get 0 encounters in, it's this, but it's also very rare. So the fact that he even got this far is pretty remarkable, actually.
So unfortunately, the person that was going to donate for the 0 encounter doesn't have
It was really... I feel like that deserves at least a half of what you were going to donate. So there are strats that utilize the Coral Sword for the Thunder Boost on Steiner, and he can actually one-shot Drakons just as is. But there's downsides to that. So there's a Tarama enemy that resorts Thunder, so that is one downside to that strat. So in this case, he used Knight to get some extra damage, and with the Diamond Sword, he's able to one-shot with the damage boost from Knight.
All right. We primarily use the Knight to try to buffer an escape, but it also does a 1.5 damage boost, just like the killer abilities or MP attack.
There's a lot of various methods to get 1.5 damage boost.
It's all about stacking those damage boosts.
One encounter.
It's very
only one encounter. That's very nice, and it was a pretty fast encounter.
And he even lit the right candle.
Yes.
There's also another infamous clip on Twitch of 3 runners who will go unnamed, all lighting the wrong candle. So yeah, this screen, all of these screens, you also can't get encounters. So we are home free at this point, and we can make our way straight to the boss without having to worry about any more encounters.
All right, guys.
So, unfortunately, since we don't have the Rebirth Ring in our inventory right now, Aiko, when he optimized Aiko, she actually got the Power Belt, which we do not want on her. So he had to do a little backup menu there. All right, now this fight in this route in particular is pretty annoying. Because we have to rely on Dagger casting Berserk with her magic racket here.
Yeah.
And you remember we were talking about how Dagger has trouble focusing. So she can just completely fail whatever ability she uses on one of her turns. And also, Berserk can just not land also. So she has a chance to just fail completely, and then she has a chance to fail even if she gets the cast off. So hopefully that will not happen.
Yeah, this fight in particular in this route pretty much has the highest degree of variability of almost any fight in the run. It has a really high chance for, like a really high possibility for a really fast fight, which that is one good start.
Very good start. Unfortunately, you didn't get the knight off.
You did get. Yeah, so because without the use of auto haste, you kind of have to make some sacrifices, and this is one of them. Fortunately for us now, we landed the Berserk first try without any issues, but it definitely can become an issue in subsequent attempts. So you're seeing he's doing change here. That's actually deliberate, and the reason why he's doing that is because if he didn't do the change, Steiner would automatically attack Valiapura before Quina was able to cast Knight, and that would mean that we were giving the boss a free other turn. But because he's used change, the animation is long enough.
But unfortunately, we just missed with Knight because...
Okay. Oh!
Ooh.
Revived. Yes.
You need AP for Quina because she needs to learn Insomniac. So yeah, it was nice.
Yeah, like I said, Knight, even though it's supposedly has a 100% land rate, magic evasion on an enemy actually lowers that from 100.
Yeah, that fight in particular is probably one of the most difficult fights in this route because there's just so many different scenarios that you need to be able to deal with. You know, it's easy enough if you cast Berserk and it hits, you cast Knight and it hits, and you just go along your way. But you kind of need to know what to do no matter what happens. Like, what do I do if I fail Berserk twice? Do I keep trying to cast Berserk? What do I do if Knight fails? So there's a lot of different things, and this is probably one of the fights that requires the most practice, at least in terms of the strats used in this route.
44? No.
3?
You're way ahead now.
I don't know.
41?
I'm relying on you guys to count on.
It's either 41 or 42.
So we want to kill an ogre here.
41? This 44? What?
So this route in Disc 3 requires one epitaph in Oilvert, and it requires 2 encounters in these 2 Hildegard screens. So we got one out of the way here, and then we are going to do another one when we get Steiner in the party.
Chet says that was 42 fights.
Okay,
42.
42. I was.
Man, you can always rely on Twitch chat.
Right? Also, so you guys know, we've got a $20 donation here from Just Sean. You know that feeling where you get tired and then get past tired? Anyway, here's to the blindfolded menu. And speaking of that, we are now past $30,000 for that. We have less than $10,000 left. I know we can do this. I want to get this done. Let's see if we can get that done by the 8-hour mark, y'all. Let's make this happen.
So here we're actually being shown the other characters in a little cage that Kuja has on his floor. And they're actually all just like made up, like none of them are real. They're just an illusion. Obviously we know where those characters are. They just escaped from the desert palace that we've just seen. So they appear here, but when they go in, the Gulag stone that Zane has been sent to get for Kuja's taken from him.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kuja's Mirage here, the backup party makes their way in right behind, but Aiko gets trapped out of the room and unfortunately gets kidnapped by the 2 jesters here. So that is going to be our next problem to deal with.
This is like the 7th kidnapping in this game so far.
Yeah. So our other party arrives just in time before Zidane gives him the Gulag Stone, thus saving so much headache, I'm sure. And, oh, no, he got it anyway.
Y'all just clap along at home. It keeps the blood flowing.
The spontaneous things that happen at 7 o'clock in the morning.
I've got a $250 donation here from Fearin, guys. If you'll excuse me, I have to climb onto my wardrobe to get the Final Fantasy IX discs out of the box they've been sitting in for 15 years and play them now. Best wishes from Germany.
You're going to have a good time. I kind of hope that, like, what if Eiffel 65 samples some OST songs? You know?
43. So this is going to be only one encounter on this screen all 3 times.
That's really, really lucky.
Yeah, that's like the dream, honestly.
Yeah.
Like,
And it's the dream encounters, too. So we wanted to fight one more ogre, and that's exactly what we got, fortunately enough. For Steiner here, it's pretty much free because we can just do 2 attacks and GG.
There's also a $5 donation here from Grim Noir. If everyone in chat donates just $5, we'll meet the blindfolded menuing incentive in no time flat. That sounds like a challenge to me.
sounds like a $5 train.
Love a good train.
Could suplex it.
And Selfie will like it.
Good guy Jim sent in $100. Is it too late to set up a donation incentive to have the runners sing a 90s one-hit wonder? Thanks to everyone who contributes to making this such a great event. I don't know if you guys want to do that while Luz is doing the blindfolded menu. Maybe we could get some overlap there. Try and make this happen.
I mean, we have a pretty mean Melodies of Life, though. Does that count?
It's on record.
It
too.
came out in the 90s.
It's on record.
I prefer Eyes on Me.
Don't chat. The chat doesn't like FFA. You shouldn't say that.
Listen, you give them what they need, not what they want.
Magic Freak 500 sends us $150. Hey all, wanted to help push for the blindfolded mending. Good luck on the run and finish strong.
Thank you.
So we're actually going to be pretty particular with the party we select here, because otherwise it forces Vivi into your party.
It does,
Forces
yeah.
Vivi into your party.
Yeah, we actually do want Vivi in
Yeah.
our party, but the annoying thing is if you don't put him in your party, when he does get forced, he gets put in a random slot, and it's just easier to just...
Oh,
Come on!
there's also an extra cutscene too, right? When he forces.
Yes,
him in.
yeah. Yeah, this area in particular is really Vivi's time to shine because, honestly, even casually speaking, the upcoming fight this is by far the easiest way to get through it.
And it was actually the last stutter step of the run. No more world map traversal.
We didn't get any world map
on
encounters.
Foot.
It's all right because
Last-
we've got like
Got like
44
700
encounters elsewhere.
44. Yeah, I mean, 44 is like a good number to have at the end of the run.
There's a $100 donation here from Rizzy86. Hey AGDQ, so as promised, this is my second donation. I think Luzbelheim said enough. This run is awesome. You guys do an excellent job. Everyone is talking about Eiffel 65, but David Hasselhoff is the real MVP? El Magus, go for it. Let's get this second million. Cheers from Austria.
Just leaving Vivi behind.
Yep. Face grown.
Fell over again.
Oh, it's starting now. We've got an anonymous $5 donation. $5 train leaving the station. All aboard. Whoop, whoop. We've got $5 from Bricky. Choo, choo.
Yeah, I very much encourage everyone to donate towards the blindfold menu incentive because having seen it firsthand, I promise you it's worth it.
I mean, this building, we're at 30,650 right now.
Yeah. So they're asking the guy here if they've seen anyone come by who looks suspicious, and he does indeed confirm that he's seen about 10 black mages walk by, along with someone carrying our Ico.
Our Ico?
Our Ico. Sorry, your Ico. My bad.
Leave me out of this.
So we know that he's gone through to Mount Gulag, but before we do that, we need to go take a short detour to the right here and go to the shop. He's going to be buying a few things, but the most important of which for the immediate future is going to be the Octagon Rod for VV, which gives him some very powerful spells and also gives him some very important resistances, as you'll see, I'm sure, very shortly here. Another interesting addition to this route that is also very important is that he's buying the Zorlin shape. So previous routes used to synth the Angel Bless, which if you look at it, actually seems like it might be stronger than the Zorlin shape because of just the way that Zidane has two weapon types, one of which are sort of dagger-looking items and one is more of a sword-looking item. So you can't really compare them one-to-one because the damage calculations are different. So this weapon is actually stronger than the Angel Bless, which is what routes had in the past because you wouldn't synth the Angel Bless and then buy the Zorlin shape typically. So Zanin got a lot stronger here, and we're going to actually need the extra damage very shortly.
Especially because the fight that's coming up is honestly one of the most lethal fights in this route. It used to not be with some of the equipment that we had done in the past, but for this particular route, it's really, really, really dangerous.
Yeah.
So
He's going to do a safety save here because this is probably, at least compared to other routes, this is definitely the scariest fight in the whole run because there's a few reasons why, one of which is we don't have the Angel Bless. The Angel Bless, when used with Soul Blade, gives us Confuse, and with the Butterfly Sword, which is what we're going to be using, it only gives Silence, so it's not nearly as good. And the second reason is that we do not have the gold choker? Gold choker. We don't have the gold choker on Zidane, which gives him 50% wind resist, and wind is going to be a big factor for this upcoming fight, so we need to get very lucky. On the plus side, in place of the gold choker, we have the power belt on Zidane. And because of the way level ups work, it gives him more strength. So when he does level up off this fight, he's going to have additional strength in his stats sans equipment.
And the amount of XP that we are given in this fight is one of the largest that we'll get in the entire run. Yeah. And so it's really important that the XP goes on just
the people that need
Steiner and Zidane.
So Twister is the big problematic.
It's an AoE and it does a lot of damage.
And it does almost seemingly random damage. So this is good so far. He's going to use Soul Blade on one of them. This silences them, so it cuts their moveset down a little bit. To kill the Red Dragon, the primary way he's going to be doing it is using a spell with Vivi and attacking with Steiner. That together will kill one, but the other objective we want to be able to get through is we need to Suicide Amaranth and Suicide Vivi. We only want Steiner and Zidane to be alive for the end of this fight. Another thing he can do, fortunately, is throw some of the Rising Suns we got, and that will finish off one of them as a substitute attack as well.
And there you see it can't cast, so it tried to cast Twister, but it's silenced.
Yo, I got a quick $25 donation here from House of Pain. Hey, if you guys are having trouble staying awake, maybe you should jump around. Jump around. Jump up, and get down. Putting my donation toward the blindfolded menuing incentive. I've been watching for the entire run. You guys are awesome. And thank you for that. We are across the $31,000 line. We're at about $31,300 right now. The train is building steam. Let's do this.
Nice. Very well played. So yeah, we got through that without too much of a hitch. If you noticed, some of the attacks Vivi was actually getting healed from. That's pretty much one of the main draws of the Octagon Rod, in addition to the fact that we can cast Blizzaga. So having Vivi here is imperative. And when the fight does go very wrong, actually, typically Vivi will be the only one alive, which isn't actually a good thing either.
Yeah, in our previous route, we actually had Quina in this fight. And she had auto haste to cast Night. That's actually one of my favorite strats in the old route, and it's sad that I can't do it anymore, but it is what it is.
So not unlike what they did to Garnet in Disc 2, the two Jesters here are trying to extract Eidolons from Aiko now.
However, they mention whenever they do it to Garnet, they have to wait till her 16th birthday to do it. Aiko is like way, way, way below that age threshold, and so that, in conjunction with her good friend Demog, who's tucked inside her shirt right now, is gonna create a problem in the extraction, and it's not going to work as well.
There's $5 here from Vinny Baz. Been watching this run for 7 hours straight now and definitely want to see that blindfolding. $5 train. Whoop, whoop. There's also $25 here from Prof Yogurt. I just worked all day listening to GDQ while I got paid overtime. I can afford to ride the train. Can you?
So here's Mog popping out and trying to scare off Zorn and Thorn. And this will be the one and only time in the entire run that we'll actually see any summon because you are forced to do it. The entire fight is an auto-scroller. You don't actually have to even input the summon yourself.
Yee, thank you for everything.
I will always be with Yi.
There's $100 here from Shazamistan. I heard Bird Box was good. Must be if it made it all the way to AGDQ. Put this towards blind menuing. I'll donate another $25 if the announcer reads my name correctly. All right, let's hope I did that right. I'll be looking out for it. Also, a question from the audience and a $10 donation from Chris60. I bet I missed it, but why are you counting the fight numbers? And good luck on the run.
So, in this run, encounters are really important because the battles take a very long time to load. So the number of encounters that you get is actually hugely impactful on what your final time might be. Obviously, there's some variation in ones that are not as bad as others, but even the ones that go by fast are still going to be around a minimum 30 seconds, so it's very significant.
It's just a really good frame of reference to know more or less how the RNG for your run has been across the run.
Yeah.
Just looking at the number of random encounters that you've had throughout the run.
It's certainly not the only thing. Boss RNG is as much or more important than encounters, but together
minimizing any mistakes that can be made.
Encounters and boss fights combined make up a very huge portion of the final time you're going to get.
Plus, someone said that they would donate some amount
if we had
had
under
less than
60.
It's not looking too promising right now, but it could happen.
Anything can happen with this game.
It was so long ago, I don't even remember who donated that or how much.
And so now that Mog is turned into Medine, the summon, we actually get the ribbon that they had as friends. And the ribbon is actually one of the best
add-on accessories that you can actually have in the game, and it's going to be very useful, and we're going to use it quite a bit for most of the rest of the run.
There's $250 here from The Lost Lieutenant. Just got this game on Steam. I love Final Fantasy, but had never given this one a try. I think I might not beat it as quickly as you.
All right, so these two are gonna merge together now into a boss.
Yeah, so this is Melty Gemini. This fight is kind of scary because he does a lot of damage and he also has some AoE abilities.
And I don't have Rising Sun, so it's gonna be scary.
Yeah. So this fight it's in this route. It's basically essential to have the Zoran shape because you just cannot afford to have any missing damage at all. So this is his big move, Viral Smoke. This basically gives everyone a stats where they can no longer get AP, and they all take a lot of damage. Normally he'd want to have some Rising Suns to do some extra damage with Amaranth, but as you can see, Steiner with the Flame Saber really is holding down the fort in terms of heavy lifting of damage. Now, like I said, a lot of old routes used to have the Angel Bless on Zidane, but we really do need the extra little bit of damage with the Zoran shape. A Wings with a Miss is very, very nice. So if you do have auto haste on this fight, you can ATB wait with Zidane, but it is very, very tight.
It's a very tight window. It's probably one of the most difficult ATB waits to get in the entire run.
Yeah. Yeah, the timing window has almost no room for error whatsoever. So without that, we need to make sure that we are set up in the best way possible. Yeah, if we had an item to throw here, we definitely would be finished already. But fortunately, the RNG that he's doing is pretty good.
Yeah, fortunately in this route, the fact that we have Virus on, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
The menuing is the same whether we get AP on this fighter or not. So that makes it really nice. Previous routes, you had to like do different stuff based on whether you got Viral Smoke or not.
Yeah, the route that you would have seen at AGDQ 2013 would have had Freya here. And what the route used to do is if you didn't get Viral Smoke, that would mean that Freya gets AP on this fight. And normally you would take her to the next area, but because you don't actually need the AP, if you don't get Viral Smoke, it allowed you to do alternative strats. But in this route, we do the same thing every time, and we don't rely on, getting AP here. There even is some routes that used to do strats that involved using vaccines. Another sort of problematic routing thing in this game is how do you get Amaranth up to speed, because you're just locked out of taking him to certain places. And this is one option. It's not necessarily the best option because it's very risky, but if you are able to sort of sneak out AP from this fight, it's actually pretty significant. So Tot's reunited with his wife. Tot. Sid. 7 a.m., mates.
We find out that he's been turned into the Oglop originally because he was having an affair. He says he's sorry though, and so it's all good.
Yeah, you know.
She forgives him.
But if he ever does it again, she'll turn him into something even worse.
So yeah, this is a pretty significant point in the run because, as you probably remember from before, Sid isn't able to work on the ship that runs without mist in this form. So him going back to being a human is what allows that to get back underway.
All right, I've got a couple of anonymous donations here real quick. We've got $30 from Anonymous. Fell asleep with Final Fantasy on, woke up with Final Fantasy on, keep going strong. And then a $25 Anonymous donation. RPGs, speedruns, and menus make a fine combo. I want to see a blindfold added to the mix. And we're getting close. We are across the $32,000 mark on that. We've got a little less than $8,000 to go, y'all. Let's make it happen.
So this is our last prolonged stay at the Lindblom Grand Castle. There isn't really any major like fetch quest or anything like there was before, and there isn't any major shopping. This is just strictly going to be a little bit of plot progression, and then we'll take off for our next dungeon area. One of the really helpful things that occurs that we discover is that Hilda, while being held captive by Kuja, actually was told his entire like grand scheme and plan because he just was I don't know, careless and didn't care if she knew the plan at all. And so now she's gonna kind of do this like briefing here on what it is that Kuja wants to do. Which, if you remember the holograms we saw in Oilvert, they kind of showed two planets kind of merging into one. Kuja wants to fuse Terra and Gaia into one another because Terra is this planet that it feeds on other planets in order to continue to survive. Right now, Steiner's kind of looking around for Garnet. He can't find her anywhere, and so he asks for the help of the Tantalus crew, and they agree to spread out and search all over to find her. And they are, like, gonna go, like, quite literally everywhere. They're gonna go all over the continent and not just restrict themselves to Lindblom.
All right, we got a follow-up donation here, another $25 from Shazamistan. As promised, here's the extra 25. You'd be amazed how many people get it wrong. Question for the couch, what's your favorite summon in the series?
I really like a lot of the summons in Final Fantasy VIII. I think they have like a more mature look to them. I think I like you get to do something with the boost while they are summoned. I guess I really like Doom Train's really cool. Eden's a really good looking one. Alexander's really good. I like a lot of the FF8 summons a lot.
I think Carbuncle's a pretty iconic one too.
Sir Bunkle?
Yeah, there's a lot of good Twitch emotes of it.
Sabine Renee Figaro sends us $25. Did someone mention a train? I'm ready to suplex it. Wait, what's that? Wrong game? Oh, sorry. I'll go back to the real best Final Fantasy.
Oh, Thank you for the one person enthusiastically clapping back there.
I've also got $100 from Horse with No Name. We can do it. Let's get that blindfold. Rock42 sends in $100. Blindfolded menu, PogChamp. And let's make sure everybody's still awake out there. I've got a $75 donation from Titus244. Always remember to laugh once a day. All right, I'm going to crack open my second can of Monster then. I don't know what you all are doing, but come on!
If you think the Titus laugh is bad, you should hop on YouTube and check out my favorite song called Waka's Gourmet Race. Someone took dialogue from FF10, primarily Waka's, and overlaid it to the Gourmet Race song from Kirby, and it is the greatest thing man has ever created. The lyrics are really good too, honestly.
That's horrifying on so many levels.
It's something.
I don't doubt that.
Nothing but a bunch of low-down tricksters, eh? I really like this scene, and this is like the only time you ever see really the docks aside from the flashback that Tot recalls, and it's like shadowed, and Roses of May plays, and you just have this like misconnection where he keeps missing Beatrix, and she's for I don't know what reason just wandering around.
And yeah, so they've looked all around the entire continent, and then Beatrix is like, oh yeah, did you look that one place? And she's here, so. So this is, if you recognize from the end of Disc 2, this is her mother's grave, so it's not exactly the most obscure place. You'd think they maybe have checked it, but.
And she's got her voice back.
Yes.
My man can talk again.
I've got a $25 here from Amp867. Went to bed as we were naming Dagger, and now I'm off to work still watching. Keep up the great work with a great game.
Coming up here is a couple of interesting little moments here. Garnet is given an actual Garnet, which allows her to summon Bahamut. And then she's going to ask to borrow the dagger that helps her name herself My Man earlier in the run to make her next big decision. And it's a nice little visual metaphor for, like, you know, leaving your baggage behind.
Yeah, this is probably one of the more iconic scenes in the game, actually.
People are very divided over what hairstyle they prefer. I never knew it was such a hot button topic until I started speed running this game. This is how most women actually cut their hair, I think. As far as I know. One perfect slice. That dramatic hair drop. My man. Zidane's like giving her a head nod, like, yeah, your hair is like mine now. And now the airship is complete. This is the new Hildegard, 2.0.
So yeah, this is obviously pretty significant because now we have access to the airship. So we're able to traverse the entire continent without any trouble. And the first order of business we have is we're going to be making our way towards Ibsen's castle. One interesting thing about this game, unlike older Final Fantasy games actually, is that anytime after like a cutscene like this where you have a new objective or a new place you want to go, you're almost always, you can pretty much just hold accelerate and you'll just get there. Like you don't have to figure out where to go, it'll just take you there. So you'll see when he's making his way, he's barely going to move at all. He'll be making a slight left at some point during the trip, but other than that, it's pretty much pinpoint right on where he needs to go.
Like every time that you are given access to the airship, it has you just like more or less pointed in the direction that you need to be going for the most part.
It's actually an auto.
Yeah.
All right, I've got a $5 donation here from Kimishiro. I've been watching GDQ for a few years now, and this is the first time I've been able to donate, so I figured why not during my favorite game of the series. Hey, thank you so much.
So this is actually my favorite dungeon of the entire game. It's called Ibsen's Castle. And it's, if you notice, it looks like it's an upside down castle and then a normal castle. And it's got a really, really cool gimmick in it. As soon as you walk in, there's a few chests, and they contain some of the weakest weaponry that your characters can have. And it's trying to get you to put together that this is, like, things are kind of upside down in this dungeon. And the stronger the attack power of your weapons are, the less damage they'll actually do. And so you're able to do more damage using some of the weakest equipment that you had from the very, very beginning of the game. And it's just kind of a cool gimmick because they, like, the pieces are all there and you're able to figure it out after you're in it for a while. And I just think they did a really cool job with the concept.
Yeah, there actually has been some routes in the past where people will deliberately keep, you know, the weak items that
Like
you
the
have at the beginning.
broadsword
Yeah,
or
the
the
broadsword is probably the biggest one. They'll hold on to the broadsword all the way from the beginning of the game and use it on Steiner to do some attacks on the boss of this area.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
This one's interesting. I've got a $50 donation here from Hey Matthew. It's past 4 a.m. on the West Coast, and me and Matt have been watching this whole run from the start. If the announcer tells Matt to go on a coffee run, I'll donate $50 more. Okay, so Matt, go get coffee, bring me one while you're at it, and donator, make sure to put that other 50 towards the blindfold. We are almost at 33K on that one.
What number encounter was that?
Oh, probably like 80.
46, I believe.
We can definitely still get less than 60.
Let's see what the wisdom of Chad is on that encounter.
Yeah, I'm sure Chad knows. So another thing that's kind of going on here is on the way in, there's a cutscene where Amaranth decides, no, I work by myself, and he goes in alone, just, even though the rest of the party's like, Zidane, you're really going to let him do that. So that's something that's going to come up again as we continue through this dungeon.
Yeah, no help from Chad on that count. They appear to have gone full RNG on us.
Oh, 47? I'm just going to go with 47.
This sounds about right.
That's pretty rare to get an encounter on that screen there.
So I guess one random tidbit of information, since this reminded me, as it's probably apparent now, the main sort of technique we use in this speedrun to defeat bosses is to, like we said before, stack multiplicative abilities like MP attack and the killer abilities. One of the most useless abilities in the game is a killer ability, and it's called Stone Killer. And it's used on like 3 enemies. That's one of them. The Epitaph is another, and the Stroper is another. And it, for some reason, costs more ability stones than the other killer abilities, despite the fact that it's almost unusable.
48.
And despite the fact that you can simply use soft on the
I think
things
that's
that
the
work.
big thing is that it's more just like a useless
Yeah.
ability. Like because you can toss the softs, it's just like obsoleted by the items.
Yeah.
There's a $5 donation here from Nox Luna with another question for the couch. I love Final Fantasy IX, and I'm very glad I get to donate while it's being run. Question for the couch. Orichalcum or the tower this run?
I hope the Orichalcum.
That's a good question.
Okay, so yeah, the tower is an infamous weapon in this game.
It's an
Or
infamous
in-
meme.
Yeah, it's a meme.
Yeah.
As everything is tonight. So yeah, it's Zidane's ultimate thief sword. Or actually no, never mind. It's not the ultimate one, but it's the.
It's one of the best.
It's one of the better
It's
ones.
next to
Second
the
best.
ultimate one.
Yeah.
Yeah, you find that in Disc 4, and it actually does more damage than the Orichalcum, but unfortunately you have to go out of the way on a very encounter-heavy screen, so it's just not worth the risk to get a possible.
Yeah, it very often doesn't actually contribute anything towards killing bosses earlier, so there's only a few places where it might save a hit, for the last boss, for example, but other than that, it's pretty unlikely it's going to actually save you any time, and if you get an encounter doing it, you're going to lose time because you potentially would not have got that encounter at all, so generally speaking, we don't tend to pick it up.
On the subject of memes, Naradrid sends us $5. If roses are red and Eiffel is blue, why not give some money to you? The train is coming, don't you hear? I guess the blindfolded menu will soon be here. Shoo shoo! And greetings from Germany. And on that note, we are officially over 33K for that. There's less than 7,000 to go for that blindfolded menu.
Just keep it coming.
Yeah, we've got probably another 30, 40 minutes? 40 minutes?
I think they can do it.
All right, so we're actually going to be utilizing two things in this fight. We're going to be using Firaga with Vivi, and then Soul Blade with Zidane. Soul Blade with the Rune Tooth actually inflicts poison. So this is going to do 5 poison ticks each time it lands. You can actually steal the an Orichalcum on this fight, also, but it's pretty rare to get.
Yeah, so this is pretty well timed. As I mentioned before, there are some routes that have elected to use Broadsword on Steiner to do extra damage and cut down on Firagas, but that right there is one of the reasons why it is a problematic strat, because once he curls, his defense rises significantly, and you essentially can't do any damage to him with physical attacks. So there is that inherent risk if you're going for a strategy like that. Not today. Fortunately for us, the Soul Blade and Vivi make pretty quick work of this boss, and it's a fairly routine fight this time as well.
Yeah, other routes, that boss is actually vulnerable to the heat status ailment. So previous routes actually equipped the Flame Saber and add status on Steiner there for a 10% chance of landing heat, which makes the boss just die instantly when he takes a turn. But usually you just end up attacking with Steiner and not landing anything.
Yeah.
All right, I've got a $25 donation from Banris17. My mom, dad, sister, and aunt have all suffered from cancer. I love that AGDQ is supporting cancer prevention. Final Fantasy IX is one of my favorite Final Fantasies. If the couch can name the summon that defends Alexandria, I'll donate another $10. My donation goes to blindfolded menuing.
be Alexander defending Alexandria.
Some of the best FMVs in the game.
I love the follow-ups. We've got another $50 from Hey Matthew. Here's the other $50 I promised. Also, yes, Matt, you really have to go get coffee.
Just do it, Matt.
And since Matt's going, anybody here in the room want something? Yeah, we got a few. Okay. Yeah, Matt, just bring a couple extra, all right,
Yeah,
man?
we'll need like 7 or 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just get one of those big carriers.
Bring it in a barrel.
That was encounter number 50.
Only we had Stone Killer.
It's actually not uncommon to do this entire segment with no encounters at all.
This is one of the few areas where 0 encounters is fairly common.
One of the most common outcomes.
Yeah.
0, 1.
Yeah.
But we're not having any of that.
Not
Good
today.
luck today.
All right, we've got $50 here from Zero Jedi. Great job so far, and hope we get to see the blindfold incentive. Also, a quick update for you, Matt. We've just done a head count. There's about 39 people here in the room. So, 39 coffees, that shouldn't be too bad. Anybody who wants to donate $39 wouldn't be too bad either. Especially if it goes towards that blindfolded menuing we're working on here.
Shout-outs to Matt.
Matt, your life just got so hard, and I'm not even sorry about it.
So he's saving here because on our way out, they're going to realize that Amaranth is not there, and we're going to be having another Zidane solo section. It's pretty unlikely anything can happen, but when Zidane is by himself, there is some inherent risk there.
So we get down here to regroup with our friends, and we find out that Amaranth has actually not made it out, and we don't know where he is. And so we're going to send Matt here to go fetch him for us. Because he is the pack mule that every friendship needs. This part of the run is actually a little bit intimidating and can be lethal because Zidane is by himself. If you get an unfortunate encounter with poor ATVs, when you're alone, you can certainly wipe here. So significantly less threatening once you meet up with Amaranth.
Yeah, he falls to the floor and hears the noise and then is able to find Amaranth.
And Amaranth's just like, I want you to paint me like one of your French girls.
All right, there's a $25 donation here from JavaSplice57. Been staying up all night watching this run. Seeing that menuing blindfolded would certainly be the icing on the cake. And another 25 from Mishi. Gotta donate for that sweet blind menuing. We've also got a $20 donation from Kinetica. I'm a completionist, and 9 is the one Final Fantasy where I got everything. Seeing this done so quickly is incredible. Put this toward the blindfolded menuing, and good luck to the runners.
51 encounters. Sub 60 encounters is not looking good.
We're going to be close to the end of Disc 3. Because we've got Terra and Pandemonium still.
I believe in the 0 encounter terror.
I don't know if we've had a 0 encounter anything yet.
All right, we've got a $5 donation from Lock Cole. Donation train coming from an alternate universe. Blindfold choo-choo!
So now we've got these 4 mirrors that are placed on a world map, and they're showing us the locations of 4 elemental shrines, which is a really, really obvious allusion to FF1 if you've played it with the 4 guardians. And when you see the guardians that are at these shrines, they will look awfully familiar if you've played FF1. And they need to break into parties of 2 and place these mirrors on the shrines all at the same time to unlock the portal to the other world, which is Terra. And again, if you notice, like they point the airship right at the direction that you need to be going. We do not get to pick the parties of 2. The game forces you to have the pairings that they want. They've got Aiko and Garnet together. Zidane will be paired with Quina. Amarant and Vivi are obviously paired together because they're like, oh no, it is. Oh yeah, that's right. It's Steiner. I meant to say Steiner and Vivi, are paired together because they've kind of had their like friendship from the very beginning with the fire sword.
Yeah, and one wonders how Dagger and Aiko together defeat Kraken.
Summon over and over again.
Through the power of friendship.
All right, I've got a couple of donations here. Zvyander first sent in $100. Many-time lurker, first time donating. Finally in a position where I'm able to do so. Thank you for the many hours of entertainment over the years. And then Zvyander sent in a second donation, this time for $39 for the coffee, Matt. Also, update, we are now over $34,000. There's less than $6,000 left for the blindfolded menu. We're running short on time, but we can do this. I believe in y'all.
Got about another half hour or so.
About another half hour, all right.
So yeah, he's going to make a little pit stop here to a place that we have affectionately called the Town of Shame. I don't know how to pronounce this town.
Daguerrero?
I say
Daguerrero, but
Yeah.
it's not right, but whatever. I wish I had the bell to do the,
the bell of
Game of
Shame.
Thrones shame bell, but I don't have it.
So you only have to come here if you lose the 3rd card tournament match.
Yeah, we need to synth the rebirth ring, so we got to pick up some items needed for that. Which is the diamond as well as the anklet that we picked up in Desert Palace. And we also need to later replace the diamond, but we'll do that pretty soon when we get to Brand.
But it's nice that it plays this really, really soothing music, so it kind of makes you feel better about how bad you are at the card game.
I mean, there is a esteemed runner that once said, don't practice cards, practice Daguerrero movement.
Yeah.
Fortunately,
our old pal Stiltskin has a diamond waiting for us in Brand Ball. Pretty convenient.
It's also pretty convenient that that town is very close to the shrine, so you don't really have to go that out of your way to get it.
Yeah, Vivi has to walk behind Steiner so he doesn't get
blown away.
He's a little too aerodynamic, I guess.
So that leaves our final party, which is Zidane and Quina. We're headed to the Earth Shrine, which has another potentially scary boss.
There's an anonymous donation here for $250. Yeah, there we go. I passed out in my computer chair while you were fighting Gizmaluk and woke up to find you flying around in an airship. What did I miss? Blindfolded menuing, please.
So yeah, he's gonna land and save here because this next boss definitely has the potential to kill us if he wants to. So for marathon safety, we're gonna land the airship and do that.
For whatever reason, you have to enter there with the airship. You can't just go there on foot.
There's also a $280 donation here from Saru Panda. Hey everyone, big fan of Final Fantasy IX and loving watching my favorite runners all in the same room. Shout out to my brother who got me into these runs and who's most likely watching right now. Money goes towards Luzbel's blindfolded menuing. It's absolutely insane and must be seen to be believed.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so all the parties at their respective shrines are kind of going through various trials, and we're just getting intermittent clips of each one of them. One wonders how they place these simultaneously exactly, but it seems to work out pretty well.
So you see, if you look at them, like obviously their character models are designed after the FF1s. So here you got like Merilith. This won't be the last time that we see these like boss type monsters, sort of. They're a little different later, but the Guardians, like this one looks like the Tiamat, and this one is supposed to look like the Lich. And I guess we don't really see the Kraken.
Because they have to unleash the Kraken.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Or is it release? I don't know.
So this is Earth Guardian. Knight is going to pay some dividends here straight away. Old routes used to get the Reflect Ring, but it has since been dropped because it's very expensive and has sort of limited usability. But it is very useful in this fight in particular because this guy has a few different spells that can do a lot of damage. He also has Earthquake, and he also has a very strong physical attack. But we're going to be using a combination of regular attacks as well as Knight, which gives us 1.5 damage. And we're trying to get him below a certain threshold, I believe 25%, because the fastest way to defeat this boss, because for whatever reason, Quina can eat Earth Guardian and learn a nice ability from him as well. So we're going to be trying to lower him for the eat threshold, and then we're going to do that.
Oof. Calculated.
Yeah, on the old route where we had auto haste, we actually had auto haste on both of them, and we could just chain Knight and keep him asleep the entire time.
Yeah.
So I can't do that with without auto haste.
So learn Earthshake here. Take that with us then.
All right, we've got a $5 donation here from Sunny178. To the runners, let no squall or cloud block your path, and may your run be as fast as lightning. The hype for this blindfold run is real. We gotta see it. We're getting closer. We are almost to 35,000. We're at about 34,700. We're getting there. Also, SeelyHeart99 donates $10. Thank you so much for gracing my TV all night with a run of my favorite Final Fantasy. I hope everyone gets a lot of sleep after this. Money goes to getting everyone in the audience coffee and blindfolded menuing.
Shoutouts to Matt.
Yeah, can somebody get us an update on Matt, how he's doing with that coffee run?
So we've made our way now to the Shimmering Isles, which, as it turns out, is sort of a gateway to the other world, if you will. The world that we've been on up until this point is known as Gaia, but we're entering a portal to another realm, to a world known as Terra. This is going to be sort of particularly significant once we get to the town there, because we know going into it that there's some sort of link between everything that's been happening and Kuja and possibly the Black Mages as well. So this is a pretty important plot section of the game.
I really like how they transition from like the iris of Zidane's eye into the like beginning of Terra. Again, I think it's like earlier when he mentions like all he remembers is this like bright blue light, and now that's like the first thing that we see when we get to Terra before we actually get to see the backdrops. And now we see this character that we saw earlier that we have an idea is not too good of a guy, but never really heard him say much. So this is Garland, who we met at the beginning of Disc 3, but he's just kind of disappeared and now he's resurfaced here in Gaia.
All right, y'all, quick update. Less than 5,000 to go on the blindfolded menuing. We just crossed the $35,000 mark on that.
So just so everyone's aware, the blindfold menu will be taking place pretty much right after the You Are Not Alone section. So we've got, we're going all the way to Bramball, and then we have a few cutscenes, and then we have 3 mini-boss fights, and then that's when it would happen.
So yeah, we got like, what, 15?
Probably like 15
minutes. 15 minutes or so, yeah.
All right, so 15 minutes, $5,000. We can make this happen.
Despite what it looks like, you can actually just hold up on the screen, and it's totally fine, even though it looks like he's running into the wall.
There's a number of screens that have like really dramatic looking curves that you can just hold up on if you use the D-pad, and if you use the analog, then you actually do have to kind of meander around.
53 encounters.
These are actually an undead enemy, so you can actually kill them with life as well.
There's $100 here from Seriously Surly. So ready for some endgame Final Fantasy IX. Any chance a quick detour for an Excalibur 2 could be arranged?
Of course.
Oh, naturally.
Very, very quick detour.
Very quick detour.
We might even let you read the text for a second or two. This is actually one of my favorite songs in the entire game. It's just called Terra.
Yeah, the Excalibur 2 is actually pretty pivotal to the end of the run.
You can do it without it, but it just makes
really
makes every fight for the last 3 fights just take longer, and Necron becomes much more complicated.
Yeah.
But you can do all the same strategies more or less without it.
54.
54? 54?
Can we make it to 65?
Shout outs to Lou Dolphin for getting the 54.
All right, we've got $150 here from Kipanjin2019. Recently picked up Final Fantasy IX and enjoy it. Loving this speedrun and wanting to see the blindfold aspect of it. Hype!
Hype.
Hype. This is some next level.
You know, I already know. Listen, right? If ever there was a total encounter number that a run was destined to have, this is the Eiffel 65 run. If ever there was one.
Yeah.
Like, I have never been more certain of anything in my entire life than what this is going to end up being.
We had a lull there for a while.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, because we just got an anonymous $500 donation. And they say, about 20 years ago, Europop by Eiffel 65 got stuck in the CD player of my dad's car. And for a very, very long time, we drove a vehicle that could only play Eiffel 65 songs. 2 decades later, this mildly interesting anecdote is finally relevant to something in my life. Thanks, AGDQ.
Oh, that's so good.
So sorry.
That's so...
Also, I love speed and everything, but if we do end on 65 encounters, I'm going to lose it.
It actually has a very good chance of happening.
Yes, it does.
At this point.
Yeah. It's like a very realistic number now. So this is the second airship of this disc that we've seen. We encountered it earlier. It's called the Invincible, and Tojju is actually aboard it. And we kind of saw that this is the eyeball in the sky that Garnet had seen as a child. And now that when she sees this here and she like kind of makes that connection subconsciously and has that flashback right here, it causes her to collapse. Getting, gravel all up in her new hairstyle.
My man.
But now we saw this other character that we were just following, and she's criticizing Zidane for being like an infant child that doesn't know what's going on. And we see, this is what I was saying earlier about like the plot line of Vivi, like his character arc and him trying to understand his existence and where he came from, like directly parallels Zidane's, which is going to unfold now when he's the only, person with this, I don't know, Darth Vader helmet, haircut, and tail until he realizes that there's a whole planet of people that just look like little Zidanes.
There's a $25 donation here from Matthias. Not my favorite Final Fantasy, but it's Final Fantasy, so go and take my money. We are going to take that money. We are less than $4,000 away now from the blindfolded menuing. We're at $36,266 right now. Less than $4K to go, y'all. And on the opposite end of the spectrum, $20 from Solace184. Had to donate for my favorite Final Fantasy. For the runners who stayed up all night, don't forget you weren't alone.
So here for the first time, we actually passed the crystal that's in the Final Fantasy IX logo and kind of like the emblem for this game. Every game has its own like cover artwork, and the crystal here is it for this game. And we see that it's actually like quite a large piece of rock. But when we see it later in Disc 4 behind Tojju, it looks very, very small. With the perspective here, kind of shows you that these people kind of like worship it.
There's $20 here from Arieza's215. Got to get that blindfolded menu. Glad to see a full run of my favorite Final Fantasy, and glad to be skipping sleep with all of you. I will raise my energy drink to that.
So we're picking up a few items here on the way to the shop. We got an elixir in that room. Here we're picking up another set of angel earrings, which is basically a 10K item for us. And now we're gonna make our way into the shop. This is particularly important for us because Stiltskin is in here and we need to get a replacement diamond for the one that we needed to use to synth the rebirth ring. So ordinarily, there would actually be a decent amount of menuing here, but...
Wait a moment.
Just making sure he sets up the menu properly for the blindfold menu here.
For the blindfolded menu that you're all donating for right now.
So you have probably another 15 minutes. Luz is ready to go. He's getting the menu set up for that. So all we need to do is just make it, and I promise you it's going to be worth it.
So you have to go back in here to get Stiltskin to show up.
So Stiltskin will appear, and
diamond.
this is actually like the best deal of the entire game. I mean, for about 2,000 gil, you get an elixir, an ether, and the diamond.
I need to save it.
Actually, yeah, this is probably the most important save because dying on the upcoming bosses is probably the biggest biggest time waste that could possibly happen.
Yeah, and dying on the next few bosses is very possible.
Speaking of that blindfold, there's $10 here from Axius. Thank you for running my favorite Final Fantasy game. I got to catch the beginning before bed, and now I get to watch the end. Thanks to the runners, couch, and staff for giving us this long run. Let's get that blindfold. And an update on that, we are now at $37,240.
So close, guys.
We have less than 3,000 to go, y'all. We can do this.
If you thought his menuing was crazy while looking at the screen, it's going to be even better without. So definitely get your donations in for that.
This is also, it's by far the most extensive menu in the entire run, which is why he chose to do this particular menu.
Yeah. So definitely gives your support to that.
So this is the first time we're going to be utilizing the rebirth ring that we had to make a detour to get. It's going to give him auto life, which is quite important for two out of the 3 bosses coming up.
Checker sends in $20. If you're so good at this, why don't you do it with your eyes closed?
You will see.
If you watched our interview with Spike before our run, I mentioned this song being probably my favorite in the game because of its. It is also an Easter egg in its reference to Final Fantasy II's Pandemonium Castle. If you are familiar with FF2 and the final dungeon, the song that plays here in Pandemonium of the same title is actually the exact same castle theme, but it's played at about half of the speed. And it's just a kind of cool little thing. If you are unfamiliar with the song and have only played FF9, I recommend listening to the FF2 song and then going on YouTube and playing this song and just put it at times 0.5 and like you'll hear, or at times 2 rather, and you'll hear like the melodies are identical, and it's a really, really cool little thing they did with the song. It does make it like have a bit more of like an ominous atmosphere to it. I think all of the OST from the moment you enter Terra until the moment you leave is all the best series of music in the entire game.
We've got a $10 donation from Cynthia. I have no idea what this blindfolded FF9 thing is, but I sure want to see it. Hope you can make it work. Oh, we are so close. We are right about $2,000 left. We're about to break 38,000.
Let's go.
Come on.
Let me sell it. Let me sell it to you. You're going to see this man here not look at the screen and do about a minute to a minute and a half of extended menuing blindfolded. It is definitely worth it. You definitely want to see it.
And you get to watch us watch him do it.
Yeah. You get to watch us nervously watch him not sell things that he's not allowed to sell.
Now, do you guys have the blindfold handy? Because Wasabi-chan just threw $55 at us. Well, let's get this blindfold out. Come on, chat. We can do it.
This menu also has a pretty famous list of streamers that if you have run this game, if you have ever sold an item that was imperative or necessary to finish the run and properly sold one of those, a streamer gamer called Chuckalator has a list that he adds your name and what you've sold.
The list of shame.
The list of shame. It's pretty extensive, and some of us are on there more than once for the same thing.
There is, back when we pretty much all did the same route, it was much more homogenous in what we did in Pandemonium, so having this list maintained was pretty entertaining because you knew when someone got there, they were going to be doing the same route as you. And a special shout out to Palki, who was the one and only person who ever sold the Rebirth Ring. And I have never seen Chuck more happy than the day I told him it happened. He said finally, it was the last thing remaining on the list. So this point of the game, this is probably the favorite song of a lot of people.
I think this is a lot of people's favorite plot part of the game. Between the music, the battles, and the story of Zidane kind of like trying to really like struggle with what he's just been told, and that he's like been created in the same way that Vivi has been created, and that he's just a vessel for destroying planets, more or less. And so he's like struggling to like take the aid of his friends that want to help him right now. I like this part because he calls Aiko a brat, and he's right.
So we've got essentially 3 mini bosses here, and while they don't have much health, they are particularly scary for various reasons. The first one coming up is Amdusias, and one thing that this route is useful for, or one thing that this route does differently that makes use of the Rebirth Ring for, is that we're going to be suiciding Zidane after Amdusias does his first attack.
One thing to note, all 3 of these fights have some kind of trigger that needs to occur before you can actually finish the fight.
Yeah, all these fights are very story-based. You're going to see as soon as Zidane dies, it's going to trigger Freya coming in here. And they always have some good one-liners for you. That's a bit unfortunate there, but the extra Freya damage, we can phase him into phase 3, where Amaranth shows up. And unlike a lot of routes, we're actually going to be electing to suicide Zidane here.
Ooh.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. We actually, in some routes we want to get XP.
Don't worry, there's extra time to get to the blindfold.
Yeah, exactly.
Extra time.
Enthusiast is just hooking it up, being a bro. My man. Yeah, he does do this land, and that is his turn.
One interesting thing to note is that he can actually counter your attacks. So it's pretty important that we do things that are going to one-shot him. Normally, Zidane actually does one-shot him in phase 2, but the extra Freya damage is needed this time. And then the Wing Edge is an item we picked up that is very powerful as well.
All right, 2 more fights left, and then the menu is going to be right after that. So, let's go.
I got an update on that. So let me start with this $999.99 donation from Anonymous. Okay, listen. I was so impressed the first time I watched Luz do a blindfolded menu for FF8. Godspeed, Luz. You are awesome. And guess what, Luz? You're going to be doing it. We met.
Yeah.
The blindfolded menu incentive. It is happening.
Thank you, mate.
Hype!
Okay, so this is probably the scariest of the 3 fights. This is Abaddon, and this is the reason why he's scary, is this ability called High Wind.
So obviously a reference to Sid from FF7, but it is one of the most deadly AoEs in the entire run.
Yeah. So our ideal is that we want to get, want to finish this fight with everyone alive, but we'll see if we're able to make that happen or not.
Right.
Thundaga is really good because Steiner's not going to take much damage from that at all.
He's going to absorb.
He's going to absorb it, yeah.
They both Quina and Steiner both have coral rings here to absorb thunder.
Yeah. Yeah, we're still making good use of the coral ring that we got all the way in Disc 1, so it really is an amazing early item to have.
We do need to get Quina up here though, because she needs to get some XP for one of the bosses in Disc 4.
This is what you don't want to see, is multiple high winds.
You hate to see that.
Okay, that's not too bad. So the best case scenario we want to see is Thundaga. And not another high wind.
Or
that and miss?
Okay,
or that and that. Okay. So this is fine.
He's just setting up the Shell Dragon trance.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately I had to take an extra round there to get Quina leveled up.
Yeah. But we got through it without too much trouble. And then we are now going to be moving on to our final boss, who is not as scary as this one, but can be more trolly for sure.
Really? You think Abaddon's more scary than Shell Dragon?
Yeah, definitely.
I think Shell Dragon is scary. Well, maybe not this route, but in previous route, Shell Dragon was.
So the main there's many reasons, but one of the main reasons why we can't just skip the Rebirth Ring if we lose cards is this fight, and the conditions that we need to start the phase 2, much like the other fights, is that we need to get Zidane into crit. So auto life is the easiest way to do it. However, because this route, some routes use other equipment on Zidane, because this one uses Power Vest, there's actually a chance that that attack can get him into critical HP, which it didn't happen, but it is a possibility. So instead, we're going to do the standard strat. We're going to Suicide Zidane, which will make him revive, and therefore he's in critical HP, and that triggers Garnet showing up.
She gets to use Kiraga, which she's never learned. Awesome.
So ideally, we'd want Garnet.
My man.
My man.
Is this how you want to solve the problem?
So we really want to get something that doesn't kill Garnet first turn, because we can make use of some things that she has, which this is beautiful.
So we could get a Berserk.
So normally this takes 4 attacks, but if this Berserk lands, it's only going to take 3. Which it did.
Got it.
So this looks scary, but it's actually completely safe.
And a trance.
Does that take the Berserk off?
Yeah, it does, actually. Yeah, that's actually... we should be able to get the solution.
It should do 9s, yeah.
Off, yeah. And this should, yeah. Oh, yeah, good. This should kill it right here. So, forget about the Berserk.
Yeah,
we'll
we
just,
don't need that.
we'll just do all 9s instead.
Okay, so we'll set the stage here, and then we're definitely going to need some silence for Luzbel so we can concentrate on this.
Yes.
But just to set it up, he's going to be doing a few things beforehand. He's going to be doing some equipment stuff with Quina because we're going to be using her at the start of Disc 4. So he's going to be doing that. He's going to be setting up the party, and then he's going to do a save. And after he saves, we're going to need complete silence so he can concentrate. And again, thank you for donating towards this incentive. I think you're going to enjoy it. And we're going to see it right now, pretty much. Two things, he's giving, like I said, Quina some equipment. A lot of routes use Demon's Vest on like Zidane, for example, but in this route, because Quina's a little bit lower than other routes that use Knight on Nova Dragon, we're giving her the Demon's Vest for some additional defense. And we're back rowing her to set her up for that fight. So like I said, he's going to be doing some final setting up here. He's going to save, and then we are good to go. So good luck and silence if possible. Thank you.
That was so cool!
That feel when Luzbel does the menu blindfolded faster than
You looking at the screen?
most of us do it without blindfold. That's why he's the legend.
That was incredible, man.
Thank you very
And
much.
speaking, and then now we get more encounters. 56.
I've got a donation related to that. We just got $5 here from Starcrawl.
A Starcrawl.
I so happy to see an FF9 run in AGDQ. Been watching since the start. Looking forward to seeing my boy Tojju die to death, guys.
Thank you.
Hope you get Eiffel 65 encounters, but this is FF9, so I fully expected to troll you with 64. Good luck on the rest of the run.
Thank you.
Thanks, Starcrawl. Starcrawl has been around the FF community for quite a while. Does a lot of FF10.
But has also done FF9.
Yeah, has done FF9. Has incredible dulcet tones.
I was just about to say that's an incredibly long screen, but it's actually pretty common to not get an encounter there. And then, of course, 57.
All right, a bit after the fact, but I've got $5 here from Double Drop.
Hey, Double.
Here's $5 for the blindfolded menu. Question for the couch. If Luzbel accidentally spells something while blindfolded, does it still count towards Chuckolator's list of shame?
Yes.
No.
The standard for Luz is higher, so yes.
On that previous screen, one time I got an encounter on that screen, and it started playing this like really bizarre music. Does anyone remember that? Maybe not. But yeah, that was a really strange thing that happened. And I can't recreate it. I wish I had a highlight of it, but...
So right here, this is like the pathway to the final 3 fights of this disc, and it's kind of like a mini gauntlet. The first fight is a little bit threatening, but not too bad. The second and third fights are relatively free. Oh my.
Just for good measure, just for good measure.
58.
58. Rip the Eiffel 65.
Now we're gonna have to get good encounter luck on disc 4 to keep it at 65.
I believe, guys. I believe we can do that. There's $12.34 from Shin David 07. Longtime watcher, first time donating. Here's to my very first Final Fantasy and loved it. There's also an anonymous $25 donation. Greetings from Finland. Awesome event you guys have. I always try to follow the best I can despite the time difference. Keep up the good work.
So this is Lugia.
Yeah, this is Silver Dragon. It's a boss that's pretty similar to the first boss of Disc 4, but this one has significantly less health. He does have the ability to kill you if he wants, which is why we saw the save, but usually he doesn't get the chance to because it only takes 5 attacks to kill.
Alright, no triple shockwave, good.
So not a bad start so far.
Yeah, the most dangerous attack he has is Shockwave, which does massive physical damage to everyone in the party. And sometimes he can just keep using it over and over again.
And it's actually important to keep Freya alive on this fight so that she gets AP.
Unfortunately, Zidane has very low MP right now because of the Solution 9 that we used. So, not gonna have... He's not... he has like one more attack left with MP attack, and then he's going to be doing less damage. Unless he uses an Ether, maybe.
Fortunately, these next 2 fights are essentially free. There's not really anything that can happen to die to them. So, and they don't take that many hits, so it really shouldn't be an issue. It is kind of funny because you're fighting 2 iconic antagonists of the game in succession for the first time, and they are really nothing to write home about at all. They don't have any AoE abilities, they only have single target abilities, and they don't have that much health.
I think that's all right, because we've got a $5 donation here from Purple. Menu boss defeated.
Indeed. So yeah, you see now Sighting's doing a little bit less damage. It probably won't really matter because it wasn't going to be enough anyway.
We used to really go out of our way to try to get locomotion on in some older routes in this fight to prevent stop, but it's really not that big of a deal.
The only ones that use stop are Garland and Lich. So yeah, it's just too much extra menuing that you have to do to fit that in. And you can use remedies to cure it, so.
I've also got a $20 donation here from Makun. Amazing to see a speedrun of Final Fantasy IX. Seeing how fast you are on the menus is scary. I wish I could have seen how Tetra Master went.
I don't think he wants him to see how it went.
Question for the couch. What's your favorite minigame within the Final Fantasy series? I've got a soft spot for Triple Triad, even though I suck at it.
Pushing Tobly into the elevator.
The best minigame made. That's the best in FF8.
It's definitely Triple Triad for me.
I really like the Ruby Dragon fight with Laguna and FF8.
Yeah.
Which you can game over on, by the way. I have done that before.
This fight is pretty much identical.
Actually, you know what? Squats in FF7.
Oh, yeah.
They're just like a reminder that you're a video game nerd and don't exercise enough. It's good for you.
Crowd is going wild. We've got $10 from Ruin. Wow. I was watching and I still couldn't follow what Luz did. Also $20 from Darius Leogator. That was some impressive blind menuing. So much so that you've inspired me to try and speedrun FF9 and try to learn how to do that. Absolutely well done, Luzbelheim. Absolutely well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you have interest in learning this game, I highly recommend it. It's really fun. Like I said, it's not a particularly difficult run to learn. It just takes a lot of practice at like knowing story cues, how the boss fights work, and understanding the various mechanics, and practicing the menuing.
Yeah, the menuing, while you aren't going to be as fast as Luz out the gate, it's very fluid in controls. There's no lag at all, and it's really fun to do. So I recommend.
Like everybody that's here was like inspired by some run at some point to get into speedrunning. So like there's never a bad time to start. So.
Mallory212 sends in $100. Under no circumstances are you allowed to take off your blindfold. Sorry, wrong setting. Anyway, awesome job with the blindfold segment. And be nice to Vivi. He'll be going through a lot soon.
So now Kuja, who was earlier really interested in the fact that Mog was able to trance and defeat Zorn and Thorn, has revealed that he now has figured out how to tap into trance. And unlike our party members whose trance works for like 30 turns, his is gonna last indefinitely. And he just kicks Garland off that cliff because, I don't know, 300 or whatever. But now Garland's dropping a knowledge bomb on him that Kuja was under the impression that when he was created, because he was one of the first genomes, that he was going to live indefinitely. But Kuja is telling him that like the black mages that were created, he too is also going to, I guess, die in a sense.
All right, y'all. Starlight022 has sent in a donation for $500. And they say, love Final Fantasy games, hate cancer. Had to give a donation during the FF9 run. Thanks to everyone for putting on such a wonderful event. We've also got $25 from Kate228. I wanted to donate to the blindfolded menuing, but when I tried, it had already been met. Good job, everyone. Guess this one is just for the spirit of the thing. And Bloodborne.
Oh, no. No, we made it so far.
On the subject of undying memes.
Let's go back to Eiffel 65.
Final Fantasy 9 was so pure before.
Yeah, I know. So now we just have to escape from Terra before it's completely engulfed in the Ultima that Transkuja just cast on it. There's some eyeballs, because sure.
We have $100 here from Miguel121. Thanks for putting together once again this great event. Final Fantasy IX is my favorite Final Fantasy, and of course I had to donate during this. If there's something we can learn about this game, it's that you are not alone, so let's do this together. Greetings from Spain. P.S. Gotta save those frames, so bye, animals.
So while the majority of the crew have gone to the Invincible, Garnet and Zidane are actually going to head back to Brandball and try to warn all of the genomes there and help them escape. Because Zidane looks at them like family. The girl that we met at the beginning of this segment in Terra called Mikoto is like his sister in a sense. And so he doesn't want to just like leave them all there.
We've got a $250 donation from John190. Thanks for all the great entertainment all of you have provided for me throughout the years, and even though I'm at work right now, I can't help but watch. Best of luck with the run from California. I also have $50 here from Complicated. I woke up to catch the last few hours of my favorite game being ran, and all I find is Eiffel 65? Not sure what to think. Great to see the best FF being ran this year, though. Good luck on the run.
So after having to complete a bunch of, gathering of mirrors and simultaneously placing them across the globe elsewhere, to get out of it, you just fly into the sky and confirmed we actually live in outer space, apparently.
We have a $15 donation from Diablos. Hi, guys. My dad nearly died to blood cancer a few years ago, so I have to donate what I can for this cause. You all are amazing. Shout out to the donation announcer, as usual. A cool guy. Thank you. Good luck, Luz.
Thank you very much.
An update on analytics, we have $5 here from Welkin181. Speaking of Eiffel 65, Ever since Google Trends exists, today has been the second most amount of searches for Eiffel 65 in Germany since 2004. I love it. Can we beat 2004 and unlock the Bloodborne run?
It's kind of interesting because like 2004 is like, you know, we're getting close to the pinnacle of Eiffel 65's existence now. So give a hand for Luzbel for his history.
Thank you.
Remember, only get 7 encounters.
Okay.
This disc.
I can do that. Easy.
No pressure. We're counting on you.
It's fine. All you have to do is get lucky. It's as simple as that.
May the RNG ever be with you. I've got a $100 donation from Dr. Algorithm. I slept through the middle 6 hours of the FF9 run. So glad I'm in time to catch up on the end. Oh, you missed so much. Mostly 90s one-hit wonders. I have a $250 donation here from Colin and Katie. Our son David, Dante, watched AGDQ every year. He died from cancer recently, and so we're watching in his honor and donating for him. Thanks to all the runners. As he would say, save the animals.
So you see we've brought the genomes to the Black Mage village because, again, like they have a lot of similarities in the way that they were created, and so they kind of, you know, have this village to themselves as like a safe haven, sort of.
Coming up was possibly the best FMV in the game. Where he's gonna save.
Yeah, this fight is very scary.
Very
It's worth a save.
And if we do die, we get to see the cool FMV.
Yeah.
So
This is one of the fights that can definitely kill you even if you don't make a mistake, so. And there's one even more important thing that we need to do.
blue.
Yes! Eiffel 65 would be so proud.
Dabadi.
There's a $25 donation here from Artemis113. Just had to donate during a run of my favorite Final Fantasy game by some of the best runners out there. Thank you for being awesome. There's also an anonymous donation for $5.65. Ran into a man with 2 broken legs after he was pushed off a cliff. He said, I fell 65 feet.
This really is one of the coolest FMVs in the game.
Yeah, the music.
Yeah.
Music is really good too.
Yeah.
Let's look at this intense battle right here.
Although we only have to fight one of them, so.
So you're gonna be fighting another dragon. This one is
A little bit harder than the last one.
kind of more dangerous. He has basically the same abilities, but
It's very similar to the Silver Dragon, but has much more HP and a few different attacks and attacks that do much more damage. Like Shockwave on this fight, which does exactly the same thing as the Silver Dragon fight. It's just much more harmful. And this one can also counter physical attacks as well.
yes.
That's probably the worst part.
Yeah,
of it,
that is really one of the main things that makes the fight kind of difficult.
Nova Dragon, mates.
There's a $50 donation here from Anonymous. Thanks to all runners of this AGDQ. Stunning to see the stamina of the runners like Tojju with an estimate of 9+ hours.
Thank you.
All right. So we do have Quina on this fight, so we're going to be trying to land Knight. Put him to sleep. Hopefully we don't get too many counterattacks. And, of course, we get one, but nice evade. Aerial slash is not bad. Freya dying is fine here. She has auto life. There's another counter. Look at the evade. Zidane and Steiner do have distract ability on, so that's why they evade so much. So he's going to use the charge, and the animation is going to be long enough that he's going to be able to get the Knight queued before Nova Dragon gets woken up. And there's yet another counter. This time he did not evade. And there's another counter, and Freya... Yeah.
We'll play it safe.
I jinxed it by saying, I hope we don't get too many counterattacks. And now he's countered on almost every single hit. And Knight misses also. Yeah, that's
Okay.
great. So yeah, you see, even if you do everything right, the RNG in this game can just totally troll you anyway.
Doesn't matter. Knight did it. It'll be fine. $1,500 left.
Alright. So just one more hit, and...
Okay.
Alright.
Nice.
So really bad luck, but we got through it. That's all you can do when you get bad luck, is just move on or reset. And obviously you can't reset here.
Try not to die.
All right, there's a $50 donation here from Ramanant. Good morning. Lying in bed with coffee and wife and watching the stream right now. First-time viewer and first-time donator. As a teen, I was unable to get Excalibur 2. Excited to see it today. Keep up your good work. Greetings from Europe, where we produce the bluest pop for you.
Thank you so much.
We also have a $200 donation from Murren. Off to work, love this show. And the little I got to watch of Final Fantasy IX was amazing.
So this is the final world that we'll be in for the entire run. Disc 4 is by far the shortest disc of the run. It's about, on average, I'd say an average disc 4 is like 45 minutes. This is called Memoria, and it's comprised of people's memories, whoever is like traveling through it, and the only people that are able to see the events being reimagined in them are people that experience them firsthand, with the exception being that Zidane is able to see all of the memories unfolding. And so you can kind of see some interesting scenes that are talked about, but never really shown through a dialogue cutscene standpoint before. And they're all really short and sweet, and so it's kind of a nice way to just kind of like recap a lot of the things that have happened before we make our way through. And we fight 4 bosses.
which are all a variant of the 4 Guardians we fought earlier, which again are the FF1 bosses. So we will be seeing all of them. So if you're a fan of FF1 and have not played this game, you'll see some familiar faces here.
So hopefully that save will, no, never mind. 59 encounters. I was gonna say hopefully it reset the encounter rate, but I guess it wasn't good enough.
I think the 64 encounter dream is looking a bit grim.
This is Mr. Cleave.
Oh yeah, so we talked about, we didn't realize that fleeing increased physical damage. This is the guy that ended a lot of runs back in the day because he has an AoE physical attack. And if you're fleeing, you're certainly gonna die, so.
All right, I've got a $20 donation here from Project Zero. Europop is the greatest album of all time. We also have $10 from Danielle163. When are we going to see an Ozma donation incentive?
I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I've done a run that fights all of the bosses, and it's pretty long. I know Matako's done it also.
Were you about to go get the tower there?
No.
I could've sworn.
No.
I thought he was different.
I could have sworn you started, like, you started and then changed your mind at the last second.
No.
You did. I saw it. Don't deny it, mate.
I would never pick up the tower unless coerced by charity.
Is this 60?
That's 60.
All right.
So unfortunately, we don't get that one under 60 incentive.
We were going for 65 anyway, right?
Yes. That's going to be pretty tough at this point, but it could happen. All right,
Sorry.
so we're going to do some setup for this next boss. Adam invest on Zidane. Gives him some fire resist. And this is the second boss that Protect Girls is going to be utilized. So Freya has the auto life, and Zidane is going to be protecting her since she's in critical HP. In previous routes, Zidane had the auto life, but now in this route, we'll see why it's important to have auto life in this fight.
Smooshy Duck sends in $25. Just had to donate again to say that Eiffel 65 is literally playing over the radio at my work right now. If that's not a sign for great things, I don't know what is.
Yeah.
Great is certainly a word for it.
So most of this fight is pretty simple. We're just attacking and doing some damage.
It is important to attack in a specific order, however.
Right.
You want to attack Reinhardt, Steiner, Freya, Amaranth, Zidane in that order because they have varying lengths of attack animation, and if you don't do it in this order, it is possible that you could lose turns if Maliris uses a fast attack animation.
And here's the Flame Slash.
Well, we're definitely using auto life now.
Alright. So, once you kill Maliris here, he's going to do this final attack called Raining Sword. It's going to pretty much wreck your entire party here.
Whoop.
But we got the auto life, so the reason we have Protect Girls there is so that we don't waste the auto life during the fight, and it's guaranteed to save it for that final attack. In previous routes, with Zidane having auto life, sometimes he would die to Flame Slash or something like that, and you'd waste the auto life in the fight, and then you'd have to try to figure out how to get him healed, and you have to defend with him in order to in order for him to not die to the final attack.
It was kind of problematic before because you want Zidane at full HP to sort of tank attacks if needed for encounters, and he was simultaneously serving as the role of the tank and the guy that needs auto life. So by the time he got to that fight, it was a little bit inconvenient.
Do you optimize after or now?
I'll do it now, yeah.
Okay.
There's a $50 donation here from Katie113. That blind menuing was insane. We've also got $10 from Hikari Inu124. Hi, Tojju. Hikari Inu here.
Oh.
I showed up to your stream just before GDQ and we had a great chat. I'm happy to see you didn't have to kill this run. Here's to unlocking the Bloodborne run. Jesus is an incredible runner. I saw the last time he ran at GDQ and it was very much fun to watch.
Thank you.
61.
We also have $10 from Pro Z. Tofu, go back. You forgot the tower.
Oh, no. I forgot.
Pro Z gets it.
He didn't forget, he just chose not to do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, with 61 encounters, right now we're gonna need some pretty god tier luck to get 65 total.
I believe.
There's a good chance we could hit 65 before the Kraken fight, honestly.
Yeah.
There's a $100 donation here from B93.
Hey, B.
First time viewer, first time donator, and I have no idea if this is actually a fever dream or not, but wow. Also, good cause. Yay!
That's good. You could have gotten another encounter there, but fortunately not.
Walking up those steps can be pretty wonky, even though it looks very short. It takes quite a few steps to get up it, really. So over here to the left, you're actually able to pick up Amaranth's ultimate weapon, the Rune Claws. We're going to change some of the accessories that people have and flip some of them around.
There's a $25 donation here from GD the Dragon. Thanks for the great FF9 run. You're really making my morning. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see the end of this run, but you really make me want to play this game again and hopefully finally finishing it when it re-releases on the Switch. Greetings from Germany.
All right, so in this route, we actually heal everyone to full before this fight. In previous routes, we actually had everyone except Zidane in critical HP to utilize charge.
Oh no.
But okay, this is
worst
nice. Yeah. Okay. Absorb strength on Freya. Yeah, well,
Freya
wait.
should hit like a truck, but
Now she is
not going to.
very
I
nerved,
mean,
and it's increased Tiamat's attack power for one of his abilities, and we're hoping to not see it. They put Steiner in the back row for a reason. Okay, and absorb. For some reason, absorb MP is like a wind attack, so it does 0 to Zidane and Amaranth because they're wearing a wind immunity coronet.
Are probably gonna. Ooh.
Oh well, that makes up for the lack of strength there.
They're probably gonna run out of MP because
Okay.
Miner's not attacking.
And we got Twister instead of the other thing, so it's okay so far. Still waiting to see if he's gonna do the
move.
thing that we don't want him to do.
Yeah. Yeah, the elixir is potentially needed there, depending on what happens.
And there's another Absorb Strength.
Nice.
And now Absorb Magic. Looks like he's not doing the thing.
Should be over with this. Sketchy, but we got through it.
All right, so the thing that we were waiting for was Jetfire, which does a lot more damage after he absorbs Strength. And he absorbs Strength twice. Also. So it would have done a ridiculous amount of damage then. And it's actually pretty remarkable that he didn't do it, because he almost always does.
Yeah, this route, if he doesn't use Absorb Strength and he does use Jetfire, because everyone's full HP, you're totally fine. But because he opened with Absorb Strength and he opened with Absorb Strength on our strongest character, that is, it no longer works at that point.
62.
I have a $20 donation here from Dr. Jones. Even though I'd count FF9 among my favorites, I only completed it for the first time just before this run started. Best of luck on the run. Also, Momotos is the best Moogle.
Dr. Jones, is that an Aqua reference?
Maybe?
This is one of the screens that I mentioned earlier. It looks like you need to use the analog stick to go in some crazy curling directions around this, but you can actually just hold up on the D-pad and it'll follow the path perfectly, unless you're playing the Japanese version.
We're like me and playing the Japanese version.
It does not work.
For some reason it doesn't work, yeah. This is just one of those, another weird differences between the Japanese and American version, or the NA version, that I just don't really understand.
Well, since you mentioned Aqua, we've got a $25 donation here from Andrew98. Hey, AGDQ, first time donating, and this year it is in honor of my cousin Chris, who lost his 15-year-old daughter Hayden to osteosarcoma last October, and to my mother, who beat breast cancer 4 years ago. Also, when I was 9, my birthday present from my father was a box set of Evangelion and Aqua's Aquarium, which we enjoyed together. Any steam-powered giraffe fans out there? Speaking of old memes, does anybody have an update on where Matt is with that coffee?
I forgot about that.
Hashtag where's my coffee, Matt? We gotta find this guy.
Matt is the hero we don't deserve, but we all need.
Okay. So I think that last one was 63, right?
Yeah, this is really good encounter luck so far. It's really, really bad boss luck, though. So unfortunately, like I said, it doesn't... good encounter luck doesn't always mean that things are going swell.
Oh, 64.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. We won't get any before Lich, and we'll only get one before Death Guys.
It'll be the second screen of Crystal World.
Yeah, that's it.
I've got a $50 donation here from Jimmy Ray. Let us not forget a color that is close to blue, aqua. Life in plastic is fantastic, but not as fantastic as AGDQ.
So you did see him, he lowered Steiner, Freya, and Amaranth's HP back to critical, so now we can utilize charge again.
The charge is absolutely needed on this next fight because of counters, not unlike Nova Dragon.
And his counterattacks are incredibly slow also.
There's a long buffer time before he even begins to do anything.
We're also going to be utilizing the water immunity of the Diamond Gloves on both Freya and Steiner. because that is Kraken's main ability is Water Gun.
Thank you so much, Anonymous, for that $250 donation.
So this is the only Guardian that we didn't really see. We never saw the Water Shrine's Guardian during the end of Disc 3. Here we got the Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
His little gimmick is that you need to defeat his two upper arms there. The tentacles each have 9,999 HP apiece.
Yeah, when his tentacles are still up, he uses freeze. Fortunately, we have body temp on all our characters, so it won't do anything.
And so this boss also has a really weird attribute where whenever a tentacle dies, their HP is reset. So we attack in a very specific way. You're going to see that we're going to get 6 turns off in 1 round, if you will. So Zidane is going to get a 2nd turn, and so is Steiner. And this is because of the ATB reset on the tentacles.
All right, similar to the Blizzara skip on Lonnie a few hours ago.
No counter.
No counter. That's actually really lucky.
Yeah.
Because Kraken has a very high counter rate.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if it was obvious by this point, but whenever you use charge, it's not considered a counterable attack. So that's one of the main benefits to using it on fights like this.
So Water goes an AoE here, but it'll be absorbed by half of the party. It'll damage Zidane and KO Amarant. Really not that big of a deal.
One more round after this one.
It would be painfully ironic if it wasn't, and the tower would have saved us, however. Actually, not even going to give it a chance to do that. See if we needed that or not. Nope.
All right.
Standard.
All right. And now all 4 characters are in critical HP, leading up to the next boss. Unfortunately, even if we do get an encounter, which I hope we don't, even if we do get an encounter, none of the encounters we get here would do AoE attacks. So it's fairly safe. And there is
60.
That's 65.
No, that's 64.
That's 65.
Yeah, 65.
Yes.
Oh, okay, we'll just get none. It's fine.
So
No more.
the fabled 0 encounter Crystal World.
It can happen.
First time for everything. Aw. We have a $25 donation from the tower. And the comment is just a frowny face.
I'm with you.
We also have $500 from Zorby. They say, hello, longtime watcher and longtime donator, loving the run so far. Greetings from Switzerland.
All right, so we're gonna head up these ladders here up to the final of the Chaos Fiends, which is gonna be the Lich, which will look awfully similar to the Earth Guardian that we already fought.
Utilizing some auto floats and some antibody passive abilities will kind of make him pretty simple to be able to handle defensively and offensively. Freya's Holy Lance has an elemental attack for a holy magic, and the Mithril Helmet, which was just put on her as well, boosts that even further. And I believe the Rebirth Ring does as well. So Freya is going to be dealing a ton of damage on this fight.
Yeah, so you have MP attack, Devil Killer, the Holy Boost from the Holy Lance, and the Mithril Helm combined. And then he is also weak to Holy. So just all those damage boosts stacked on top of each other.
Guys, I might have the most important donation of the morning so far. We've got $5.97 from Hey Matthew. I can confirm that Matt made the coffee run.
Nice.
FF9. Right, let's get some love for Matt. Come on. FF9 is one of his favorite games, and he's excited to be a small part of the experience of this run. Thanks for making his night. Hashtag got my latte.
This should be...
This will kill with good damage.
Yeah. Easy.
All right, so if you played this game and struggled to get the Excalibur 2, this is where you pick it up at after you defeat the Lich. You walk over here to the right and read this little inscription.
Oh, well, I guess we're not going to read it.
No. So we just need 0 encounters from here to the end of the game for meme destiny.
I call space encounter.
It's really that simple.
So yeah, the Excalibur 2 is actually going to be very important for the final 3 bosses of this run. Because it boosts, basically doubles Steiner's attack on each turn. All right, no space encounter.
It's 1 down, 3 to go.
3 more screens.
I've never wanted anything more
Same.
in my life.
I'm holding my breath over here.
And the dream is dead. Well, it was nice while it lasted.
Yeah.
66.
It gave us something to look forward to, despite the encounters being terrible for the entire game.
Yeah.
All right, well, while you're in here, I've got a $25 donation from Camps. FF9 was my first and is still my favorite Final Fantasy. Good work for this good cause.
Yeah, we really want to heal him up here to get through these last couple screens. 67.
That little turn there at the end
weird,
is a really, really awkward movement. It's really difficult to do it smoothly. And you notice the monsters here are just crystallized versions of the fiends we just fought.
I have a $10 donation here from Miguel D. I had a close childhood friend pass away from cancer this past summer, and it's been rough. Hopefully this small donation helps others avoid having to go through the same situation. Never stop smiling. We thank you for that, Miguel D. Every donation helps. Thank you so much.
All right, last encounter possible screen. All right, 67 total. And now we're coming up to the most infamous boss in the entire game. because you could have the most amazing run you've ever had and then just die instantly on this fight without you being able to do anything about it.
Fortunately, like we mentioned earlier, everything that's not on the ground is a bird, so Bird Killer will work on all 3 of these final bosses, even though none of... Well, I guess Death
Guys is actually a demon, a bird, and a bug. So
He's the only one that even sort of resembles a bird, though.
So what's going to happen is he's going to use a move called Meteor. We talked about this at our RPG Limit Break run, but we ended up using Night before it happened, so it never happened. We don't have that luxury this time, so it will be happening. And what happens here is that it has nothing to do with our defense. It has nothing to do with their attack. It is random damage from 50 to 4,900 in increments of 50. So as a custom, everyone in the chat, what are your guesses? What are the 4 characters going to have?
Pick 4 values.
4 values
divisible by 50.
Divisible by 50 from 50 to 4,900. And we now just hope for the best.
I'm saying 2 survive. We're getting a Zidane and Amaranth.
I want to see at least 150 here.
Good God, Twitch chat, that's a lot of numbers.
All right, here it is. Meteor. The ultimate run killer.
Hey, that's actually really, really good.
So our main priority here is keeping Reinhardt alive. So we're going to be chucking some elixirs, throwing some Avengers, and Death Guys is going to try to spin to win, but we're not going to let him.
And
there's a nice counter, very nice. And then a regular attack, and you see the power of the Excalibur 2 right here.
So it's going to take 3 more attacks to the Excalibur 2.
Spin 20. Plenty of elixirs here. Okay, so now he's gonna close up, and now he's gonna do a different assortment of skills. Yeah, sure. So now the level 5 death is fine, as our characters are not a multiple of 5.
And a crit that does nothing.
Now, single target death might be an issue. Yeah, okay. Hopefully it misses. Okay, it didn't. But might get lucky and keep him in critical HP. That would be very useful for the next fight.
The ribbon is really important for this attack here, Twister.
Alright, but he's not going to be in critical HP anymore because he's going to get healed up by the Twister.
There we go. So there's the
There he
guys.
is. Do you really think you can beat me? Kuja says. We're about to see. Because he's the next boss. So he's just gonna go back here and go to the save point. So this is actually menu setting up for both of the last 2 final battles. So he doesn't have to do any menu before the final boss. So Transkuja has a few abilities he can use. He has Flare, Holy, Or the really bad one, Flare Star, which targets your whole party and can...
It does a fixed amount of damage based on your level. I believe it's multiplied by 30 or 35.
Something like that.
It multiplies your level by either 30 or 35. I don't remember which. And that's how much it does. But it can miss also.
Right. But if you have if you have your whole party in critical HP, which is, it would be ideal, but it's incredibly risky if you get
if it hits everybody and you're all in crit, then you do wipe guaranteed. He won't counter at the beginning of the fight until he hits a certain HP threshold, and it works out that you can do a physical attack with everybody except Steiner. Oh,
this might actually trigger a counter.
However, now that we've
okay,
because of the 2 crits, we actually may have put him in the threshold.
Well, that's never happened before.
Because the crits didn't quite do double damage because of the damage the damage limit. So even with 5 hits, we kept it just barely under the counter attack threshold. So he can do Flare Star on his turn, but once he gets under a certain amount of HP, he will counter with Flare Star. Previous routes that had the Reflect Ring would put the Reflect Ring on Steiner here. And he will never target a character that has Reflect Ring.
It's risky. I mean, you can try it.
No.
Zinani is...
No.
No. We're trying to talk him into doing it.
He's really close to death. He's 1 Steiner attack away from death, and maybe 1 attack elsewhere. Okay. Nice. We ain't messing around.
Real quick, I've got a $100 donation here from Bean the Giant. To Tojju, Muttski, and Luzbelheim, great job, fellas. Love watching you guys nerf Kuja and Necron. Good luck on the rest of the run.
Thanks.
Thank you.
So similarly to what happened in Terra, he is going to use Ultima again to try to just destroy everything here.
I've also got a $250 anonymous donation. Love what you're doing. This goes to Runner's Choice.
So, if you've played this game casually, but you've never seen an FF9 speedrun, and you've struggled with this final boss, this is going to be the coolest thing you've seen the whole run, for sure. It won't spoil the surprise, but to explain to people who maybe haven't played the game before, this boss has a move called Grand Cross, and it inflicts everyone on the party, and it inflicts a random status, which maybe doesn't sound bad, but when you consider that their statuses like Petrify, or Death, or Doom, things that are essentially, one-hit kills, it's pretty problematic. You can only, even if you're overleveled, you can only equip so many resistances, and there's only so much you can do, so it's pretty much a crapshoot. With that in mind, maybe someone can explain as it happens, but we won't ruin the surprise for now.
Yeah, and after he does Grand Cross, he does Neutron Ring, which will completely wipe our party, no matter what. So... But before he does Grand Cross, he's going to do an attack called Blue Shockwave, which just reduces everyone's HP to 1. Or it reduces one person's HP to 1.
Yeah. And my last and final request for Twitch chat is if you are not posting a sour please in chat when this gets going, you are doing it wrong. Because this is one of the best songs in the game when this gets going as well.
Yeah, it starts really right when the good part of the battle takes off, which is nice.
Also, Necron has some other abilities he can do randomly, including Meteor.
Yeah, you can cast Meteor.
I have yet to have that happen.
I had it in a PB.
What
It
better
was great.
time?
What better time?
Just so you know, the sour please spam is real.
Yes.
All right, so this is a really great way to start the fight. What he's done here is he's taken out everybody except for Freya. We've waited for the blue shockwave, and now we're gonna use Freya's jump ability, and then while Necron's ATB fills, which his next attack would be the Grand Cross, it checks and sees that nobody's there, and now he will do a pattern of 3 blue shockwaves, Grand Cross, Neutron Ring, then 3 blue shockwaves again, and we're essentially going to res Steiner and Zidane here, and we're gonna deplete his HP while he does the 3 blue shockwaves before he ever gets the chance to use Grand Cross at all. And time will be coming up on the final hit, and so be prepared, and we'll tell you when to clock it. So here he's ATB waiting for Zidane here. In order to get one more Zidane attack here, because he is faster than Necron and is able to get a final hit in here if we need it. And get ready. Time.
And the crit to finish it off.
And that, my friends, is Final Fantasy IX. It's been 6 long years since you've seen the whole thing, but here we are again.
Yeah, and shout out to GDQ staff for allowing us to showcase this run. We know that it was a really long run, and it takes up a big chunk of the schedule, so we really do appreciate being able to show this.
Thank you so much for trusting us with this big of a chunk of the marathon. I hope everyone enjoyed it. I hope everyone had fun, because we definitely had fun. Had a lot of laughs, and no, we had some bad luck along the way, but ultimately it was pretty good.
Oh my goodness, amazing run, guys. Seriously, thank you so much for that. All right, for everybody that's hanging out here with us, this is Awesome Games Done Quick 2019, coming to you live and sleep deprived from Rockville, Maryland. AGDQ is a video game speedrunning marathon benefiting the Prevent Cancer Foundation. We are going to take a quick break for a Twitch ad. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back with you. All right, we are back. Once again, this is Awesome Games Done Quick 2019. I want to catch up on a couple of donations for that last run. Sinzer sent in $100 saying, thanks for the fun FF9 run. We've also got $50 from Stray30. Thanks for playing this great game for a great cause. Had to donate a little because every bit helps. It absolutely does. All right, let's check in on who's still awake out there. I've got a $25 donation from Almighty Veg 56. Donating in memory of my old boss who passed away from cancer after only a few months of us working together. He was such a relaxed guy in such a stressful job. In that little time, he taught me so much about the job, and I still try to implement his practices wherever I go. Here's to seeing one of his favorite games being played, so money goes to Bloodborne. Last day, hype! There we go. All right, y'all. That is going to be it for me on the hosting desk. It has been an honor hanging out with you here during AGDQ. Our next run-up is going to be Puyo Puyo Tetris, and you are going to be in good hands. Edo Bean is going to be taking over here. Once again, thank you all so much. It has been an absolute honor, and I will see you all in the future.
Hello, everyone. This is Edo Bean here. Going to start this as for Puyo Puyo Tetris. If you guys love puzzle games, if you like Tetris, if you like Puyo Puyo, well, it's got the best of both worlds. You'll be seeing that pretty soon with Extra Stages 100%. I'll go ahead and read a couple of donations that obviously we had a lot during Final Fantasy IX. I'll go ahead and read them for you. We had a $50 donation from Pseudo Design. 53 that says that voice acting was worth every penny. Donation goes to Couch Choice. $5 from Xanatul that says GDQ events always do a great job reminding me that people are capable of truly amazing things. Thank you runners, staff, volunteers, and donors for making a positive impact on the world. Eurus McUrus donates $50 that says it's not a real Final Fantasy IX run without the wedding. Thank you, Benno, for your $75 donation that says Final Fantasy IX run from a few years ago was fantastic. Awesome to see it being run again. Love you guys. We got a heart symbol comment from Creo who donated $25. Thank you for the love. course, it will be. Thank you for your $10 donation that says Wedding Train Hype. I hope we can see that wedding. It's certainly something. We have a $50 donation from Anonymous that says, I'm donating this in memory of my Oma, who lost her long battle with cancer last October. Happy birthday, Oma. We miss you and love you. Per Panda, thank you for your $10 donation that says, thank you so much for all you guys do. There are so many awesome games this year, and I'm proud to help support the cause. Destroyer of Donuts and Ricardo donates with no comments. They donated $250 and $150, so we do appreciate it. We also have still a couple incentives that we're trying to get met right now. I believe we have the next one that's coming up is for the Dark Souls 3, to beat Yorm without the Storm Ruler. Right now we're at $33,665. We need to reach 50,000. So if you want to see that get met, make sure you're sending in those donations. We also have a bonus game, which is Bloodborne. Oh my gosh, if you do not like Bloodborne, I don't know why, but I think you should. You should definitely watch it. It's going to be an amazing run. I believe it's going to be an any percent run. Right now, we need 250,000. Right now, we're at 55. So if you want to see that bonus game happen, which I assure you, you will. If you remember the last time we had this run, it was amazing to watch, and it was hilarious. Really, really great guy, which is Jesus Here's Toast. So definitely donate towards that. Thank you, Marcus203, for your $10 donation that says, came across GDQ early last year, been watching and enjoying runs since. First time donating, good to see the money is going to a good cause because I've lost somebody to cancer. Love Age donates $55 that says, I love watching these runners and learning about speedruns, but mostly I love that we're speeding to beat cancer. Thanks. Big Crazy Dog donates $500 that says, I've been watching for a long time, but I didn't have the funds to donate. This year, I can. Thank you for all what you've done. And that's it. Thank you so much. $250 from Muttski that says, here's to all the runners and staff that make this event possible. You guys are amazing. Keep up the great work. We have a $10 donation from Vino that says, Puyo Puyo Tetris? So close, so close. If I only knew Edo would host. I know, it's kind of like it was planned that way. KX85 donates $25 that says, really loved seeing that awesome Final Fantasy IX run. Couldn't sadly watch it from the beginning to the end, but still was entertaining. Thanks GDQ and staff to be able to bring it to the sick schedule. Keep up the great work. Much love from France. All right, and I think it is time for some Puyo Puyo Tetris. Take it away.
Hey guys, so this is Puyo Puyo Tetris, and the specific run we're doing is extra stages 100%. So you see all these levels right here? We're not doing them. We're doing the post